The ruined immortal was hacked into two halves, horror covering his face. The expression in his eyes gradually faded, clearly unable to hold on any longer. Speak, what exactly is going on? Xianxia took action. A wave of overwhelming power surged out, stabilizing the ruined immortal's body, wishing to preserve his life. They are going to arrive soon. Like a dying flash, the ruined immortal suddenly roared out. His entire body contorted, primordial spirit burning, turning into a rain of light. Xianxia was shocked, backing up. It was as if there was an expanse of stellar sand that moved past, wrapping around that law blade, and then quickly headed into the distance. The law blade cut down this ruined immortal. His primordial spirit turned into a rain of light, merging together with that divine blade, thus disappearing. They are on the path of return. The imprints they left behind revived, wishing to understand the situation of this world. In the rain of light, the ruined immortal's final miserable cries sounded. Xianxia understood. There were some creatures that could already interfere with the matters of this realm, taking action, trying to understand the situation here. However, they should still be quite far from this place. Otherwise, their true bodies would have directly appeared. A ruined immortal fell, dying just like that. Xianxia's body was fast and light, moving through the void. With a single leap, he traveled many tens of thousands of li. He chased after it, wishing to see where that law blade returned to. This was a great mountain, pitch black like ink, appearing in the sky dome above. It was as if a heaven-reaching sword was inserted there. In the past, it didn't appear before. This mountain was something that took form recently, clearly another path just like Immortal Tomb and Origin Ancient Mine. The law blade also turned into a rain of light, entering the Black Mountain, thus disappearing without a trace. Xianxia's eyes contracted. He remembered this place. In the future, this would definitely be a terrifying battlefield, a place where rivers of blood would flow. He began to think to himself, how long did these creatures need before they would truly return, before they could truly step foot into this realm? Xianxia felt a greater and greater feeling of pressure. However, time didn't wait for him. Now, his cultivation had reached 800 years, yet it was truly hard to achieve immortality. In the future, how was he supposed to fight? Xianxia ended his trip in the uninhabited region, returning to the lower realms. He went to see the restricted region lord, consulting him about when that day would arrive. You are worrying too much. Their return is full of twists and turns. At the very least, they need to be on guard against each other, so it will take another 100,000 years at the earliest, perhaps much longer. When he heard what the restricted region lord said, Xianxia became stunned. It was actually that far away. He really did have time. Those creatures are extremely far from you, at the very least 1 or 2 great eras away. In order to approach through the mysterious lands, they need an extremely long amount of time. Separated by 1 or 2 great eras? Xianxia was greatly shaken. There might even be monsters from the age of Emperor Collapse. Those will be even more distant. The restricted region lord's voice was extremely heavy. Even he became serious when that era was mentioned. Age of Emperor Collapse? There are still creatures alive from back then? Xianxia's brows became deeply furrowed. This information really was horrifying. This wasn't a normal age. Just the 2 words Emperor Collapse would make one produce endless associations. Resolve your matters with the mortal world, and then come back. Go, the restricted region lord said. Xianxia released a light sigh. One day he really would have to step on the path of no return. At that point, he would eternally part from everyone. It was best if he didn't leave behind any regrets. He cultivated 800 years. Now, when he looked back at the affairs of the mortal world, he became silent. He thought back to when he was young, those fire mulberry trees that bloomed in Xin province. That red-clothed young lady smiled brightly under those trees, red flower petals scattered down. She was still waving her hand gently. Xianxia's nose became sour, feeling disappointed and frustrated. So many years passed, but he still didn't forget about her. The only reason he didn't think about her was because he always immersed himself in his cultivation. The fire mulberry tree flowers bloomed, every single flower sparkling and translucent. That young lady was waiting alone, waiting for him to return. However, in the end, he still didn't come. Suddenly, a great sky covering Great Claw tore through desolate borders Emperor City, grabbing the entire Sin province. During that final battle, Sure How personally witnessed, he vaguely made out that scarlet-clothed young lady standing outside the ruined fire mulberry trees, her face carrying tears, looking at him helplessly. The great showdown. I really want to become strong, slaughter my way into the other side, cut down Anlin, Shuchuo, and the others, bring her back. Sure How clenched his fists, releasing a low roar. It was hard to forget, as if it was just yesterday. If he didn't think about it, just spending his days in cultivation, then that was that. However, when he thought about it, his heart felt empty, the bitterness hard to describe. An explosion sounded, the void cracking apart. Sure How released a sigh. What could he change? How many years did he need to achieve immortality? At that time, the past young lady would have long grown old. It was to the extent where whether she was still living in this world was hard to say. He previously wanted to cut away these memories, but now, it seemed like everything was pointless. There were many people and matters that couldn't be forgotten just because one wanted to forget about them. Not being able to protect you is my greatest regret in this life. Sure How gazed into the void. This was what he thought in the end. It was because if this continued, if he continued to think about it, it would only bring more regret and bitterness. He really wanted to temporarily bury that period of his memories. Everyone had a time when they were young. He wanted to bury away that portion of sincerity. It was because if he continued to think about it, he really didn't treat Xianxia well enough. She always spent her time in cultivation all these years. He rarely went back to Stone Village, all because he still carried thoughts about that young lady under the fire mulberry trees. So he couldn't calmly face Xianxia. Sure How returned to Stone Village. He grabbed Xianxia's hand, looked at her. After all these years passed, her graceful bearing never changed. Her purple hair sparkling, eyes pure, style exceptional. Xianxia felt a bit of puzzlement, raising her head to look at him. For what happened these years, I'm sorry. Sure How said, his voice extremely soft, but also extremely serious. Why do you say that? It is because we really aren't like Dao companions. I've let you down. Sure How felt guilty inside. You didn't do anything wrong. Rising up in the cultivationless age isn't easy. It was only natural that you were completely engrossed in this, bitterly cultivating to ascend to immortality. There is no need for you to apologize to me. Xianxia said gently. Her complexion was fair, sparkling like jade, eyes intelligent, every word and movement moving. Even if I cultivate bitterly in seclusion, I still might not necessarily be able to achieve immortality. Sure How grabbed her hand, saying, the 9 heavens 10 earths have changed so greatly, yet you always remained in the lower realms, never even going around to take a look. I will bring you to see all of the world's beauty. Where do you have that much time? Xianxia shook her head, refusing. This can also be considered a type of cultivation. Let's go. Sure How brought her with him into the higher realms, moreover saying seriously, it's been a long time since you last returned to Celestial Clan. I'll go with you to take a look. When she heard him say this, Xianxia's body trembled. She really longed to go back for a visit. In the end, she nodded in agreement, wishing to return to Celestial Clan. Sure Xiling and his wife smiled. When they saw them leave, the two felt gratified and satisfied, as if one of their cherished desires was fulfilled. We finally managed to see this day. The two both had a bit of white hair, no longer young. This was unavoidable. Even though they weren't old, the passage of time still left traces on their bodies. Good, good, good. The old clan chief Shi Yunfeng also laughed cheerfully. He was extremely old, but his spirit was still healthy, sending Sure How and Xianxia's figures off with his eyes. When Sure How arrived in the city of heaven, Celestial Clan was greatly shaken. After more than 800 years, he appeared here again, leaving this clan panicked and shocked. If he came to settle things, then the entire clan would undoubtedly be eradicated. The entire celestial clan was extremely scared, truly worried. The faces of some of the people directly involved in those past matters became white. I have no intentions of carrying out revenge. The matters of the past, let's just let them pass like the wind, Xianxia calmly said. When some experts in Celestial Clan heard this, they were simply about to cheer. Their tense nerves finally relaxed. This was especially the case when they saw Xianxia, understanding something, becoming even more relaxed. Xianxia misses her home, so I brought her back to take a look, Xianxia said. Good. Good. We also miss her, we've always wanted to see her come back, an old voice said while trembling, stirred emotionally as he greeted them. Is the old celestial still here? Xianxia asked. The cultivationless age descended. He felt like it would be hard for that old fella to continue living. When they heard this, many people in Celestial Clan revealed worry and helplessness. They told him that the old celestial didn't have much time left, already about to wither away. Xianxia and Xianxia went to pay a visit. Sure enough, they saw a skin and bones elder, eye sockets sunken, eyes expressionless. I should have died several hundred years ago, but I've always held on because there was a remnant will. I couldn't feel at ease with leaving Celestial Clan. Now that I have seen you come back, already letting go of the past grudges, I can pass on without any worries, the old celestial said with a smile. Moreover, not long afterwards, his life's vitality was cut, withering up, passing away. All of Celestial Clan wept. Xianxia was speechless. This fella really knew how to hold on, waiting all the way until he came, and only then did he take his final breath. He couldn't immediately leave, because Xianxia wanted to pay her respects here, attend the old celestial's burial. Several years later, Xianxia and Xianxia were inseparable, touring the mountains, rivers, and lakes, becoming true Tao companions. Xianxia gave Xianxia pointers in her cultivation. At the same time, he was also researching will force, wishing to open up another path, make arrangements for Wuxia, the Crimson Dragon, and the others. Time continued on slowly. In the blink of an eye, close to 200 years passed. Xianxia was already 1,000 years old. His magical force was boundless. No one able to match him in the mortal Tao domain. At the same time, he explored the immortal Tao. Even though he never achieved immortality, he gained some understanding, gaining many insights which were hard to even imagine for outsiders. Imperial court became more and more prosperous. With each passing day, Xianxia didn't have to pay it any attention. Yet there would be endless will force gathering over, supporting his body. Just like that, he could borrow will force to produce a supreme being body, one that was no different from the main body. During these years, his real body was still going through the body as a seed path, but that supreme being body concentrated from will force instead walked a different path, one similar to the guardian spirits of Immortal Ancient, using this to achieve immortality. He was walking both paths. He even felt like he might achieve immortality through will force first, that it was relatively easier. In these 200 years, Xianxia and Xianxia were always together, true Tao companions. When they moved through the world, all experts would come up to pay their respects. Xianxia was always quiet and peaceful. During this period, she seemed to have returned to being a young lady, full of youthful energy, always having a warm smile on her face. When she blinked, her grace was exceptional. During these 1,000 years, Wuxia, the Crimson Dragon, Heavenly Horned Ant, Golden Lion, and others still couldn't cross that Tao pit, unable to become supreme beings. Cultivationless age. Just how many heroic talents paths do you want to cut short? Xianxia's expression was grave. They cultivated 1,000 years, long passing the 500-year taboo line, yet those individuals still couldn't succeed. This was enough to explain some things. He vaguely sensed that even if they cultivated for an entire age, when he reached his later years, these people would still be stuck, unable to cross that heavenly moat. It wasn't that they weren't good enough, but rather that the world cut their paths short. It's fine, we still have time. It's only been 1,000 years. So how can we extravagantly hope to become supreme beings? In this entire great era, just how many could become supreme beings in just 1,000 years? The Heavenly Horned Ant said, doing his best to calm down. Xianxia became silent. Others might not have that qualification, but the heavenly horned ant was a descendant of the vicious 10. He should be able to become a supreme being within 1,000 years or two. Once the more flourishing period was missed, when one roamed this great Tao-deficient spiritual essence-withered era, the heavenly horned era and others would be stopped, sinking into a vile greater environment where they couldn't achieve the Tao at all. During this period of time, Hao was always thinking. He came to a certain decision. Are you going to leave? Just go. You need to advance courageously. Rise up sooner. She said. Hao stared blankly. He was indeed about to leave, bring the heavenly horned ant, Mu Qing and the others to a different place, try to change their cultivation fate. Don't feel guilty. Don't worry about me. I felt extremely fulfilled during these years. I know that you will achieve immortality one day, while I can only accompany you for one era in this mortal world. That's all I can do. An era is also fine. The day will come when you will leave, and I will have become old as well. She said, her eyes carrying mist, holding back tears. When Hao heard these words, he was even inwardly shaken, feeling extremely terrible. Would that day really come? He embraced Shi, quietly saying, "It won't. You won't grow old. You'll forever be young. I will help you retain your youth forever." He wasn't good at comforting people, truly speaking what he felt. He felt more and more ashamed and uneasy towards the current Shi. When he thought about that day, he found it hard to accept. Shi smiled while shedding tears, a bit emotional, a bit regretful, but at the same time, she finally felt relieved, saying, "I know that this day will come one day, but I don't have any more regrets. This life already fulfilled, already brilliant enough. We've gone through this journey together, wept together, laughed together. Everything will be remembered in my heart. I will never forget it." The more she spoke like this, the more empty Hao's heart felt. He gently kissed her sparkling forehead, saying, "Don't think too much. Go. Come together with me." The places he had to go to were dangerous. He wanted to leave Shi behind, bring Mu Qing, the Crimson Dragon, and others with him, but now he changed his mind, deciding to go together with her. "You don't have to worry about me. Let's go." Hao was extremely direct, holding her fine waist, heading to Imperial Court. The various lands all had Imperial Court's palaces. Within them were Hao's divine statues, rich and surging with will force. This was an astonishing wave of power. Even if the current Hao didn't make an appearance, he could still turn the world upside down, instantly unleash slaughter just by relying on this will force. He could condense a human form in different places, appear like this. "Mu Qing, you all come over." Hao transmitted sound, speaking in a great hall. All of the divine statues in the great hall's imperial court established in various lands lit up, releasing splendid and sacred splendor, releasing this voice. This was also the result of will force. In the various parts of the world, even while separated by endless distance, he could still appear this way, contact everyone. That day, Mu Qing, the Crimson Dragon, and the others were all summoned, hurrying over. When everyone gathered, Hao examined everyone's cultivations. He frowned, saying, "Most of you are walking the path of present world techniques, yet it is difficult to advance even an inch. I wish for you all to try a different path." Most of these people cultivated predominantly the present world methods, because the highest level of immortal ancient methods needed a perfect Tao seed. Where would they find such a thing? Back then, Little Sky King, exiled Immortal, Great Su Tuo, and the others already seized all of them, not leaving any behind. Apart from present world methods, Mu Qing and the others also learned the method Hao established, but they could only use it as a reference, unable to fully inherit it. It was because the very first step already left all of them stuck. Using the body as a seed, this was too difficult. Even when Hao took this step, he paid an unimaginable price, barely surviving. The stunning Meng Tianzheng in the past couldn't even completely use the body as a seed path, a step off, almost dying because of it. His Tao skills were crippled for many years, forcing him to cultivate other methods. Hao was always looking for a way. His own path should be able to skip over the body as a seed pass, but how was he going to create this path? This was what he was wondering all these years. He believed that he would find a solution sooner or later. However, now time didn't wait for him. Xianxia really hoped that these people would become stronger earlier, that they can follow at his sides, and not be trapped in the world of mortals. If you all were given unmatched Dao seeds, would you all be able to advance? Xianxia asked. Shizhong, Zhulin, and the others were all stunned. They already walked the present world path, missing the chance to merge with a Dao seed. Why would they still cultivate this? Apart from this, those seeds were priceless, hard to find in the entire world. Not many of them to begin with, all of them already brought away by those people. Where would they even go to look for them? They knew that back then, even Xianxia couldn't even obtain a seed, only heading down the body as a seed path because he had no alternative. Big bro, there's no need for you to go through that much trouble. This type of immortal treasure is hard to find through endless ages. We don't need it. By heading down the present world methods path, we will succeed sooner or later, Shizhong said. You all don't need to care about this. I only ask that if I found them for you, do you all dare cultivate from the beginning again? Xianxia asked. Dare? Why wouldn't we dare? Those seeds are too precious. Even this entire world is dried up. Where would we go look for them? Zhulin muttered. Xianxia nodded. He wanted to have these people cultivate immortal ancient methods together with present world methods. By letting both of them clash, it might produce some great changes, allowing them to ultimately break through and achieve the Dao. It was because previously he cultivated two methods at the same time, walking both paths. Okay, you all should go make preparations. We are setting out soon, Xianxia said. Everyone became shocked. Were there really still perfect seeds in this world? How could this be? There was only a fixed number of them. How could any of them still exist? Then, Xianxia had them look for Chao Yuxing and the heavenly horned ant, also bringing these two heading out together. I also have to make some preparations, Xianxia said. He headed into the lower realms. Mu Qing and the others discovered that he had the everlasting sword core on his back. This alone was enough to prove the dangers of this trip. It was because after all these years, Xianxia almost never used weapons. Moreover, he communicated with the crystal skull, golden arm bone, and bleeding eyeball. These were the three monsters he brought out from Western Tomb Realm. During these years, they mostly remained quiet, remaining asleep. Have you thought things through, wishing to merge with us? The crystal skull was shocked. No, this time, I am only borrowing an arm, Xianxia said. He looked at that golden arm, the crystal skull, and the eyeball. He said that he wouldn't merge with them no matter what, because that involved the primordial spirit, too dangerous. In the end, they chatted in secret, reaching an agreement. That golden arm bone merged with Xianxia's left hand. Mu Qing and the others were extremely shocked, at the same time incredibly worried. They knew that Xianxia was always against this, not willing to merge with those three monsters, but today he actually did this. One could see just how dangerous the place they were heading into was. Don't worry, it's not that big of a deal. We are going to steal from the tiger's den. If we want to make some gains, then we must make all types of preparations. Xianxia laughed. He brought quite a few people like the Emperor Butterfly, Divine Striking Stone, Lightning Spirits, Golden Lion, Mu Qing, and the others with him. These were all the very best. The Heavenly Horned Ant and Chao Yuxing were naturally at Xianxia's side, wishing to head out together. They returned to the higher realm, entering the 9 heavens. Xianxia brought them to Heavenly Deity Institution, borrowing a massive transport formation. With a hong noise, brilliance illuminated the night sky, all of them vanishing from this place. They moved through time-space, passing through countless stellar seas, entering a gloomy land. Where are we going? When the warship that carried them appeared, the speed didn't decrease, still rushing forward with extreme speed. Suddenly, there was a green color that appeared before them. It was a stalk of grass, massive beyond compare, its leaves moving, sweeping several great stars in the sky, and then directly devouring them. The legendary star devouring grass. The heavenly horned ant sucked in a cold breath of air. This type of thing, even though it didn't have a clear high-level will, its strength was extremely terrifying. Normal creatures could only make their way around it when they encountered it. Be careful. We are approaching our destination. This place is strange, but at the same time, there really are some of the best seeds here. Even when endless time is searched, they are the best Tao seeds. If we can seize them, your cultivation paths will become incomparably dazzling. Xianxia said. Star-devouring grass, a type of innate deity, massive beyond compare, took root in the void, green and verdant. It gently extended its snake-like leaves out, and then stars were swept over, completely devoured. Unfortunately, even though it was an innate deity born in primal chaos, it lacked a high-level will. Otherwise, this type of creature would definitely be extremely terrifying. What it relied on was more a type of instinct. This place is world grave. Legend has it that there are many ruined ancient great worlds resting here. Perfect Tao seeds can only be found here, Xianxia said. In the past, he visited this place when he was still a student of Heavenly Deity Institution, personally seeing perfect seeds. Unfortunately, back then, no one obtained any of them. Chao Yuxing grinded his teeth. He also came here before. When he saw this familiar land, he became extremely speechless. 1,000 years ago, when he was young, he had trained here. Now he was back. In the surroundings, great stars rested one after another. However, all of them were ruined, as if they had arrived in an abandoned land. The cosmos was dusky, scenes of ruin everywhere. There were too many ancient continents floating about in the distance, all of them crushed stars, lands that were hacked apart by sword radiance. Everything that should be here was here. Mu Qing and the others finally understood why this place was called World Grave. It was because the only things they could see were star remains, the ruined fragments of great continents, as if these were the ruins of a universe. Hong! Suddenly, that star-devouring grass moved. Several leaves swept towards Xianxia's warship like a giant green dragon. Xianxia stood at the front of the ship. With a light point of his finger, gentle radiance bloomed. Hong Long! That stalk of grass erupted with magical force, carrying clouds and smoke, green radiance resplendent. The entire stalk seemed like it was burning. Many ruined great stars in the surroundings were thus shaken, and then exploded. The universe even cracked apart further, turning into abyss one after another. Multicolored radiance was released from Xianxia's fingertip endlessly, locking down this stalk of grass. Then, with a chi sound, it was sent flying into the depths of the dark cosmos. The nearby scenery then calmed down. The stars were destroyed, leaving behind endless cosmos dust. Equivalent to supreme being in strength, but lacking the complete transformation, nothing to worry about. Xianxia said. This was his evaluation of the star-devouring grass. Chao Yuxing was stunned. When they came back then, they had to avoid the star-devouring grass, not daring to approach it, but now that they came again today, were they just going to charge their way in? They continued on. This trip was like a dream. They passed through many world-like brilliant regions, entered the depths of World Grave, passing over ancient realms one after the next. What kind of thing is this? It's so big. Soon afterwards, they saw a creature that was shaped like a hyena. It had dragon horns on its head and a pair of vermilion bird wings on its back. It floated before them, much more massive than even stars. This was a corpse, all of its essence energy dried up millions and millions of years ago. An innate deity born in primal chaos. If it was still alive, it would have at least supreme being level strength. Xianxia commented. They slowed down. The warship slowly continued, no longer passing through worlds, instead moving through a dusky expanse of cosmos. Xianxia remembered that there was natural luck here. Found it. It's coming, he said quietly. In the distance, an ancient ship that was extremely tattered, carrying the aura of time, dyed in blood slowly arrived from the depths of the universe. It was quiet and silent. What is that? Zhu Lin couldn't help but ask. Ghost spirit, it can also be called war spirit ship. There are strange creatures on it, transformed from the dead's spiritual senses, a type of innate soul seed. It can be refined into medicine, used to nurture the primordial spirit. Xianxia said. Their group became excited, long hearing that World Grave had all types of strange creatures, precisely this type of thing. When the essence was extracted, it could be used to strengthen their primordial spirit. That ship was extremely massive. Even though it was shabby, it was still rather imposing, a small half of a star in size. It headed in this direction. Ew! A vicious cry sounded, breaking the silence. The spiritual fluctuations became even more intense. A giant silver bear rushed out first, striking in Hao's direction. Supreme Being, there is actually a Supreme Being level war spirit. These people were stunned. Hao remained fearless. He took a step out, blocking all of the terrifying fluctuations, facing the giant silver bear. This was something transformed from the primordial spirit of a deceased creature. Who? Great winds roared. In that warship, there was a golden great pung that dove over, spreading its wings, unstoppable, charging at Hao. Everyone was horrified. This was a ghost ship, yet there were two Supreme Being level creatures hidden on it. Unfortunately, they encountered Hao. There was completely no use at all. Right now, he stood at the peak of mortal Dao, not fearing this kind of so-called siege at all. In the end, his figure vanished with a single step. With a raise of his hand, the giant silver bear's head was removed, the golden great pung torn into two, both of them ending up dead. In that instant, the two creatures turned into a rain of light. What was stored within those rains of light was spiritual force. There was some essence that scattered out like a rainbow, nurturing everyone's primordial spirits. Hao acquired a bit, discovering that the effects weren't that great for him. It was because his primordial spirit had already reached the pinnacle, impossible to advance further. If he wanted to improve it, then he had to ascend to immortality. He wouldn't waste this, instead giving it to the people behind him. It truly is shocking. My primordial spirit actually really became a bit stronger. They felt an inconceivable feeling. If this continues, we really might be able to achieve the Tao, break through into the Supreme Being realm. Kill! It wasn't just Mu Qing, the Crimson Dragon, and others, even the Lightning Spirits, Emperor Butterfly, and Divine Striking Stone rushed out, attacking that ghost ship. This was a great battle. Many creatures appeared from that ancient ship, with 9-headed divine birds, white gold lions, underworld divine hounds, and others among them. There were many different species. Under the assault of these heaven-warping vicious individuals who cultivated over 1,000 years, the ghost ship collapsed, these war spirits all killed. The nurturing of primordial spirit, this type of feeling really is too wonderful, someone said with a sigh. Unfortunately, even though their primordial spirits were shining, sparkling, and translucent, they still couldn't ascend to the Supreme Being level. This type of vicious spirit only attacked those who invaded. Whenever creatures encountered them, if their strength wasn't great enough, they would inevitably fall. This was especially the case this time. There were actually two Supreme Being level war spirits present among them. If not for Hao being here, they would have most likely been completely annihilated here. After passing through ruined ancient realms one after another, they entered 5 Elements continent. This place had the extraordinary 5 Elements reversal formation, hiding a heavenly seed. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain. Hao didn't consider this place, instead continuing forward. There was a place that had a mysterious precious tree, which was also a perfect seed. Back then, Hao saw it with his own eyes. However, there was a creature guarding it, so he couldn't bring it away back then. They finally arrived. This was a wondrous land, not quite the same as the other ruined ancient lands. There were many plants here, the flowers, fruits, all Tao laws. They could all be considered Tao seeds. Hao only had one target, precisely the all Tao tree. After so many years have passed, I wonder if it is still there or not. Back then, it still hadn't completely matured. Now it should be complete, right? Hao came to this type of conclusion. Along the way, they saw many trees, on them different fruits, great Tao fragments contained within. This place really is extraordinary. Even if we cannot obtain a perfect seed, if we cultivate here, eat these fruits, the benefits will still be astonishing. The Crimson Dragon said with a sigh. This was the ideal cultivation land. Unfortunately, they couldn't stop over here long term. This place was full of unknowns, all types of unpredictable changes. If they cultivated here for several decades, they might provoke some great trouble. You are already unmatched in the mortal Dao domain. Don't tell me there will still be problems if we stay here? The heavenly horned ant asked. There is an ancient person who is most likely a true immortal here, Hao said with a sigh. In the past, the reason why they backed off, unable to bring away the all-Dao tree, was precisely because there was a terrifying creature guarding it. Along the way, they didn't stop. Since they knew that this place had an unmatched Dao seed, they naturally had to take a look for themselves. To the far west, on a floating island. In the surroundings, lightning flashed and thunder rolled. Great void cracks extended, continuously interweaving. Normal people couldn't ascend this island at all. Hao took action, riding the warship directly to the floating island. Great Yin energy pervaded the air, great Yang flame essence surging. Yin and Yang roiled, divine laws erupting. There was an expanse of brilliant light here, extremely divine and peaceful. Of course, there was also thunder rumbling, carrying an aura of destruction. At the center of the island was a tree, hibernating like a dragon, winding about. Its trunk was upright and strong, branches moving about, leaves fluttering, surging with boundless divine multicolored light. The tree's branches were densely packed, having exactly 10,000 fruits. This tree was an unmatched Dao seed to begin with, able to take root within the body, in the flesh, allowing one to comprehend the 10,000 Daos of the world. Sooner or later, it would be able to bring one to the true immortal realm. In its surroundings, lightning flickered about. There were lightning pools that rose and fell one after another. This scene was extremely horrifying, one of the most precious seeds in the present world, comparable to the world tree sapling. There is someone here. The heavenly horned ant was stunned. He saw another person in the distance, standing on a great ship, staring at the all-Dao tree. Those people clearly saw Hao's group as well. All of them couldn't help but become shocked. Immortal domains people, Chao Yuxing said quietly. It was because that ancient ship had immortal domains imprints engraved on it. Were there any old friends here? Even Hao's expression changed slightly, looking towards that ancient ship. The purple golden warship released strand after strand of immortal energy, clearly astonishing. It stopped over the center of the island, not that far from the all-Dao tree, only the lightning pools separating them. There were men and women on the ship, quite a few among them were extremely young. The men were heroic in appearance, women beautiful, every one of them swirling with white mist, style exceptional. These people weren't simple at all, surrounded by immortal energy. Is this real or fake? They all cultivated that much immortal energy? Zhong's jaw dropped, crying out in shock. It's released by the purple golden warship. That ship is extremely shocking, Mu Qing said. That was most likely an immortal artifact. These people came from immortal domain because the imprints on that ship were extremely clear. Back then, when they faced the creatures of darkness, Immortal Domain's war banner had precisely this type of imprints. Who are you all? On the ship, a middle-aged man looked over. It was as if golden lightning flickered through his eyes, tearing through the void as he looked at their side. Batian, the divine striking stone shouted out, announcing its own name like this. On the other side, a group of people revealed strange expressions. What kind of name was this? It was so tacky and inelegant. Even Shizhong, Zhulin, Emperor Butterfly, and the others felt embarrassed for the stone, feeling like it really gave them a bad reputation. Heh. This is somewhat amusing. That middle-aged man looked at the divine striking stone, carrying a faint smile. Hao's eyes were like lightning, sweeping over those people. He didn't see anyone familiar. Was this a trip to temper immortal domains creatures? In that instant, both sides looked at each other, sizing each other up. Hao revealed a strange expression. There were supreme beings on the other side, moreover not just one, actually two. Those youngsters' strength ranged from heavenly deity realm to self-release realm. They came for the all-Dao tree after all. Was it to be given to someone among them? One had to understand that this tree was extraordinary, really exceptional. It was an unmatched precious seed the creatures of this world yearned for in their dreams. You all are the creatures of the 9 heavens, 10 earths? The middle-aged man on the other side asked. He was one of the 2 supreme beings. Indeed. Are you all from Immortal domain? Mu Qing spoke up. During this process, Shihao stood with Yun Shi, remaining calm and silent, only watching those people. He immediately thought about many people. 10 Crown King entered Immortal domain. The dual-pupiled Shi also went inside. There was also Qing Yi. Shihao released a light sigh. Correct. We are the people ruled by Ouching Immortal King, the middle-aged man said. Even though Shihao stood at the absolute peak, he was still shocked. This wasn't the first time he heard the name of this Immortal King, because he was just too famous. Ouching Immortal King was one of the most ancient Immortal Kings, coexisting with the world. He was one of the most powerful experts of Immortal domain, someone who overlooked the long river of time, high up above. In the past, the so-called Immortal domain young Great One who sent people to Void God realm in search of the darkness creature. That so-called young Great One was precisely Ouching Immortal King's direct descendant. This Ouching Immortal King had lived for just too long. His magical force boundless, immortal might unmatched. He had previously even killed undying kings. In the past, during Immortal Ancient's last phase, the other side achieved a great victory, but could only helplessly withdraw in the end. This was precisely because Immortal domain sent out troops. The ones on the other side were rather satisfied with Shihao, Mu Qing, and the others' appearances. It was because they were all shocked. Who wouldn't revere Ouching Immortal King? Having this type of reaction was normal. You all can leave. The All-Dao tree is the Dao seed Ouching Immortal King's direct descendant needs. The middle-aged man said. Shihao's expression became calm. Meanwhile, Zhu Lin, Shi Zhong, Chao Yuxing, and the others were shocked. This was but one of the world's most powerful immortal kings. They actually ended up encountering his descendant. Even if it was Immortal domain, when facing the cultivationless age, they still felt incomparable fear. They quickly closed the gateway between the 2 realms out of fear of it extending into Immortal domain, triggering a great change there. If not for this, they wouldn't have withdrawn at all. Right, normally speaking, no one is willing to enter this realm. However, there are some divine fruits that have matured, so there is a need to take the risk to pick them. The middle-aged man said. He pointed at the All-Dao tree, his eyes landing on that tree. Be more careful. Since we haven't reached the true Immortal domain, we can still go in and out once or twice. The middle-aged man then said. The 2 great supreme beings led the way, protecting a large group of youngsters. No wonder there weren't any true immortals, it was actually because there were restrictions. If a true immortal descended, it would immediately cause a reaction in this place, bringing about huge changes. The cultivationless age's corrosion would extend, possibly rush into Immortal domain, causing a disaster. Of course, there were immortal kings overseeing that place, so it wasn't like they couldn't get rid of the calamity. However, a price still had to be paid. Normally speaking, immortal kings wouldn't randomly take action. On the other side, within the young men and women, there was a woman with umber-curved brows, her large eyes intelligent, good looks outstanding. She was currently sizing up Mu Qing and the others, carrying confidence. She suddenly spoke up. Since you all are the people of the 9 heavens 10 earths, have you heard of Huang? Mu Qing and the others were stunned. Who was she? She was actually looking for Huang. Shihao looked towards her. This woman was extremely beautiful, but she was a bit overconfident, carrying a bit of haughtiness. Her age wasn't great, yet she had a bit of a feeling of being proud of her age and experience. I have heard of him before. Why are you looking for Huang? Shihao asked. Someone wants me to send a message to Huang in his place. This is why I came into this realm with Ouching Immortal King's descendants. This yellow-clothed woman spoke with a sharp and clear voice, her eyes brilliant. I am precisely Huang, you can speak, Shihao said. An uproar immediately erupted on the other side. There were clearly people who heard his name before. Even the 2 great supreme beings revealed surprised expressions. Meanwhile, that yellow-clothed woman was even more shocked. She stared at him. In the end, she moved her feet, walking towards the side. She said quietly, let's please talk on the side. Hao remained expressionless, following her. My master is Qing Yi, also called Yuchan. I am her disciple Luo Lin. The yellow-clothed woman Luo Lin said, directly stating her origins. Hao's expression now changed, never expecting her to actually be Qing Yi's disciple. However, her talent really was quite extraordinary. He could sense her confidence. Even when facing him, she still had a type of arrogance. It has been many years. My master wanted me to carry a message in her place. Ask about an old friend. Luo Lin said, her eyes moving. When she spoke up to hear, she stopped. And? Hao asked. Also, my master wishes to follow Ouching Immortal King's direct descendant. Become Dao companions with the young Great One. Luo Lin's large eyes shone. Speaking like this. These are the words Qing Yi wanted you to tell me? Hao looked at her. They are. Luo Lin raised her head, her tone arrogant and resolute. Hao turned around to leave, no longer paying her any attention. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that you don't want to say anything at all? Don't you think you should offer my master some blessings? Luo Lin was discontent, shouting from the back. Hao turned around, coldly looking at her and saying, no matter how heartless Qing Yi is, she wouldn't have you deliver a message like this. Deceiving your master and belittling your ancestors like this. Are you not scared that I'll kill you right here? What deceiving master, belittling ancestors? You are completely unreasonable. If you still cherish your friends, you ought to bless my master. Luo Lin said. Hao's face sunk, wisps of supreme being aura immediately circulating. Even this heaven and earth shook. This woman's face immediately turned pale, her entire body shaking, feeling as if doomsday was descending. This pressure was hard for her to take, immediately falling weak onto the ground, shuddering all over. You? She was shocked and alarmed. In this realm, she was actually dealt with like this. At the same time, she was panicking. Huang was actually this powerful, feeling as if he was even more terrifying than immortal domain's supreme beings. I am very close to your master, your senior. Before me, you are still putting on airs, full of arrogance, even wishing to deceive me. If not for giving your master face, I would have killed you with a single strike. Hao said coldly. My master really is a perfect pair with Ouching Immortal King's descendant. A match made in heaven? You? Do you not want this to happen? Luo Lin clenched her teeth, bracing herself and saying this. Moreover, she added, if I were you, I would help others achieve happiness. Dao friend, bullying those weaker than you like this isn't too good, right? On the other side, that middle-aged supreme being spoke, his expression a bit cold. Out of respect for my relationship with your master, I won't bicker too much with you. Hao turned around, no longer paying her any attention, restraining his supreme being aura. Master, what is it? What did that woman say? The Crimson Dragon asked. It was because the two of them communicated with spiritual senses. Others couldn't hear it. The disciple of an old friend. Hao shook his head. Huang, you are going too far. Luo Li stood up, a bit resentful. She came from immortal domain, even if her cultivation wasn't up to par with Huang. Being suppressed to the point where she was shaking all over still left her feeling humiliated. Since you are really my master's old friend's disciple, why don't you respect him? The Crimson Dragon shouted. In the past, he really wasn't willing to acknowledge this cheap master of his, but he gradually changed these years, long acknowledging him. You are Huang's disciple? Luo Lin was surprised, looking at the Crimson Dragon. Daring, you dare act with disrespect again? Directly calling my master's name. Do you think that just because you are from immortal domain, you can strut around arrogantly? The Crimson Dragon berated. Humph, we are indeed stronger than your realm. Luo Lin said, carrying arrogance. My master won't lower himself to your level, so I'll teach you a lesson in his stead. How fiery was the Crimson Dragon's temper. In the past, he always bickered with his master. He naturally didn't have any good expression to show this woman. You think I'm scared of you? You are Huang's disciple, so I'll just fight against you today. Luo Lin laughed coldly, directly taking the initiative to attack. Divine light erupted, great Tao patterns appearing densely. She rushed over like a streak of lightning, fighting a great battle against the Crimson Dragon. She was indeed extremely strong, but she unfortunately faced the Crimson Dragon. After exchanging several dozen moves, a strike of phoenix wings smacked her until she coughed out blood, flying outwards. You? Luo Lin was shocked, finding this hard to accept. I originally thought that you could at least take a beating, truly overestimating your capabilities. The Crimson Dragon said coldly. On the side, the divine striking stone, Shizhong and others even more so roared with laughter. Friend, you are going too far. The other side were all ouching Immortal King's descendants. Someone stood out, walking this way, wishing to face the Crimson Dragon, bring back some face for their side. Come, come, come. Which one of you can't accept this? This Grandpa Sherbatian is right here. The ones who walked over were at self-release realm, their appearances extremely young. With a sneer, he directly took action. This time, the battle ended even faster. The divine striking stone turned into a streak of flowing light, smashing over. It was already pretty much a supreme treasure. How could a normal person stop it? Pong! It turned into a massive rock, smashing down on that person's back. He was directly knocked flying, blood spurting out from his mouth and nose. Too weak. The divine striking stone shot out a look of disdain. Brazen. In that group, someone else stood out, one of the best of ouching Immortal King's descendants. His movements were powerful, pressing forward. Heh, we can exchange some pointers. Mu Qing walked out. Hong. A great battle erupted. However, in the end, after less than 100 moves later, Mu Qing used thunder, almost killing that person. His entire body was scorched black, tumbling out. Thus, everyone on the other side was stunned. They were both at the self-release realm, yet the people from the 9 heavens 10 earths were this valiant. One had to understand that they were the descendants of an immortal king, yet they actually suffered a great defeat. If you can't accept this, then just come. Shizhong stepped out. I will fight you, someone shouted. In the end, 3 people immediately rushed out, all of them wishing to size up the cultivators of this realm. Before Shizhong took action, the Emperor Butterfly fluttered its wings, flying outwards. Then, with a powerful shake of its wings, the heavens split and earth collapsed. The 3 experts' bodies shook, entire bodies bursting with blood as they flew out. If you can't accept this, then come. Zhu Lin stepped out. At the same time, the Golden Lion, 3 lightning spirits and Shizhong also fought to be first, each more surging with war spirit than the last. There was even the heavenly horned ant holding up the rear. On the other side, everyone became completely speechless, truly stunned. Why were these people so strong? These Immortal King descendants actually all suffered defeat, not their match. Luo Lin was stunned, in complete disbelief. She indeed looked down on the creatures of this realm, but what she saw completely toppled what she knew. Even though she knew that her master's close friend was a heaven-warping figure, when she saw it with her own eyes, it still left her scared stiff. The disciples that person chose were too terrifying. She believed that these self-release realm individuals were all Hao's disciples. However, this wasn't entirely wrong either. These people were taught precisely by Hao. Immortal Domains people were a bit stupefied. Why did it seem like everything was flipped over? On the other side, those creatures were looking down on them, as if they saw some prey they liked. They were the descendants of ouching Immortal King, yet they were shown contempt, not attached any importance to. In their eyes, this was just some shoddy army. From a rock to a butterfly, then a lion, even an ant, what kind of combination was this? Yet they were actually suppressed. However, they just couldn't accept this, continuously sending out experts, but they were all knocked down immediately, not a match. This made these people's faces scalding hot, feeling like they had no face left. Hey, are you all convinced now? If not, then just come at me all together. I, Sherbatian, will take you all on. The divine striking stone challenged, rolling its eyes as it shouted. This was definitely an expert at provoking people, This was its natural disposition. You? Sure enough, a group of youngsters had ugly expressions, all of them tightening their fists. Some people couldn't help but want to rush out. The middle-aged supreme being in the lead released a snort, stopping those people. If they really rushed out and were knocked down by that rock, then it would only be even more shameful. Our 4 brothers will fight with you all. You all can send over as many as you want. For people walked over from the other side, their appearances the same, quadruplets. Pong! Chao Yuxing, who was hiding in the back, not willing to take action, was kicked out by the heavenly horned ant motherfucking. Who kicked me? I didn't choose to step out. Chao Yuxing screamed. Immortal Domain's cultivators immediately snickered. They finally encountered a more normal one. If they were all freaks, then that would really be crazy. You want to fight against us? Those 4 sneered. At the same time, they quickly moved, surrounding Chao Yuxing, the 4 of them like one unit. Wait. If you have something to say, we can talk it out. Fatty Chao shouted. It's too late. The 4 brothers laughed coldly. They stepped out precisely to earn back face they could only win. How could they let this go? Chi. However, when they moved, this harmless Fatty Chao suddenly acted out, even faster than them. The symbols within his body interweaved, sword energy rushing out endlessly. Third killing formation. This was the formation within Fatty Chao's body, engraved in his flesh and bones. Using his body as the medium, this was the path he walked. It was too sudden, extending from his body. Great formation symbols covered everything densely. In that instant, the heavens above and earth below were covered. Chaotic mist surged, sword energy overflowing. Pooh! The 4 brothers were all struck, every one of them penetrated by the sword energy. If not for their reactions being fast enough, quickly withdrawing, the consequences would be unimaginable. Pong! The 4 of them fell, their entire bodies bloody, the injuries horrifying, all inflicted by sword energy. If it was anyone else, they would have definitely been killed. Everyone became speechless. This damn fatty was clearly strong, having such a shocking formation engraved in his body. Yet he cowered like this, pretending to be a pig to eat tigers, ambushing them. Even Mu Qing, Zhu Lin and the others were looking at Chao Yuxing, their expressions strange. This fatty really wasn't some good thing. Sure Hao was also a bit speechless. This fatty could clearly win, yet he was so shameless, making this victory not seem all that brilliant now. Despicable, shameless, scoundrel, lowly person. The 4 of them cursed out loudly. Everyone saw the problem. Their black hair fell out, stained in blood, revealing female bodies. These were 4 young ladies, now revealing their original appearances. No wonder they continuously swore. This fatty actually sneak attacked 4 beauties. You guys should have told me earlier, I would have definitely showed my tender, protective side. They call me Flower Prince around here. Chao Yuxing put on airs there. Damn fatty! The 4 young ladies wanted to spit on him. Chao Yuxing had a completely serious expression on his face. He walked over with large steps, wishing to support them. Better to squash enmity rather than keep it alive. The 4 young ladies were furious. This damn fatty wanted to take advantage of them. On the other side, Immortal Domain's people were speechless. This fatty really wasn't honest. If you have the skill, then just directly fight, yet he instead acted so vulgar. Fatty Chao withdrew in dejection since he provoked public anger. Quite a few youngsters from Immortal Domain walked up, glaring at him, making him not dare support them. Ouching's descendants felt like they really didn't have any face left. One had to understand that just now they continuously fought many rounds, but they all lost. Forget it! That middle-aged supreme being spoke, stopping Ouching family's youngsters from fighting. This time they already lost too much face. If news of this got back to Immortal Domain, it would definitely trigger an uproar. These younger generation were actually this unsightly, all of them suffering a great defeat. Of course, they weren't that worried. After all, the most powerful inheritors from the clan weren't here. All of them in Immortal Domain, each guarding a side, overlooking their generation. This was especially the case with their young Great One. even more so obtaining the Immortal King's true teachings. He possessed extraordinary magical force, able to look down on all of his peers. Today, they also had a good young successor with them, the younger brother of Ouching family's young Great One. He was still young, at the heavenly deity realm, needing a perfect Tao seed to merge with. That youngster's talent was exceptional, having his brother's style from 1,000 years ago. In the future, he would definitely be glorious and unmatched. It was just that he hadn't grown up yet right now, still far from the self-release realm, so he couldn't fight now. Tao friend, how about the two of us exchanges some pointers? The middle-aged supreme being spoke, walking forward. That's fine, Sure Hao said, his words extremely simple. Hong. The middle-aged supreme being took action, condensing a supreme being magical imprint, smashing towards Sure Hao, the power truly horrifying. However, Sure Hao didn't evade it, moving powerfully. He reached out a large hand just like that, covering heaven and earth, suppressing forward, covering this middle-aged supreme being. In many people's eyes, he was underestimating his opponent a bit, actually this carefree. Normally speaking, it was something only individuals who were much stronger would do. However, this middle-aged supreme being's eyes became ice-cold. His magical projection filled heaven and earth, body about to be as high as the sky, attacking Sure Hao ferociously. However, he was stuck in a predicament. His body stopped. The large hand in the sky descended, forcing his magical projection to shrink, crushed to the ground just like that. He couldn't move at all. Even the imprint he displayed became dim and lightless, losing its supreme being might. Everyone became speechless, watching this scene in shock. Sure Hao only used a large hand, yet he was crushed to the ground like that, as if a giant dragon was intimidating walking beasts. Chi. Divine light flickered. The other individual took action out of fear that Sure Hao would act viciously, decisively slaughtering his way over, using the most powerful precious technique he grasped. However, Sure Hao's movements were simple and direct, reaching out another large hand. With a honglong noise like déjà vu, this person was suppressed once more, unable to move at all. Everyone was horrified. Just what kind of methods were these? This was just a single person, yet he easily subdued two great supreme beings. Qing Yi's disciple Luo Lin's mouth was agape, completely stupefied. For the first time, she understood just how terrifying the one her master spoke about was. He was in an impoverished ancient realm, yet still had such divine abilities, intimidating immortal domains people. This was just too simple. Luo Lin was completely alarmed. The other party took action just like that, no one able to do anything. The two great supreme beings couldn't exert any force, unable to budge an inch. Their group all became horrified, worried that Sure Hao would unleash a great slaughter. The atmosphere here immediately became tense. If Sure Hao really took action, they would undoubtedly die, so all these people were apprehensive. When facing such a powerful supreme being, they couldn't even stop that person's finger. However, what was unexpected was that Sure Hao withdrew his hands, letting the two supreme beings go. Ouching family's two supreme beings had complicated emotions. Apart from true immortals, after all these years, who in the mortal domain could subdue them like this? The youngster before them was too terrifying. Just a single hand could subdue a supreme being, having unrivaled power within the mortal Tao. Many thanks to Tao friend for being lenient. They both cupped their hands. Just now, it really was too dangerous. If the youngster exerted a bit more force, they would have directly been crushed. In the following struggle over the Tao seed, I won't show mercy, Sure Hao said. The two's expressions immediately changed. They came precisely for the all-Tao tree, so how could they give it up? Otherwise, how were they going to explain things when they returned? Tao friend. This is a Tao seed my clan's Ouching Immortal King has raised. It has long been arranged for. One of the supreme beings said. An innate all-Tao tree, who can raise it? It will be seized based on ability. Sure Hao's expression was cold. Both sides confronted each other, the atmosphere immediately becoming tense. Go and ask that senior who exactly it was that planted this all-Tao tree. Sure Hao spoke again. At the center of the floating island, a precious tree shone, winding about like a true dragon. Its old bark was cracked, 10,000 fruits on its branches. Meanwhile, another person was seated under the tree. His hair was disheveled, body covered in rusted chains, should be some type of immortal gold, pierced through his shoulder blade, locking him down there. This strange person's body was withered and dried up, eyes closed, not moving at all, as if he had already passed away. However, Xianxia knew that he was still alive. It was because when he wanted to seize the All-Dao tree 1,000 years ago, this person revived, saying that this was something that had an owner already. "Senior, please wake up. We are Ouching Immortal King's descendants. We came here precisely for the world-shocking Dao seed." A middle-aged supreme being spoke. Sure enough, this person really opened his eyes, coming alive. His eyes were dim, lacking radiance. His entire body locked here for countless years, clearly suppressed. It seems like the other bloodline failed, not Ouching's match. Otherwise, the All-Dao tree would belong to their lineage. This person's voice was hoarse, speaking like this. He had waited for an endless amount of time, suppressed here precisely to guard this tree. When it matured, someone would come to take it. Ouching Immortal King is unmatched under the sky. From past to present, not many can contend against him. That supreme being said. However, this is indeed not Ouching's, but another Immortal King's, originally left for his descendant. It seems like that bloodline has most likely been cut short. This mysterious person sighed. This elder suddenly raised his head. All of the rusted chains on his body rustled with noise. He stared at Xianxia. "I never expected that despite being at such a young age, you already became unmatched in mortal Dao. I have seen you before. This can be considered a type of destiny. It's yours." When he spoke up to hear, the iron chains on his body released a kacha noise, breaking. Then, a type of transformation happened. He stood up, while the All-Dao tree was uprooted, flying towards Xianxia. This left everyone stunned. It was too sudden. Xianxia didn't even struggle with Ouching's descendants. Yet the All-Dao tree was gifted to him. "I already fulfilled my promise. Guarded this tree until it has matured. It is time to go back." Right at this time, this disheveled eccentric's entire body went rigid, sitting down again, starting to petrify. In the end, he turned into a stone statue, lacking all life aura, about to completely dry up. He was going to die just like this? "I gift you the All-Dao tree. Bury me to return the karma." That stone statue's head shone, extremely weak, saying it like this. "Senior, you are?" Xianxia was shocked. "I should have left this world a long time ago, forcefully holding on until today. My body and Dao are destined to disappear. I only hope that after endless generations, the stone core I have turned to can gain intelligence, obtained life once more." His voice became weak. Was this even possible? Only, at that time, the stone core will no longer be me, and can be considered a creature naturally nurtured by the world. I only hope that there really is reincarnation, that he can remember the things of the past one day. He said it like this. Xianxia became silent. If there was a choice, this person definitely wouldn't be like this, placing his hopes on future reincarnation. That was simply already no hope, too fleeting. In the ancient times, occasionally, there were innate stone cores that appeared, turning into living creatures. If the greater environment allows for it, they can ascend to immortality. Could it be that it was like this? Chao Yuxing muttered. True innately nurtured human from stone core, even if we don't say that it is impossible, there are limited instances within every set amount of time, definitely not normal. It is naturally the petrification of a great figure from ancient times, gaining sentience after endless time, producing a new primordial spirit, developing life. After saying this, that stone statue's life force was completely severed, the space between his brows no longer shining. A formidable figure of a generation died just like that. He was undoubtedly an immortal Dao figure. As for how strong he was, it was hard to say. In the end, he died just like that, after guarding the All-Dao tree for endless years, all the way until it matured, Only then did his body turn into an ice-cold statue. He entrusted everything to future reincarnation. This really was something fleeting and lamentable, but he didn't have any other choice. It was because back then, he had long suffered a fatal injury. The all-Dao tree shone, floating right in front of Xianxia. Its leaves were simple and unadorned, releasing primal chaos energy, its branches strong, winding about like a young dragon, extending outwards. The Dao fruits were many. This tree flickered continuously. When it shone, it was dazzling like a blazing sun. Yet when it was dark, it was deep and immeasurable like the dark cosmos. The tree was tangible, but the fruits were formed from the Dao. This type of tree really was priceless, not something that could be exchanged for no matter what was offered. A carrier of great Dao, naturally gathering the heavens' 10,000 Dao laws. If it was taken into the body and cultivated in that way, it would be unimaginable. With a schwa sound, the entire tree shrunk, becoming a foot tall. However, it instead became even more simple in appearance. The aura of 10,000 Dao laws descended, flowing like a waterfall. This type of energy, every single strand was different, all of them coming from different fruits. They swirled about, as if over 10,000 stellar Dao streams descended. Dao friend. This is a Dao seed my clan's ouching immortal king left for his descendant. In the distance, that middle-aged supreme being reminded. Xianxia didn't pay this any attention. He gave the stone person a bow, and then picked him up to choose a place to bury him, fulfill the agreement, return the karma. Then, with a pung sound, he grabbed the foot-tall all-Dao tree, feeling the tremendously great Dao force, taking it into his body, silently sensing it. Dao friend, are you going to forcibly fight us over this? The other supreme being spoke, pressing forward. Xianxia turned around, looking at those two great supreme beings, his expression cold. That senior clearly said that the all-Dao tree does not belong to ouching immortal king. It has no karma with your clan. Now that it has been gifted to me, who dares fight me over this? He glared out, releasing killing intent. The other side immediately shivered. The two great supreme beings hurriedly displaying power, releasing divine radiance to protect their youngsters. They felt a bit helpless. If they really took action, all of them together wouldn't be enough to defeat this youngster. Even though they had heard about him, when they truly faced him now, they were still shocked. This was the withered and dried up 9 heavens 10 earths, completely impoverished, even the great Dao deficient. Yet there was such a terrifying young creature here. Worthy of being Huang, someone who previously killed the other side's emperor clans, known to be unmatched in his generation. As expected, even in immortal domain, there is an acknowledged place for you. That middle-aged supreme being said. The other person became silent. There was no need to doubt it. He long saw that Huang was entirely different. The heaven-warping figures from an immortal king family might not necessarily be comparable to him. Dao friend, are you willing to part with it? We are willing to pay a price to exchange for it. They both carried a negotiating tone. I cannot. I have a great use for it. Xianxia firmly rejected. Qing Yi's disciple Luo Lin spoke, her yellow clothes fluttering about. You've already become a supreme being. Why are you still not willing to let it go? Even if you merge with it, the effects won't be that great anymore. Why are you still so stubborn? Ao Kuan needs to merge with it. In the future, if he has any achievements, he definitely won't forget your kindness. She pointed at a youngster to the side, precisely the one everyone protected. His name was Ao Kuan, also the focal point of this trip. Even though he was only at the heavenly deity realm, he had heaven-warping talent, known to be the Qilin child of Ouching family. Ao Kuan's talent was too high, now sweeping through all of his peers. Even though he was still young, his name already shook one side of immortal domain, unmatched in heavenly deity realm. I also have disciples, they need it more. Xianxia replied indifferently. Huang, you really don't understand how to be flexible. Ao Kuan will become an immortal king in the future. If he succeeds, once he thinks about the past, will he forget about what you did? He will definitely protect you, Luo Lin said. Xianxia coldly swept her a look, the void rumbling with noise, universe cracking apart, the scene terrifying. Even the stars began to tremble lightly, about to fall. He needed the protection of a younger generation in the future? This was truly a joke. Luo Lin's face immediately fell, her body shaking, almost falling to the ground again. Sure Hao didn't say anything, but the others wouldn't remain silent. Mu Qing walked up, pointing at her. Do you want to die? Just this sentence alone made the expressions of everyone on the other side change. Lowly servant girl, my master cherishes his friendship with your master, not willing to harm Martial Aunt Qing Yi's disciple. Yet you repeatedly speak with disrespect. If you want to die, then I'll help you accomplish your aim. The Crimson Dragon directly moved, rushing out, pressing forward and saying, living off one person while secretly helping another. Even though you are Martial Aunt Qing Yi's disciple, you are repeatedly partial to Ouching family. I will discipline you in Martial Aunt Qing Yi's place. The Crimson Dragon's nature was fiery, directly taking action. You? Luo Lin felt humiliated and resentful. She quickly retaliated, but they had already fought before, not the Crimson Dragon's match. Pooh! In the end, she was smacked into the ground by the Crimson Dragon. A true dragon moved its tail, smashing her body until her bones broke and tendons snapped, unable to move at all. Ao Kuan supported her. Luo Lin was so angry her entire body was shaking. Even though she knew that these people before her were extraordinary, she was naturally arrogant, looking down on the creatures of this realm, feeling like Immortal Domain was high up above. Stopping Ao Kuan's prospects like this, his brother Aogon won't let you all go. The Aogon Luo Lin spoke of was precisely the so-called Young Great One, the one known as one of Immortal Domain's most powerful outstanding talent. Ever since he emerged into the world, even in the massive Immortal Domain, the number of opponents who could face him was only 2 or 3, all of them the descendants of immortal kings. At the same time, this was also the best candidate Luo Lin hoped her master Qing Yi could become Dao companions with. Towards these words of threat, Sure Hao felt like it was beneath him to say anything. What Ao gone, if he came, then he would just kill him. Even though he didn't achieve immortality yet, his eyes were set on immortal kings. The so-called same generation, younger creatures were no longer targets that he considered. What a joke. Ao gone. Never heard of him. If he really comes one day, I'll just take him out in my master's place. The Crimson Dragon said. Someone like that will face him. Mu Qing was also extremely direct. Luo Lin found this hard to believe, completely stupefied. She thought these people were crazy, actually looking down on Aogon, not scared of an immortal king descendant. This truly was extremely daring. You all. Luo Lin was tongue-tied and speechless. Forget it. Since Dao friend isn't willing, we won't force it either. One of the supreme beings spoke up. He was scared of angering Sure Hao and provoking a great disaster. The reason I came here is also because I want to pass on a message from my master. After 100 years, Immortal Domain will hold a distinguished meeting. My master Qing Yi has always been trying to find a way to bring you in to participate. Luo Lin said. Previously, she didn't want to pass this on, carrying selfish intentions, but now, she really did hope Sure Hao would go inside, see Immortal Domain's terror for himself, see just how formidable the most powerful heroes there were, for someone to suppress him. Sure Hao swept her an indifferent look. How could he not understand what she was thinking? If she wasn't Qing Yi's disciple, he would have long slapped her to death. Indeed, after 100 years, Immortal Domain will hold a distinguished meeting. Even though the two realms are already separated, we can still accommodate 1 or 2 who are not immortal Dao creatures. Guide them in. That middle-aged supreme being said. This could also be considered a type of invitation. In the back, the heavenly horned ant, Chao Yuxing, Mu Qing, and others' expressions changed. Who has the qualifications to enter Immortal Domain during the cultivationless age? If you really want to enter, let me think about it for a bit. If you are too weak, then you can forget about it. Right at this time, an aged voice suddenly sounded from the void. Then, a hazy figure appeared, wrapping around a creature. This was an elder with white hair and white beard, carrying an aloof and transcendent bearing. However, his gaze was icy cold, releasing immortal energy. currently staring at Sure Hao. There were great Dao chains on his body one after another, binding him in place, displaying an immortal Dao aura. Old ancestor Ao Ling. Many people cried out in alarm. Even the two supreme beings were shocked. This was a true immortal from their clan. He actually appeared. Old ancestor, how were you able to come into the lower realms? Many people were shocked. Now, the 9 heavens 10 earths had already entered a cultivationless age. True immortals couldn't move randomly, or else they would provoke terrible consequences. It's fine as long as I am a bit careful. Didn't I bind myself with great Dao laws? Ao Ling said indifferently. The clansmen are aware that there is a monster here that guards the all-Dao tree. They were scared that his temper would be foul and hard like rocks in a latrine pit. Didn't feel at ease, so I secretly followed you all. Ao Ling added. From start until now, his eyes were always on Sure Hao's body. Right now, he coldly said, just hand over that all-Dao tree. It doesn't belong to you. Who would have thought that an immortal Dao expert would descend, always hiding in the dark? This made the heavenly horned ant, Chao Yuxing, Zhu Lin, and others all feel worry. Even the divine striking stone became obedient. Right now, it was extremely dangerous. It is mine. Sure Hao only spoke these 3 words. Heh! Could it be that you want me to take action? Even if I am bound by great Dao chains, it isn't something a supreme being can face. If you don't want to die, then hurry and offer it up. Ao Ling said coldly. Come and give it a try then. Sure Hao's eyes widened, surging with battle intent. He even killed ruined immortals, so when he faced this bound true immortal, he still didn't feel any fear. Overestimating your capabilities. Just a lower realms brat. Yet you dare show an immortal king family disrespect. This old ancestor is going to capture you. Ao Ling said coldly. He reached out a great hand, grabbing forward. Hong! Sure Hao directly took action, not evading. The world immediately collapsed, ghosts weeping and deities howling, making even the universe erupt. His left hand erupted with endless golden radiance, drowning the world grave's boundless region. Divine force unmatched, striking outwards. Pong! It was hard for outsiders to imagine just how terrifying this strike was. With a pew noise, Ao Ling's arm immediately snapped. Moreover, half of his body began to crack apart, flowing with blood. Then, it exploded, turning into a blast of mist. Luo Lin and the others were completely stunned, simply refusing to believe what they were seeing. So this was Huang. This was too sudden, completely different from what everyone thought would happen. They were petrified, stupefied, like wooden sculptures not moving at all. Dismal and brilliant blood gushed out. Ao Ling released a low roar. Ah! He staggered backwards, his entire right arm disappearing, struck by a golden palm until his bones broke and tendons snapped, becoming a lump of bloody mist. Meanwhile, the right side of his body was even cracking, a large portion of it exploding. He suffered a disaster here, his entire body almost breaking down. Seriously injured. When had he ever suffered so greatly before? His name was Ao Ling, someone from an immortal king family, a true immortal expert. Normally, how many people dared act against him? In this world, this dried-up, impoverished old land where immortal ascension wasn't possible, he was almost killed by someone. Just how terrifying of a thing was this? Even now, Ao Ling didn't dare believe that he actually lost. After a light shout, his entire body shone, bloody mist surging, wrapping around him. He quickly recovered. As a true immortal, his vitality was powerful beyond compare. Even if there was only a shred of life force left, he could still be reborn. His foundation wasn't injured, his sea of consciousness unharmed, so he immediately treated his injuries. Immortal blood surged, his flesh releasing pa noises, quickly reassembling. Younger generation. Ao Ling released a berating shout. He took action again, his body like thunder, too fierce. When he raised his hand, it was as if stellar streams swirled about his palm and fingers, about to pierce through the great world. When he moved, clusters of stars trembled. Hong! Ao Ling towered between heaven and earth. A palm descended, changing the wind and clouds, time fragments dancing about. He was like a war god that walked over from the distant past, carrying an incomparable aura. However, when faced with this strike, even if stars fell, the universe exploding, Xianxia still remained calm. It was still that palm that struck out, moving forward fiercely. Pong! In the void, a muffled groan sounded. It was as if the primal chaos exploded, as if heaven and earth were being opened, the power too great. Ao Ling's eyes were widened. His arm was in intense pain, a roar sounding. His entire body trembled, because that arm couldn't take it, his bones and flesh becoming rotten again. That arm was crushed until it exploded, turning into a blast of bloody mist. Moreover, his body was covered in cracks, continuously splitting apart, almost breaking down completely. Blood surged, dyeing this place scarlet red. A glorious true immortal took action twice, yet was seriously injured both times. How could this be endured? This was especially the case when it was done by a lower realm younger creature, someone who he had looked down on, not even a true immortal. However, he was just that dauntless, making him suffer. Even though Ao Ling had cultivated for an extremely long amount of time, his skin extremely thick, right now it was still burning fiercely. This was too shameful. He had never felt so humiliated. Pai Li Pala. His bones released noises, body continuously backing up, unable to endure the tremendous force. Not long ago, he was still saying that if Huang wanted to enter immortal domain, then he should consider it first, but now this youngster directly responded forcefully. With just 2 palms, he was smacked until he lost his temper. You achieved immortality? No, your arm. Ao Ling's voice was shaking slightly. He stared at Xianxia's golden palm, his eyes contracting. Right now, everyone was stunned. Who dared believe this kind of result? Ouching family's people were stupefied. Was this real? They all doubted, feeling as if this was fake. It wasn't realistic at all. Ancestor Ao Ling, a true immortal, appeared, making all of them overjoyed, feeling like the All-Dao tree was definitely theirs. Everything going to come to an end. Huang unable to display any more might. However, the results were just this shocking. Luo Lin's mouth formed an O shape, as if she saw a ghost, her face covered in disbelief. She felt like this was too shocking, toppling everything she knew. How was this possible? It was utterly inconceivable. She felt like it was too absurd. Right now, she finally understood just how much of a freak the one her master could never forget about was. He was just too valiant, killing immortals with a supreme being body. This man was unrivaled. His cultivation period is only 1,000 years, yet he already has this level of accomplishments. What will even happen in the future? Luo Lin's body was shaking. Right now, she was truly scared. Master is valiant, the Crimson Dragon shouted. Mu Qing, the Lightning Spirits, Zhu Lin, and the others from Stone Village were all shocked as well. Then they cheered. Xianxia's strength made them feel completely at ease. Ao Ling understood that there was something going on with Xianxia's arm. Otherwise, how could a glorious true immortal like him be seriously injured? It wasn't realistic at all. Old ancestor, quell your anger. It isn't that your respected self isn't a match, but rather that you are bound by the great Tao chains, unable to display your true strength. A supreme being advised, finding an excuse for him. Indeed, old ancestor's hands are bound. This isn't your true strength. Another person said. Ao Ling felt suffocated, not saying anything. He truly felt extremely ashamed, but he also knew that he couldn't do anything today. If he continued fighting, he would suffer even more. Xianxia looked at him coldly, not taking action again. It was because he knew that even if he rushed over and killed Ao Ling, there wouldn't be much meaning behind it. This clan had a matchless immortal king who overlooked immortal domain. Killing a true immortal didn't mean much. I do not wish to unleash a slaughter. Do not want to become enemies with your clan, Xianxia calmly said. He seized the advantage, yet he wasn't overbearing, just looking at the other side like this. They immediately became a bit quiet. Ao Ling opened his mouth, staring at Xianxia's left arm, really wanting to ask about it. But in the end, He didn't say anything, feeling like he didn't have the face to pursue this matter. The All-Dao tree is mine. Then Shihao said this. Ao Ling's old face was completely red, almost coughing out blood. Previously, he boldly declared that the precious tree belonged to their clan, having Shihao hand it over, but this was the result in the end. We are leaving. In the end, he didn't dare become hostile, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. Heh! Do you understand the concept of heaven warping and unmatched? In the future, all of us can kill immortals. The divine striking stone acted cockily, as if it won a great battle. Ouching family's people all had ugly expressions. They indeed had nothing to say in return. Even their true immortal ancestor was defeated by Huang. They couldn't deny the other party's heaven-warping prowess even if they wanted to. However, a supreme being instead stopped, saying, "In 100 years, we will send over an invitation. Invite your distinguished self to join Immortal Domain's distinguished meeting." The true immortal didn't give any response when he heard these words, his face expressionless. He got on that purple-golden warship, departing into the sky, quickly leaving this place. The divine striking stone was dumbstruck, feeling like it might have gotten them into trouble. If someone really came from Immortal Domain 100 years later, for sure, how was he supposed to go or not? There might be danger. Go, let's search for the next unmatched seed. Shihao left with his people. They descended on Five Elements continent, the land where Five Elements sealed demons. There was a heavenly seed here. This region swirled with brilliant colors, blazing flames and domineering metallic radiance that rose into the sky and the azure seas. Yellow earth force pervading the air. This time, Shihao didn't waste any time, starting to charge straight in, trying to break the seal. His left hand merged with that golden arm, already sensing its power, able to smash through a true immortal's arm. So he naturally didn't need to feel much worry, quickly attacking. In the past, their strength wasn't enough, so they could only back off. However, there was no need for such worry now. Hong Long Long. In the end, the various seals were undone. The entire mountain shone. Finally, there was only a stone mountain left. Right now, it became sparkling. It was rumored that a certain emperor clan was buried here, becoming material used to nurture that heavenly seed. This seed could be said to be one of the strangest, its origins the most astonishing. There was a precious vase with imprints on it. A faint void figure held a sharp sword, guarding this place. Hong. Shihao attacked the stone mountain, hacking towards the great Tao vase. Body as a seed, someone really succeeded. After a faint sigh, a figure appeared from that stone vase, standing in the void, watching Shihao. There is no need to attack. This heavenly seed will be gifted to you, he actually said. Why? Shihao was shocked. This was originally prepared for those striving in the secular world to begin with, hoping for someone to achieve immortality in the cultivationless age. That vague voice said. Shihao was shaken. He thought back to the past. This indistinct void figure had indeed previously said the word secular world. This did happen. However, this heavenly seed was related to immortal ascension. Did he even still need a seed at his cultivation realm? Shihao felt like this heavenly seed was extremely strange, that it was definitely not ordinary. It is also time that I scatter with the wind. That vague figure dissipated, turning into a rain of light, disappearing from this place. Then that stone mountain broke apart, the great Tao vase shattering. With a honglong noise, it completely collapsed. A fist-sized jar flew out. Within it, a heavenly seed. Apart from this, the stone vase had countless remains inside. These were from a great army and emperor clan from the other side, all of them buried here. It was obtained just like that, different from what Shihao expected. There was no vicious battle to fight. Honglong. At the same time, Five Elements continent was sinking. It was breaking apart, about to collapse. This land of the Five Elements sealing demons, now that the seal is gone, even Five Elements continent is no longer going to exist? Shihao was shocked. Chi. Suddenly, a resplendent divine rainbow rushed out from below Five Elements continent. It was too resplendent, wishing to escape, break free from this place. releasing 5-colored brilliance. That's a seed. Hurry and chase after it. The legends are real. 5 Elements continent has an exceptional Dao seed, the 5 Elements seed. Chao Yuxing shouted loudly. There were always rumors that this place had a perfect 5 Elements Dao seed. Comparatively speaking, the so-called heavenly seed wasn't produced by 5 Elements continent, but rather sealed here. Hao already took action a long time ago. He reached out a golden left palm, grabbing towards the sky dome with a honglong noise, seizing the 5 Elements seed, not letting it escape. He actually obtained 2 seeds here. The heavenly seed was extraordinary, possessing extraordinary significance. We're going. Hao personally controlled the warship, leaving this collapsed land. They used a larger half of a year to search through this world grave, hoping to find 1 or 2 more extreme Dao seeds. Unfortunately, there were only ordinary Dao seeds. Obtaining any more perfect Dao seeds was completely impossible. If there really were that many, then they wouldn't be called unmatched seeds. From the past until now, there were just these few. Being able to obtain these 3 was already extremely heaven-defying. All Dao Tree, Heavenly Seed, both of these touched upon the issue of being prepared in history. Otherwise, why would they have been left behind until now, end up in their hands? They would have long been seized by others. Hao's group left, returning to the outside world. Time hurriedly passed. In the blink of an eye, close to 100 years passed. It was now close to when Immortal Domain's distinguished meeting was going to be held. 100 years, it came just like that, extremely quickly. In the endless years, in this great era, it was also just a hurried instant. However, the people of the mortal world had already experienced life, adulthood, decline, and death. For them, this was a long life. When one died, they would fade away like an extinguished light, unable to leave much behind. Hao came out of his seclusion. He gazed into the distant skies. Perhaps Immortal Domain's gates were going to open, someone coming to send him an invitation. He knew that this wasn't some act of kindness, most likely meant for him to see just what Immortal Domain was like, for their powerful individuals to intimidate him. There might even be a great killing disaster. During these 100 years, he spent most of his time in Imperial Court's giant palace, remaining in the higher realm. Hao was still stopped at the peak of mortal Dao, his Dao skills seemingly not advancing an inch. It was as if he arrived at a plateau, unable to see any rising or falling no matter how far he walked. However, he knew that his cultivation wasn't without benefits. He could sense some type of fine transformation taking place in his body, just that these changes weren't too clear. It was too difficult trying to ascend to immortality during the cultivationless age. According to the suspicions of predecessors, this was impossible. The path ahead was already cut short. If one wished to achieve immortality, there was only one way, which was to break into Immortal Domain, cultivate for an endless amount of time in that world. Then, one day, they will suddenly rise from mortal Dao, become a true immortal. 100 years later, the others' changes were significant. Their vitality became even more vigorous. Mu Qing, the Crimson Dragon. These people's foundations became even more sturdy. After 100 years of tempering, their Dao skills advanced. Unfortunately, they stood at the very peak of self-release realm, but just couldn't take that step into the Supreme Being level. Perhaps they were only a hair off, but they couldn't break through that paper window. If they even took just another small step forward, then it would be a whole new world for them. This wasn't something they could beg for, it was something that couldn't be helped. However, they didn't feel discouraged, all of them cultivating bitterly, forging their bodies, tempering their primordial spirits, making themselves even stronger, becoming more and more perfect. It was because they could sense that during these 100 years, their cultivation skills actually did increase somewhat. This meant that the path was ahead. They could still continue. When could they cross that gate, truly become fish that leapt into the 9 heavens, becoming true dragons? During these 100 years, the 3 perfect Dao seeds were circulated among them. No one cut off their previous foundations. Instead, after serious contemplation, they decided to switch halfway, reforge themselves from the heavenly deity realm. After the Dao seeds were merged, they would continue cultivating, and then in the end they would extract them again, handing them to others. They merely sensed the different scenery along this path. The 3 Tao seeds were still too few in the end. They could only share them. However, these 3 seeds were different, all of them unique. Even after many people continuously used them, there still weren't any problems. The 5 elements seed condensed the essence of 5 elements. The world could be broken down into 5 elements, they were the foundation. When they were used by this group of people, the intrinsic nature of the world was derived. The All-Tao tree was even more strange. This ancient tree was planted in imperial court even without being merged into the body. One could comprehend the Tao with it, cultivate like this. It didn't seem to need to be merged into the body, but was rather able to merge into a sect, an inheritance, prospering with an entire faction. Whenever they cultivated, heaven and earth's great Tao would rumble, descend from all sides. Even the deficient laws of heaven and earth seemed to have been replenished, making them immerse themselves within a boundless Tao sea. The most bizarre one was that heavenly seed. Apart from How, no one was willing to continuously come into contact with it. It was too strange, carrying the war cries of endless men within. Hundreds of soldiers were buried, becoming its nourishment. A great foreign emperor clan was eradicated. One could imagine just how terrifying it was. During these years, How studied it extensively. This thing could allow him to achieve immortality in the cultivationless age. Even though he examined it, he didn't discover any breakthrough points. That day, the world could not remain calm. A terrifying aura rippled, alarming all secluded experts. Dong! As if there was a streak of thunder crashing down upon the 9 heavens. A streak of flowing light tore through the heavens, descending upon the great earth. They're here, How said to himself. He knew that a crack was opened in Immortal Domain's gates, sending down some creatures. Sure enough, not long afterwards, people visited Imperial Court. Several experts paid them a visit, stating that they wanted to meet Huang. In this age, few people could seek out How. Even if they came respectfully, they weren't arrogant like these people, not feeling any apprehension. These people ranged from young to the golden years to elders of all different types. At the very least, this was how they looked on the outside. As for their true ages, it was hard to be certain. Huang, we have come to bring you an invitation, to invite you to enter Immortal Domain. One of them spoke, quite young. Long purple hair scattered down his back. He had a type of arrogant and untamed aura. They could tell that these people were normally domineering with a single look, their gazes like eagles sizing them up. He raised a golden invitation card, saying, "Accept it." How remained completely unperturbed, extremely calm. Zhu Lin walked up, her gait light and agile, about to receive that invitation. "This is for Huang. No one else is allowed to touch it. Huang, come out here and personally receive it. If there are no objections, follow us to immediately enter Immortal Domain." The purple-haired youngster's gaze was fierce. He didn't hand the invitation to Zhu Lin, instead saying this domineeringly. "Are you here to deliver an invitation or to pass on a decree? What qualifications do you all have for my master to personally receive it?" The Crimson Dragon shouted. As for Zhu Lin, she even more so had on a sunken expression. With a raise of her hand, true phoenix cries sounded, scarlet multicolored light overflowing. She was going to directly seize that invitation. Unbridled. This is Immortal Domain's invitation. How can it be blasphemed by you all? Huang must come here and personally receive it. The purple-haired youngster said coldly. He shouted out, releasing purple multicolored light, strands of supreme being aura flowing out. Zhu Lin was indeed not a match. She was restricted by this impoverished world. No hope of advancing into the supreme being realm, unable to be this person's opponent. Hong. However, she wasn't blasted aside, nor did she fall weak under the other party's supreme being aura. It was because a wave of boundless great force appeared in this giant palace, protecting her. In the palace, that stone statue shone, releasing endless will force, directly crushing down, restraining the purple-haired youngster. This was Hao's divine image. As for Hao's true body, he still didn't move, seated there, looking at him coldly. Unbridled. In the back, someone shouted. Moreover, another person had a fiery temper, already taking action. Who are you calling unbridled? In the giant palace, the seated Sherhau's gaze was like cold lightning, tearing through the void, staring at a white-robed youngster. It was precisely him who took action just now. Hong Long. The will force was tremendous, condensing into a human figure. It directly descended, crushing towards that white-robed youngster. With a Hong noise, the white-robed youngster faced it. In the end, he discovered that he was no match at all in horror. When he was surrounded by that large hand, he couldn't move at all. With a pong noise, the instant that great hand descended, he immediately bent down, his head lowered, even his legs bent, moving uncontrollably. A massive force crushed down on him. Kacha! There were bones that broke. He was forcefully holding on, but he ended up being crushed until his bones snapped, his head breaking out in cold sweat, unable to hold on. The people from Immortal Domain were shocked. This white-robed youngster had cultivated for 23,000 years already. A supreme being, his magical force vigorous. It has been more than 2,000 years since he achieved the Tao, his strength exceptional, yet he was directly subdued here. The reason he took action was because he heard there was a fella who was just 1,000-something, yet long became a supreme being, so he couldn't accept it. That was why he looked for a chance to take action. He believed that after cultivating for so many years, solely in terms of magical force, he was definitely greater than that youngster. Who would have thought that he wasn't a match at all, moreover the difference not just a small amount. Ouching's descendants hid the truth from 100 years ago, that a true immortal lost to a lower realm's youngster. This was too humiliating to talk about, so they didn't publicly announce this. Otherwise, this white-robed youngster wouldn't dare directly take action. Did you come over to deliver an invitation? Or do you want me to accept a decree? Acting so overbearingly, what do you all wish to do? Sherhau's face sunk as he berated them. The white-robed youngster's face flushed red, crushed until the blood he suppressed was about to spurt out. He was incomparably shocked. One has to understand that this person's true body was seated on that praying mat, not even taking action personally. Just an incarnation already suppressed him. There is some skill. Let me test you out a bit. At this time, that purple-haired youngster spoke, his entire body surging with purple flames. He already struggled free from the will force swamp, taking a large step forward. I cultivated for 19,000 years before becoming a supreme being. Now, I've lived for 23,000 years. I came specifically to ask for guidance. He was similarly unresigned. After cultivating for an endless amount of time, he finally became a supreme being, yet he heard a lower realm's youngster actually achieve the Tao before 500 years. He found this extremely hard to believe, inwardly unconvinced, feeling like this was definitely because of luck. That was why his gaze was ice-cold, wishing to size up Sherhau's true Tao skills and methods. 19,000 years to achieve the Tao. If you were in this realm, in this cultivationless age, you would have long turned to dust. What achieving the Tao is there? Nothing more than dirty soil, Sherhau said indifferently. You? The purple-haired youngster's eyes were icy cold, his face becoming red. This was already a cultivation speed that wasn't slow. Sherhau now understood. In this cultivationless age, the supreme beings who emerge in the future will inevitably be the most powerful, all of them able to leave behind their names in history. It was because this path was going to be more and more difficult. Meanwhile, in Immortal Domain, achieving the Tao in 20,000 years was considered rather fast. It was because they had more than enough time. There was undying matter and enough time. As such, supreme beings wouldn't be too few. There were more than enough opportunities. If you have the skill, then fight me in an open battle. What kind of skill is there in borrowing will force? The purple-haired youngster spoke. He was wild and untamed, extremely arrogant. The will force incarnation is far inferior to my true body, Sherhau said indifferently. Then, the incarnation's other hand rose, also moving, crushing towards the purple-haired youngster. Hong Long. The purple-haired youngster released a great roar. Purple flames burned the heavens, facing that incarnation. However, the result was quite regretful. He was directly crushed by Hao's will force incarnation, unable to move at all. "Leave behind the invitation, you all can leave," Hao said calmly, looking down on these people from Immortal Domain. Zhu Lin walked up, removing the invitation from that purple-haired youngster's hands without any politeness. "You?" The purple-haired youngster couldn't move at all, so he could only accept this. His previous domineeringness and arrogance all seemed just that petty and low. The three people in the back looked at each other in dismay, not daring to take action. "You received the invitation, yet you aren't immediately following us back into Immortal Domain?" the purple-haired youngster said through clenched teeth. The white-robed youngster also had an unkind expression. He couldn't hold on anymore, about to fall weak on the ground. He was crushed to the point of feeling incredibly uncomfortable, blood already flowing out from the corners of his lips. "Bear in mind that this is merely an invitation. I will go if I feel like it, if not, I will just toss it to the side. Do not feel like Immortal Domain is anything special," Hao replied coldly. Then, he released the magical force, letting those two people go. However, immediately afterwards, his sleeve flung them out. With a honglong noise, all five were swept out of Imperial Court's giant palace, sending them flying. The five people were staring blankly in the void. Then their faces turned red. This really wasn't giving them any face. They really were swept out of the gates. Is he a reincarnated old devil or something? He is so young. How can he be this terrifying? One of them said quietly, truly finding this hard to believe. The glorious Immortal Domain guests were kicked out just like that, swept out of the entrance, yet there was nothing they could do. The five individuals' faces were green and white. They were supposed to return to Immortal Domain just like that, but there were people who reminded them they had to invite Huang. If they couldn't even do this, they would look extremely helpless. In their eyes, this world's spiritual essence was dried up, incredibly poverty-stricken. As long as they just emphasized that they could bring Huang into Immortal Domain a bit, he would definitely follow them. However, now it was a completely different affair. The other party's reaction was too calm and indifferent, not that concerned at all. "Were we used by others, treated as tools?" one of them said with an ashen expression. That Huang seemed to know something, not all that interested in entering Immortal Domain. It was completely different from what they imagined. In their opinion, if the creatures of this world heard them out, they would definitely be overjoyed. It was to the extent where they believed that in order to enter Immortal Domain, the heaven-warping talents of this realm would bow down, beg to follow them. "Let's wait. I refuse to believe he is unaffected. Let's see just how long he wants to make things difficult for," one of them said. However, after several days passed, they panicked. Hao didn't pay them any attention, ridiculously calm, showing no intention of leaving. These five great experts had no choice but to pay him another visit. This time, they lowered their stance, requesting seriously, not daring to show any more arrogance. Their words were extremely careful, asking how to enter Immortal Domain. "I will think about it for a bit. You all can leave first." Hao replied coldly, directly raising his cup and sending the guests out. The five were forcefully asked to leave. They wanted to become hostile, yet didn't dare. They didn't stay behind, leaving Imperial Court's giant palace with ugly expressions. If they were going to be like this now, why did they act like that before? "It's not like my master has to go," the Crimson Dragon sneered. The white-robed youngster and purple-haired youngster's expressions were ugly. They wanted to take action, but they instead released light sighs. They couldn't even win against Huang's incarnation. If they truly acted wantonly, they might just be killed. In the following 2 days, they became nervous, extremely worried. Time was becoming more and more pressing, but they still didn't see Huang make any movements. "We must ask you to report. We wish to meet Huang." They came again. This time, their stance was even lower, pleading with Zhu Lin at the entrance of the giant palace, having her report in their place. "Don't you all feel that Immortal Domain is set up on high, that outsiders can't even touch that invitation card? Why are you so determined to have me ask Big Bro to set out now?" Zhu Lin sneered. She clearly told them that Hao was currently comprehending the Tao, that he didn't have time to meet them. The 5 of them began to panic. They wanted to cry, yet no tears came out. Immortal Domain presented this type of opportunity, yet they had to take the initiative to plead someone else? They clearly understood just how much the supreme beings of this realm wanted to enter Immortal Domain, yet they didn't even have the chance to do so. Huang really was different. The chance was right before him, yet he was completely unmoved, not willing to even respond to them. Everything was completely flipped. They visited several times, asking how to give them a response, inviting him to please enter Immortal Domain. This was already like 3 humble visits to a thatched cottage, doing their best to say nice things. Fairy, this is a 7 apertures exquisite pill. After ingesting it, it will improve one's spiritual senses. A precious divine pill even in Immortal Domain. Please accept it. Someone said quietly slipping this to Zhu Lin. That's all. Zhu Lin shot them a look of disdain, feeling like it was too little. The 5 individuals were speechless. What was going on? They came to the lower realms to deliver an invitation, yet in the end, they had to beg like this. They even had to hand over a divine pill, yet it instead drew this person's disgust. This really left them feeling too sullen. In the past, this realm's creatures should be the ones giving them great gifts. It wasn't Zhu Lin being greedy, but rather Hao who secretly warned that if she could make the 5 of them bleed, then she should do it to the fullest extent. I have another one here. This divine pill is too rare, really not that many. Woo, I have a golden body pill. After eating it, it can make the body sturdier, have a chance of achieving the Vajra unbreaking body. Another person said. They really were bleeding greatly because time was pressing. If they couldn't bring Huang with them, then there really wouldn't be any more time. I have to share with the others. This really isn't all that much. Zhu Lin made things more difficult. These individuals almost became hostile. They could also be considered mortal Dao experts in Immortal Domain, talented individuals, yet in the end they were this sullen here, their stance is just too low. Endure. They secretly swallowed this back down. In the end, these people pinched their nose, handing over all of the rare divine pills they had on them. Their faces were dark, not willing to pay Zhu Lin any more attention. My master said that you all go back first and then come back after 2 days. He needs to consider things for a bit. The Crimson Dragon walked over, informing them. 2 more days. The white-robed youngster's eyes immediately widened when he heard this. There is only 1 day at most. Please make a decision quickly. The purple-haired youngster also began to panic. If they knew it was like this, they really wouldn't have acted tough with Huang. In the end, they suffered so much, begging him instead. Hao left the higher realms, heading into Yin Yang Crucifix Earth, heading to where the Restricted Region Lord was. He raised the same topic, telling the Restricted Region Lord that Immortal Domain's people were here, bringing him an invitation, switching from arrogance to deference, inviting him to enter Immortal Domain. A long time ago, he told these things to the Restricted Region Lord, because this was an ancient authoritative figure he could comfortably ask for guidance. Perhaps he might have some good suggestions. In the past, the Restricted Region Lord said that he can consider heading out. I'll make a trip with you. Today, the Restricted Region Lord answered like this. Hao was shocked. This actually alarmed the Restricted Region Lord into personally heading out. What did he wish to do? The Restricted Region Lord only had half of a snow-white skull remaining. Did he still have his past might? He was actually going to accompany Hao into Immortal Domain. He definitely wanted to accomplish some things. Merely to visit Memory Lane. See if I can settle some karma. When he heard this, Hao was horrified. This type of existence was high up above in the past, unmatched in his generation. The karma he wished to settle was definitely astonishing. Apart from me, they also want to go this way, it'll be a bit more comfortable. The white clothes purer than snow, complexion like jade, Restricted Region Lord said, pointing to the side. There was a small altar that was less than 3 feet tall there. On it were 3 living things, respectively the crystal skull, golden arm, and bleeding eyeball. You all want to go too? Hao was shocked. We don't feel at ease, so we'll escort you. The crystal skull said, divine flames jumping within the eye sockets. Shao's mind jumped. He definitely didn't believe these three were going to protect him. They likely wanted to settle some karma too. This type of existence was each more dangerous than the next. The great eras they touched upon were unimaginable. If they really had enemies, then it was too terrifying. Relax, nothing will happen, the crystal skull said. It had a point. At their level, they definitely wouldn't do foolish things like throwing their lives away. They definitely had something to rely on. Only Xiao couldn't understand it. They were already ruined, only some bones and other things left over. Could they still struggle against their past old friends? Of course, the other possibility was that there were people in Immortal Domain who owed them favors, that it was now time to collect the debt. It'll be fine as long as you have that incense stick. Store it well. Don't let others see it, the restricted region lord said. Xiao's mind shook, knowing what he was talking about. In the past, when the other side invaded, Xiao previously faced the enemy at Great Scarlet Sky border with Great Elder Meng Tianjing, accidentally entering a primal chaos small world. In that place, there was a woman and an ancient coffin. She formed a restricted region, clearly stating that from then on, that realm would no longer participate in the world's struggles. It was rumored that she came from Immortal Domain, that she was previously an exceptional figure. Before Meng Tianzheng and Xiao were asked to leave the restricted region, she previously gifted out an item, an incense stick that was less than a foot long. It had previously been lit, but it had long been extinguished. There were some words engraved on it, two of them immortal ancient characters, the others he didn't recognize. They most likely belonged to an especially powerful species. The words he did recognize were, World Eradication. Centuries later, Xiao had previously brought up this matter with the restricted region lord, consulting him about this incense stick to dispel his doubts. Back then, the restricted region lord's expression became serious, not saying anything for a long time. In the end, he told Xiao he had to store it well. This incense was extremely terrifying, related to many things. This time, the restricted region lord mentioned it again, naturally leaving Xiao shaken. When this incense stick is lit, there will be tremendous karma that will take place. As long as you properly store this incense stick, it will be the best thing to rely on in Immortal Domain. Everyone needs to reconsider before reaching out their claws. The restricted region lord said. How do I use it? Xiao asked. If you find anyone unsightly, just light it before their face. Those old but not dead fellas old faces might just directly pale from fright. The restricted region lord chuckled. That day, Xiao brought the 4 old monsters with him into the higher realm's imperial court. This time, he was rather agreeable, not wasting time, deciding to enter Immortal Domain with those 5 individuals. The 5 individuals were about to go crazy. They discovered that Huang really wasn't joking around, not just faking it, but really not treating them like anything big, not rushed at all. They really wanted to shout out, Ancestor, we were wrong. Let's hurry and leave. Don't worry, I'll be fine. You all can go back. Cultivate properly. Xiao said. He had Yunxi fix her beautiful hair, and then warned Mu Qing and the others. An immortal gate opened. Xiao went on his way, following the 5 into Immortal Domain. The immortal gates were already open, releasing endless radiance, incredibly divine. A powerful will descended, ice-cold and ruthless, searching Xiao's body, wishing to understand the essence of his soul and other things. Hold the invitation well, or else if something goes wrong, you'll have to take responsibility for the consequences, the white-robed youngster coldly reminded. Huang already entered Immortal Domain, so he didn't lower his stance anymore. Qi, an expanse of dazzling light flew over, shockingly brilliant, as if multicolored sunrise radiance surged. It covered heaven and earth, surrounding Xiao underneath. Xiao's soul moved, his Dao skills surging greatly, becoming a bit unstable, as if he was being hacked at. What was going on? Wisps of black mist appeared on the surface of his body. Not that many of them. They released chi-chi sounds, as if ice and snow came into contact with an open fire, starting to melt and scatter. You should be grateful. Because you hold the invitation, your body was purified. The purple-haired youngster said. What Immortal Domain feared the most was darkness matter. All gates would be strictly guarded. This way, darkness creatures would have nowhere to hide, unable to cross over at all. Xianxia frowned. After cultivating for so long in the 3,000 provinces, he had also fought with the creatures of darkness. He really had been infected by a bit of darkness aura after all. Of course, this was also related to him directly making contact with darkness blood. Immortal Domain really was extremely large, vast, and boundless, even the creatures of this world themselves not completely exploring its limits. There were some places not even immortal kings entered. After they entered Immortal Domain, what they faced was a giant city, guarding this gate. Then, they borrowed the formation here, being transported millions and millions of li out. Otherwise, even as supreme beings, if they only relied on flight, it would be a distance that took an endless amount of time to cross. Moreover, even this formation didn't take them to their destination. Far from it. A giant city covered the sky, towering in the air, swirling with chaotic energy. Great stars surrounded this city one after another. It was entirely purple-golden in color, great Tao symbols engraved on the walls. The entire city was ancient and grand. This was one of the eternally never-falling immortal cities. In this type of place, even true immortals could be seen. It was because these cities had to have true immortals watch over them year-round. They could not be left alone even for a moment. This was an immortal city in Immortal Domain's territory, named Purple Gold Immortal City. They rested here for a bit. Xianxia waited a while, and then he was summoned by a true immortal. Only after personally examining the invitation in his hands was he allowed to pass. It was extremely strict, a true immortal actually appearing personally. It was rumored that he was this city's lord, seriously examining this invitation right now. It is because you came from that withered, impoverished world. The robed youngster spoke, carrying a bit of arrogance. Xianxia swept him a look, really wanting to smack him. Was Immortal Domain all that? They always felt like they were high up above, looking down on the creatures of the 9 heavens 10 earths. Your side has inauspicious and strangeness. You must be examined carefully. Comparatively speaking, even though the purple-haired youngster was wild and untamed, he wasn't too harsh. The place we need to head to is Pan King City. This is one of the cities that person controls. Everything within millions and millions of li is under Pan King's governing, so the people here naturally have to be careful. Another person said, Pan King City, a true immortal king city, as well as one of Immortal Domain's greatest ancient cities. No one dared to act wildly here, from past until now, who knew just how many great eras it had remained flourishing for. Pan King was known to be one of Immortal Domain's unmatched experts, one of the most powerful. He had lived for an incredibly long amount of time. No one could say just what age he came from for sure. He was on par with Ouching Immortal King, both of them having the might to sweep through all enemies under the sky. The two immortal kings were close, never fighting against each other, so no one knew which one was weaker and which one was stronger. When Xianxia learned these things, he nodded. He was actually going to Pan King City. He didn't know just what kind of distinguished meeting it would be, so he didn't act unnaturally at all, directly asking the white-robed youngster. Peaches of Immortality distinguished meeting. A distinguished meeting of tens of thousands of clans. Only families that have produced true immortals have the qualifications to enter. I really can't figure out how an independent cultivator from an impoverished world like you has the right to go. What qualifications do you have? The white-robed youngster responded coldly. Have you already forgotten how you were put down by one of my spiritual bodies? You have a sickness, Immortal Domain's mad arrogant sickness. It needs to be treated. Xianxia said extremely impolitely. You? The white-clothed youngster glared out, revealing vicious radiance. He didn't expect that even after entering Immortal Domain, Huang would still be this domineering and brash, not scared at all. Xianxia's gaze was fierce, staring at him. At the same time, he raised his hand, making a feint. His face was immediately covered in dark lines, the pressure he felt also increasing greatly. The white-robed youngster was a bit speechless. This motherfucker. He really is a lunatic. They already entered Immortal domain, yet he still dared take action against him? He wanted to test Sure How, but in the end, he endured it. He really was scared that Sure How might go crazy. A palm smacking down. Right now, they already left the city lord's manor, so no one could protect him for some time. Sure How didn't feel any fear. There were 4 old freaks sleeping within him, merging with him, and most of all, he carried the realm eradication stick of incense. If they really had a falling out, provoking him, then he would just directly burn it. Since the restricted region lord already told him that this incense was enough to make even Immortal domain's great figures feel restraining fear, what else was there to be scared of? The distance from Purple Gold Immortal City to Pan King City was extremely far. There were actually several vast cosmos separating them. This left Sure How stunned. Immortal domain wasn't in the same expanse of cosmos? These different ancient cosmos have already merged together, now becoming a single region. Who knows how many times more vast than the past Immortal domain this place is now? Someone explained, neutralizing the atmosphere. Otherwise, the white-robed youngster and Huang would have been butting heads. They were worried that something might happen along the way. Sure How was shocked. Along the way, he gradually learned that an immortal city ruled an expanse of cosmos. The number of true immortals there were in charge was roughly how many ancient cosmos were merged. This territory really was incredibly large. Otherwise, do you think a single ancient realm could nurture those true immortals? The white-robed youngster sneered. According to what they said, what a true immortal needed was too shocking, requiring the nourishment of a star realm. Otherwise, there was no way of satisfying their cultivation needs. When devouring the essence of heaven and earth, it would be enough to suck the universe dry. Actually, the current immortal domain is still a great universe. Look, these cosmos that are merging in, when they are shrunk here, they are like different starry skies. Someone said. Sure How looked at the beast skin diagram he revealed. Quite a few starry sea names on it. Every one of those starry seas having an immortal city watching over it. Now, it seemed like the past universe really was like a starry domain, interlinked, connecting together, forming the present boundless immortal domain. As for the very depths of the starry domain, the ancient lands that even made immortal kings' expressions change, feeling restraining fear towards them, were marked out with a skull, indicating that it was extremely dangerous. No one dared go over there. There was no way of investigating those places. At the same time, he learned that Immortal Domain had a total of 10 Dao gates that were connected to the outside world, all of them having heavy troops stationed. There were also 10 massive immortal cities. After passing who knew how many immortal cities, starry seas continuously passed far behind him. Each time, Sure How had to go through the city lord's examination, the process extremely strict. Finally, by borrowing the last immortal city's transport formation, Sure How's group arrived at their destination, Pan King City. While looking at this absolute colossus, its starting point unknown, ending point also unknown, Sure How really didn't know what to even say. It really was too large, impossible to see the limits with a single look. The sun, moon, and stars all moved around it. This place like the heart of the world. The sun, moon, and others were all just like fireflies, decorations. It floated in the cosmos just like that, having unrivaled might, inextinguishable power, shocking past and present. It was precisely Pan King City, coexisting with the world. It was rumored that because of the place it was built on, established on a boundless great ancient continent floating in the cosmos, the land vast, the city was also vast and boundless, shockingly massive. Right now, it released strong immortal energy. The entire ancient great continent surrounded in immortal aura. This was precisely Pan King City. In this place, there were powerful soldiers protecting it. When entering the city, Sure How and the others went through strict inspections, solemn and dignified. No one dared to mess around at the city entrance. Those soldiers were all cold and ruthless, holding Dao swords, all of them able to hack down the sun, moon, and stars, incredibly powerful. Sure How couldn't help but feel jealous. When could Stone Village's disciples become like this? When could Imperial Court also have this type of power? able to overlook the past and present, rule over everything under the sky. At the city entrance, there were even true immortals overseeing things, personally standing guard. After some investigations, they finally entered the city. In the city, there were some ancient trees that were as tall as the sky, long becoming giant monsters. Their tree eyes narrowed, examining the people who entered, the aura they released terrifying. Pan-King City really was too large, divided into many regions. They rode on a war chariot, brought to their destination. This was a flourishing region, the atmosphere finally no longer nervous. There were many inns here. Xianxia was quite shocked. Immortal King City even had this type of thing? Immortal King City also needs all types of goods, needing cultivators to pass by, so there are naturally all types of markets, inns, and other amenities. Don't underestimate them. Any one of these inns are places of charm and beauty, immortal family paradises. If you want to cultivate there, you'll have to pay quite a bit. The white-robed youngster said. By the side of the road, there were weapons halls, pill medicine pavilions, and scripture rooms, selling all types of things. They could also exchange pointers and interact with others here, which was why this place was extremely bustling and lively, flourishing with activity. The various clans all had stores, inns, and other things, running businesses, setting up a base here. It was because this place was too flourishing, having all types of exceptional treasures that could be exchanged for. Purple-haired youngster, you guys came back. Haha. You all really went to that crippled land to invite someone. Right at this time, someone greeted out, roaring with laughter. Could it be that this is that junior you all invited? He really dared come. These were cultivators. Their true age is hard to determine, all quite strong. The eyes of the one in the lead were brilliant, staring at Xianxia continuously. Hualan, I am warning you right now, don't act randomly. This is someone we brought with the invitation from an immortal king clan, the purple-haired youngster said, his body going taut, fearing that something might happen here. It was because Hua family's fellows were eager to give it a try, looking like they wanted to take action. Woo, then we'll just meet at the Peaches of Immortality distinguished meeting. We are leaving first. The one named Hualan, also the one who was roaring with laughter just now, and the young man who wanted to take action waved his hand, bringing the others away. You need to be a bit careful. This family isn't easy to provoke. Just recently, a senior of those fellas achieved immortality. This clan's strength became stronger again. They were a true immortal family to begin with, but now they had another true immortal. The significance of this was great. Even in immortal domain, there weren't many true immortals, a number that could be counted. Where is Qingyi? I wish to meet her, Xianxia said. When the white-robed youngster heard this, he immediately sneered, saying, You should just take care of yourself first. This isn't that impoverished and desolate ruined world. In this immortal domain, even if you are a true dragon, you are to bow down, not think too much. You have a mental sickness that has to be cured. Xianxia looked at him. You? The white-robed youngster glared out, but in the end he restrained himself. White robe, you all came back. Don't tell me this is the bumpkin who had Ao family return with their faces covered in dirt. Unbridled laughter sounded. This was clearly an influential family's disciple, some attendants following him. His head of long golden hair scattered down, eyes carrying an incredibly provocative feeling, currently staring at Xianxia, his face carrying a strange smile. The purple-haired youngster and the others immediately felt a headache. They encountered a small demon king. This was definitely not a young master that was good to provoke, related to an immortal king family. Hehe, I love it. Letting Ao family suffer a loss makes me the most happy. A light laughter sounded from the other end of the street. An exceptionally beautiful woman's figure walked over. This was a purple-clothed woman who carried a type of natural noble air, clearly not a female cultivator from an ordinary family. Even though her appearance was charming and moving, there was an indistinct pressure emanating from her that made others not dare look down on her. Ao family are too arrogant, boasting about how they can sweep through all opponents under the sky. It's best if someone could stand out, just directly suppress their family's so-called young great one. The purple-clothed woman said with a smile. She could actually say these words, not scared of the AO family, daring to say that she wanted them to suffer out loud. This really was shocking. Fairy Qin Lin, why is there a need to make things difficult for us? The white-robed youngster revealed a bitter smile. This male and female before them really weren't good to provoke. The people behind them were too formidable. I am merely saying things as they are. The purple-clothed Qin Lin walked up close in a leisurely manner. She looked at Shi Hao, in the end quietly muttering, "Doesn't seem to have anything that special about him." She had heard about AO families suffering greatly, but now that she saw Shi Hao for herself, she didn't notice anything particularly astonishing from this young man. On the contrary, Shi Hao was too delicate and pretty, just like a young man next door, his expression calm and collected, looking harmless. This was the vicious person who dared challenge AO family? You really are quite daring, using your home advantage to bully ouching Immortal King's descendants in your world, seizing the All-Dao tree. Did you eat some Immortal Heart or Demon King gallbladder? The golden-haired youngster spoke, his eyes sparking, carrying quite the penetrative gaze. He stood there with his followers, glaring at Shi Hao like he was eyeing his prey, looking like he wanted to take action. His name was Jin Su, his family located precisely in this Pan-King city, a true immortal family itself. Meanwhile, his younger sister was even more so married to a heaven-warping genius Pan-E, a descendant of Pan-King. That heaven-warping genius Pan-E is a fierce individual who dares fight AO family's young Great One head-on. His strength terrifying, on par with AO family's AO Gon. That was why Qin Lin and Bai Zhe, these people, felt quite a headache now that they were facing this demon king, not willing to provoke him. This young master's background was too great, and he couldn't be reasoned with, a bit of a ruffian. It was precisely because of his identity and his relationship with Pan-King clan that not many people were willing to provoke him. Prince Jin Su, I must ask you to please not make things difficult for us. The white-robed youngster Bai Zhe walked up, his wording careful. If there was no need, he really wouldn't be willing to clash with these people. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Whoever dares touch him is precisely making me their enemy. Qin Lin voiced her thoughts, purple clothes fluttering about, red lips bright, figure extremely enchanting. Bai Zhe, there are some matters that you cannot obstruct. Your status is still not enough. Jin Su spoke, looking at the white-robed youngster, the purple-haired young man and others in disdain. He was already being quite polite. If it was anyone else, he wouldn't have this much patience. It was because the white-robed youngster and others became supreme beings at such a young age, all of them fierce individuals. They were all individuals who had hopes of becoming true immortals in the future, so even the top-level strengths weren't willing to see them die for no reason. Many people were willing to rope them in. Prince Su, this time, when we entered Immortal Domain, not only did we receive AO family's decree, there is also Pan family's decree. Otherwise, there is no way we could come here. The white-robed youngster Bai Zhe reminded. Oh, is that so? Then I won't make things too difficult for you all. I just wish to say a few things to him. Jin Su said. Jin Su, I'm warning you, don't act randomly. This is someone this older sis has an interest in. Qin Lin had a smile on her face, her large eyes becoming crescents, extremely captivating. Is attracted to, or is it just being interested in? Haha. Jin Su laughed loudly. It is best if you don't cause trouble, or else I'll break your legs. Qin Lin sneered. Jin Su immediately chuckled. I know that your bosom friend is a natural pair with AO family's young Great One, but a bit of unexpected things happened. Are you trying to get revenge on AO family for your bosom friend? Don't worry, I don't have any good feelings for AO family either. More than happy to see them suffer. Shi Hao didn't say anything this entire time, but he understood some of the things implied. The relationship between these people really was chaotic. Brat, I heard the All-Dao tree is in your hands? Just respectfully offer it up to me and I'll set up some prospects for you. You don't need to return to that impoverished lower realm anymore. Jin Su said. Shi Hao didn't pay him any attention, just looking into the distance like that, sizing up the grand and massive Pan-King city. AO family needs an exceptional heavenly seed. Jin family and Pan family also need it. If you offer it up, the benefits will be tremendous, Jin Su advised. Sure Hao shot him a look of disdain. The relationship between these people really was something, full of competition, having all types of intermarried connections. Brat, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me or not? You still aren't respectfully offering it up, Jin Su shouted. He saw that Sure Hao didn't pay him any attention all this time, his expression immediately becoming fierce, full of a type of unruliness. Sure Hao remained completely composed. He looked at the people around him, saying, "Who is this yellow hair? He is so noisy like a chatterbox. Just won't stop." After a momentary silence, everyone was stunned, including Jin Su's followers. They were all stupefied, not saying a word, as if they were seeing a ghost as they looked at that ridiculously young and pretty youngster. Only now did Qin Lin snap out of her daze, not minding her appearance at all, immediately covering her mouth and laughing loudly. "Ha-ha, yellow hair brat, chatterbox, ha-ha, it's too accurate." Bai Zhe and the others immediately became speechless. This fellow was just too valiant, right? He had just entered a mortal domain. Was he going to clash with a little demon king right away? The five of them felt a headache. They couldn't let anything happen to Huang. But these words were already spoken. How could Jin Su on the other side just leave the matter at that? Yellow hair? Jin Su's nose almost went crooked from anger. There was someone who dared call him this. At the same time, the most hateful thing was calling him a chatterbox. This was completely intolerable. This fella really must have eaten some immortal king gallbladder. Daring to ridicule him like this, simply courting death. "Brat, you have some guts," Jin Su said through gritted teeth. He really was angered badly. Huang saying this was one thing, but what he hated the most was the other party's attitude, indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. The expression, that composure, it really was beyond hateful. "You all invited me to a mortal domain. Don't tell me it was just to listen to this chatterbox ramble on and on here?" Sure Hao asked Bai Zhe and the others. Bai Zhe, the purple-haired youngster Zikuan, and the other individuals all didn't know what to say. This fella's mouth really wasn't just a normal level of fierce. Jin Su was simply angered to the point where he wanted to laugh. This was the first time he faced someone who was even more of a scoundrel than himself. Daring to challenge him like this, really low enough. Qin Lin laughed endlessly, her figure beautiful as it rocked back and forth, drawing eyes from all directions. "Brat, you are quite daring." Jin Su pointed at Sure Hao, about to touch his nose already. Cold light flashed past Sure Hao's eyes, about to take action. Bai Zhe hurriedly stepped forward, pushing him aside. At the same time, Zikuan also stopped Jin Su, saying, "Prince Jin, you have to understand that Pan King has passed down the decree that if anyone takes action in Pan King City, they would be killed without pardoning." Jin Su's expression went rigid. Normally, if no one noticed, causing a bit of trouble didn't really matter. However, if he really did seriously start a fight startling Pan King, then the consequences would definitely be grave. It was rumored that in the past, there were two true immortals who had conflict, fighting in Pan King City, breaking the rules, and in the end, they were both killed by Pan King. Aren't there fighting arenas? If there are conflicts and disputes, we can go there to settle things. Jin Su smiled maliciously. He looked at Sure Hao, saying, "Do you dare or not? If the people involved don't want to go, no one can force them." Zikuan said, "Why do I have to give you pointers?" Sure Hao didn't even look at him straight on. Jin Su really was angered badly today. Just who was this fella? He came from the lower realm, such an impoverished place, but he went even further than himself. This was just too much of a scoundrel, right? Too unreasonable. He was so angry he laughed. "Brat, I discovered that you are quite like me. Even though I am so angry I want to kill you, it is a bit to my taste. If you fight against me and don't perform too badly, I am willing to become friends with you." Bai Zhe and Zikuan became speechless. Even this was a thing? Jin family's prince was becoming crazy from anger, right? Birds of a feather? Qin Lin immediately concluded. Sure Hao didn't appreciate this kindness, saying, "You are clearly a scoundrel? Who is like you?" Someone like me who is destined to become an immortal king doesn't have time to practice with you. Brat, are you courting death? Xianxia felt like this fella really was too lowly, even better at speaking than him. In reality, he also understood his own natural disposition, extremely rough. Today, he felt like he met someone just like himself, but he was directly looked down on. If you enter the arena, there are stakes. If I lose, then I'll give you a wondrous immortal Dao treasure. If you lose, you'll hand over the all Dao tree. How about it? Xianxia said. He also lost his temper, wanting to tempt Xianxia. However, he knew that people with this type of temper would most likely remain unmoved. Even so, what was completely unexpected was that this brat's eyes immediately lit up, having quite the miserly look. Immortal treasure? Tell me a bit more. Everyone immediately became speechless. Wasn't this fella extremely unyielding? Why did he suddenly change? Xianxia had a stunned expression, staring at Xianxia, not saying anything for a long time. In the end, he said, Divine Spring, Immortal Spring, they are all cultivation substances. For your impoverished world, they are all good things. Are you willing to bet? It's not like I don't have this type of thing. Even though I don't have much, it isn't all that precious. I can give you large amounts of it. Xianxia said. How much is a large amount? Xianxia asked. Enough for you to cultivate for 10,000 years. Xianxia said. As a supreme being of extreme Tao, unmatched from past until present, I don't need those things. However, my disciples do need them. You really are brazen. Xianxia discovered that this fella was even more overbearing than himself. Too much of a scoundrel. Even Qinlin was speechless. From past until present. Just how many people dared claim extreme Tao at supreme being realm? Moreover, he even said unmatched from the past until now. This really was a bit crazy. How much immortal Tao resources do you want? Xianxia asked through clenched teeth. He really didn't feel like arguing with Xianxia anymore. Prepare 800 shares for me, each one enough for one person to cultivate 100,000 years. This way I might consider agreeing. Xianxia said. Why don't you just go to hell? Xianxia really was angered quite badly. Even in Immortal Domain, Immortal Springs and others were invaluable resources. 800 shares. Each enough to cultivate 100,000 years. Even if they dug up a whole Immortal Spring mine, it still wouldn't be enough. Chatterbox, I thought you were formidable, but you were actually this poor? Then let's just not bet anymore. There was no way he could acknowledge defeat. Xianxia wanted to smack him to death with a single slap. I don't have that much. I only have some Immortal Spring, enough for 100 people to cultivate 10,000 years. Xianxia said. Fine then, we'll just treat it as an appetizer. I will take your bit of Immortal Spring first. Xianxia nodded, looking like he was reluctantly accepting this. Heh, are you sure you can win against me? Xianxia couldn't hold himself back anymore. He really wanted to fight right here on the street, but in the end he held back, scared that Pan King would kill him. Xianxia remained extremely calm, patting his shoulder and saying, Right, you can call over some friends to go with you. Bring all types of immortal treasures. Our side over there seriously lacks these types of resources. This was just a bit too hateful, right? Xianxia was angered until even his face turned green, really about to burst out. Don't worry, I've already contacted all of my friends. They are coming soon. Hehe. On the side, Fairy Qinlin was currently waving a magical artifact that could communicate with her friends in the city. Hey, we've also contacted our side. If you really have the skill, then just wait for people from all sides to take action. On the side, another person spoke. It was because this was the most flourishing city, Pan King City, people came and went. Meanwhile, Qinlin and Xianxia, neither one of them were ordinary figures. Them stopping here naturally drew the attention of many people. They immediately knew what happened. I've contacted Pan King Clan's people. I've informed Hua family, Gu family, Peacock King Clan, and other top-level families' inheritors. Heh. I've informed those individuals from the 3 great immortal king families. Those watching didn't fear things getting bigger. A great commotion was definitely stirring within Pan King City. Jin Su's nose was no longer a nose, eyes not eyes. Because he was angered, his sensory organs were already warped. When he saw Hao was just standing there, he wanted to just send a palm smacking over. Unfortunately, they still didn't arrive at the arena. Say, where are you bringing me? Isn't this an inn? Hao asked. There was an inn right in front of them. It was extremely vast and also imposing in appearance. There were 2 great stone chelants there that flowed with brilliant colors. Great Tao symbols flickered from time to time. Immortal energy continuously flowed out from the inn. One could tell his place really was extraordinary with just a glance, a good place for cultivation and lodging. There is an arena in the inn to begin with. This place is different from the lower realm you reside in. Qin Lin explained for him. Pan King City, the inns were all extraordinary. Not only were they majestic and imposing in style, the interior was even more so meticulously planned. They were places of charm and beauty. The instant he stepped in, Hao revealed an expression of shock. It was because immortal energy was hazy, too rich, containing large amounts of undying matter. This name was also special, known as Primal Chaos Inn. However, the price to stay here was also shockingly high. Normal cultivators would shrink back, not daring to come here. A cultivator with outstanding strength welcomed them with a smiling face, his Tao skills quite profound, but he was just a waiter in this inn, welcoming guests here. At the same time, a shopkeeper also personally came. Hao saw how exorbitant the price was. Jin Su brought out Divine Spring, paying in advance the amount not small. It really wasn't just a normal level of expensive. When it was Hao's turn and he didn't have any, Bai Zhe pinched his nose, helping him pay in advance. Along the way, Bai Zhe really found it a bit too hard to take. When he went to the lower realm, he was suppressed by Huang, and then later on he had to continuously clean up after him, finding it a bit hard to bear. Oh? This cultivator from the ruined world even needs someone to pay in advance? However, our rules here are quite strict. Will he be fine? The shopkeeper had a walrus mustache. He was extremely clean, his appearance treacherous, eyeing Hao up and down. Don't worry, Pan family and Ao family have both passed down decrees to let him pass, sending him an invitation. There is no need for worry, Zikuan said. Hao glanced at the shopkeeper, ignoring him. However, this inn really did have some value. When he truly walked in, Hao was moved. This was a place of charm and beauty, completely different from what he saw outside. This was a small world unto itself, but it was made into a dwelling. Up ahead, islands floated one after another, spiritual mountains that towered into the clouds, too many to count. There were sumptuous dwellings resting atop. These were true immortal family paradises, not the so-called immortal earths of the lower realm. True immortals could even choose to cultivate here in seclusion. The natural essence energy was abundant and surging. This was clearly not an inn in a normal sense. There was a world inside, containing the natural luck of heaven and earth. According to the shopkeeper's introduction, the most expensive heaven character number 1 residence was an immortal king dwelling. The essence there terrifyingly rich, full of great Tao. This was prepared specially for immortal kings. Forget about the people here, even if a true immortal really came, they would drool. Cultivating in here was much better than outside. As for just how much better, normal people didn't know because they didn't have the qualifications to experience it for themselves. Immortal king dwelling, these weren't just words. The price was too high. Moreover, normal people couldn't enter even if they had the money. They would be crushed apart by the great Tao symbols within. This type of place already formed a realm of its own, so it naturally had an arena. The power behind the inn was no small matter, or else they wouldn't be able to operate such a place. In the massive Pan King City, there are only a few places that have immortal king dwellings. Our Primal Chaos Inn is precisely one of them. The shopkeeper said, if just any inn could have an immortal king dwelling, then that really would be crazy. No one dared act randomly here. When they stated their purpose for coming, to use the arena, the inn's people all revealed looks of surprise. Come, yellow hair. The earlier you offer up the immortal Tao resources, the earlier I'll knock you out. Hao made a come gesture. Jin Su's eyes released green light, becoming like a wild beast. He really wanted to immediately throw himself over. He really couldn't handle this youngster anymore. He already wanted to rip him to shreds a long time ago. The arena was extremely grand, named Primal Chaos Arena. The land it occupied was extremely vast, piled up with a type of stone, carrying an ancient meaning. It seemed like a boulder that was cut off from a precipitous cliff. It was surrounded by giant stone railings and interweaving Tao symbols on all sides, used to protect this place, at the same time, not letting the precious techniques of the fighters injure the spectators. Don't worry. This stage is sturdy enough. The Primal Chaos Arena can even support a great battle between true immortals, the shopkeeper said proudly, stroking his beard. At the same time, he emphasized that when betting fights were held here, there would be a commission taken out by the inn, a tenth seized. You all really know how to do business, Xianxia said, quite dissatisfied. In his opinion, Yellow Hair was a fat sheep that was here to gift him resources, yet in the end, part of it was going to be taken by others. If you can't accept this, you all can fight on the streets. The price in all of the inns is like this, the shopkeeper said calmly. Come, Xianxia shouted. He already got in the arena. Right now there were many people standing here, some who followed them in and some who were guests of the inn to begin with. The shopkeeper narrowed his eyes, delighted to see this type of thing happen. Entering the inn required a payment, so he naturally wished to attract even more people. Thus, he waved his hand, calling over a waiter, saying, "Go announce on the street. Inform everyone that there is an unrivaled expert of mortal Tao here. Difficult for him to suffer a defeat. Don't worry. There's no need to announce it. A large group of people is arriving soon." Qin Lin smiled. The shopkeeper immediately felt embarrassed. Sure enough, immediately afterwards, quite a few people rushed over. All of them were people from great clans. Not only were there young people, there were also big names from the older generation. That's Peacock King family's goddess. Who am I looking at? Ao family young great one's older cousin has arrived. Wu, the great true immortal families in the cities really move quickly. All of them actually appearing here. Soon afterwards, a large group of people came, immediately making the shopkeeper's eyes shine, his beard trembling. Come, bumpkin from the impoverished land. Today, Grandpa Jean is going to teach you a lesson. Let you understand how high the sky is and how vast the earth is. Xianxia shouted. Originally, he wouldn't say these types of things, but he really was angered badly by Xianxia. When he saw Xianxia get on the stage, he directly made his move. Yellow Hair, with this emperor here, hurry and bow down. If you don't yield, I'll personally subdue you. Xianxia roared out, even more fierce than him. Many people had now arrived. When they heard his words, they immediately couldn't help but laugh. This fella really was arrogant, even daring to say the words, this emperor. In this immortal domain, not even immortal king families and clans dared claim this. Puchi. Some girls laughed, finding the words Yellow Hair amusing. They all knew that Xianxia was normally wild and arrogant, but now he was challenged like this by someone. Brat, accept death. Yellow Hair was furious. With a honglong noise, he opened his mouth, roaring out. Wind and thunder roiled, clouds of smoke engulfing the skies. A great claw struck outwards. Golden light surged, lightning flashing and thunder rolling. He used his entire strength, immediately using his own divine ability, producing a magical body. It was a great lion claw, golden and dazzling, incomparably sharp. This was a lion, revealing its 9 heads. This was an extremely powerful species, but it wasn't the mixed blood descendant of the lower realm, but the top-level bloodline of the 9-headed lion lineage. This was where his arrogance lied. Dang! Xianxia's fist smashed out, knocking it aside. 9-headed lion? It really is a good mount. I raised a fearless lion in the lower realm. You can go and be his companion. Puchi. Everyone became amused. There really was someone who dared treat the inheritor of a true immortal family as a mount. That clan might immediately fight him to the death. Hand over your life. Xianxia's eyes became red from anger, fighting a great battle. All types of precious techniques appeared, clouds of smoke roiling, golden lightning radiance like a sea, surging incessantly. Wasn't there a legend that the nine-headed lion is the most powerful, one of the most powerful mounts in history? Hao took a deep breath, speaking the first few words powerfully, but said mount in the end. Everyone became speechless. Who dared treat the nine-headed lion as a mount in immortal domain? Only immortal kings did. Kill! The nine-headed lion was furious, the nine heads all releasing sword radiance, impossible to block, tearing apart the void, wishing to kill Hao. Hao waved his hand, golden feathers filled the skies. These were Kuan-Peng feathers, covering everything, scattering out sword radiance, the battle extremely intense. This battle was extremely dazzling, and also intense. It started from a clash of precious techniques, turning to a contest of physical strength, and then to a comparison of Dao skills. In the end, they both displayed restricted divine abilities, fighting until they tangled around each other endlessly. Outside, many people nodded, continuously voicing their praise. There were some people who felt disdain, inwardly saying that even with these types of methods, you dare shout noisily, saying you are an emperor? Bai Zhe and Zi Kuan's expressions were strange, inwardly complicated. They immediately noticed what was wrong. Why did this fella need to fight bitterly like this? They personally experienced his strength in the lower realm. Just Huang's incarnation alone suppressed both of them. Was there a need to struggle like this with Jinsu? The two immediately understood. Huang was definitely doing this on purpose. He was putting out bait. Jinsu alone wasn't enough. He wanted even more people to bet with him. On the side, there were ouching Immortal King Clan's people. When they heard the news, they immediately hurried over. It was because Huang had ruined a great matter for them, seizing the All-Dao tree, making many people in their clan remember him. This was especially the case when the two supreme beings who participated in that affair both personally hurried over, immediately noticing clues. The two cursed inwardly. Huang, you really are not of the good sort, definitely scheming. However, they didn't reveal it. The past battle accomplishments of Huang weren't something they declared publicly. It was too humiliating. Otherwise, Bai Zhe and Zi Kuan wouldn't have suffered too. Even though he came from the impoverished lower realm, this fella really isn't weak, someone said in praise. In the arena, it was exceptionally intense. The two fought for over 800 moves. In the end, the nine-headed lion wasn't a match. Smacked by Hao's palm, beaten until he vomited blood, rolling outwards, smashing into a stone railing. You are quite strong, but compared to me, there is still a huge difference, like the sky and earth. You're too weak. Seeing as how my sworn brother in the lower realm is also a nine-headed lion. Today, I'll be lenient with you. Hao stood there, saying this loudly. Hiss! Many people released hissing sounds. They even fought for 800 moves, the battle this bitter, yet you are still saying that the difference is sky and earth? Even this can be counted as lenient? You just won by a fluke. Veins were throbbing on Jin Su's forehead. He actually lost, defeated in front of everyone by that hateful brat, leaving him rather sullen, finding this extremely hard to accept. If you have the guts, then fight another round. Do you have more immortal resources? If you want to fight against me, you have to first bring out 10 times the stake. Otherwise, I don't have the patience to teach you. Hao looked at him with disdain. Jinsu was beyond angry. He turned around to leave, wishing to borrow weapons, and then come back to fight again. Many people released hissing sounds, feeling like this lower realm Huang was too arrogant. If you can't accept this, then just come. This emperor will properly teach you all humility. Hao pointed at an individual who cursed at him. What did you say? That person roared with fury. Right at this time, exiled Immortal and Princess Yao Yu appeared one after the other. They were all originally creatures of the 9 heavens 10 earths, also coming to participate in the distinguished meeting. When they heard the news, they immediately hurried over. The two of them were a bit speechless. This fella actually also entered immortal domain. They originally thought that he would be trapped in the lower realm, but now he ran to Pan King City, moreover starting up this type of commotion, challenging wantonly. This really was worthy of Huang. The one who wouldn't be quiet no matter where he went. Who are you speaking to? Below, a green-haired youngster glared out, slapping the table and standing up. I am talking about you, green hair. Do you dare fight or not? This emperor will teach you how to act properly. The meaning of humility. Sure how pointed at him, putting on an arrogant appearance, as if he was the only sovereign. You can go fuck yourself. That individual really was angered quite badly, having this green hair nickname for no reason. Everyone here had status. It wasn't easy to become a supreme being. Which one of them wasn't dignified? Even if they had nicknames, they would be elegant or heroic ones. This fella immediately called them yellow hair, green hair. Who could take this? No wonder Xianxia was furious, insisting on fighting him, directly heading to an arena. There was a reason behind this. This was what the green-haired youngster thought. Then he couldn't sit still anymore. Green hair, I am talking about you. Weren't you all arrogant before? Come over here and fight. This emperor will knock you down with one arm. I might as well make this story better, defeating yellow hair and green hair in one day. Right, is there white hair, purple hair, cyan hair? Sure how shouted. Below, everyone found it hard to calm down. Among them, there were some silver-haired, purple-haired, and cyan-haired cultivators whose faces immediately turned green. They really wanted to immediately rush up and smack him to the ground. This brat was just too good at provoking others. A group of people couldn't sit still anymore. Sure how never planned to submit to humiliation after he entered Immortal domain. Since he already had 4 freaks who placed all their cards on the table, he didn't have much to worry about. Was this a place where he could earn the respect of others by giving up his dignity and lowering his head? This was even less likely. Instead of waiting for others to forgive him, he might as well just act as he wished. Right now, he played the fool for a bit, but he wouldn't wrong himself just this brazen. Whoever looked at him with hostility, that was who he would immediately retaliate against. I'll come and fight with you. Sure enough, that green-haired man couldn't remain calm, already standing up, walking towards the arena. Wait, do you have immortal resources? This emperor won't fight poor people. I have always been benevolent and charitable. Sure how shouted, blocking in front of him. A few people cursed out. What benevolence? This was clearly greed, a miser, staring at others' purses. You? The green-haired man pointed at him, truly losing his temper a bit. Yellow hair, don't be in a rush to leave. Let me check the inventory first. See if the immortal resources you left behind are enough. Sure how then shouted after Xianxia. Xianxia staggered, almost falling face first. The green-haired youngster got on the arena. With a huala noise, he produced a pile of immortal resources. They were incredibly dazzling, some floating in the air, some crushing the earth, incredibly mystical, flowing with brilliant colors. Those immortal resources were like small suns, releasing rich life force. A bit more than yellow hair, but it's still not that much, Sure how said. He nodded in reluctance, agreeing to fight with him. Hong! In that instant, a divine vine appeared at this green-haired man's side, turning into a divine chain, wrapping toward Sure how. He took action immediately after stepping up. Good! Sure how faced his enemy. This was a battle between dragons and tigers, the great battle lasting more than 900 moves. Sure how released great divine radiance from his palm, blasting the green-haired male flying, blood spurting out from his mouth and nose, scattering across the arena. You are only a bit stronger than yellow hair. Compared to me, you are still too lacking. Go back and cultivate 1,000 years, Sure how said, his face drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Everyone became a bit speechless as they looked at him. You are already tired to this extent. Fighting for more than 900 moves, what way stronger than the other party is there to speak of? You really are superficial enough. Bai Zai and Zi Kuan both cursed inwardly, feeling like this fella was a bit immoral. This was intentional. He wanted to lure out others into taking action. The 2 supreme beings from Ao family didn't have good expressions on their faces either. However, they just couldn't speak the truth because the things that happened before were too shameful. With a walla sound, Sure how collected this pile of immortal resources. Wait, There is the 10th that primal chaos intakes as commission. The shopkeeper spoke. Previously, he was a bit stunned, almost forgetting. Shopkeeper, your family's immortal king dwelling, that heaven character room 1, are you going to sell it or not? I want to buy it, Xianxia said. The shopkeeper rolled his eyes. There weren't many immortal king dwellings in the entire Pan-King city. How many people could afford it? The others were also speechless, all of them looking at him. This fella really dared to speak, actually setting his eyes on the immortal king manor. Only exiled immortal and Princess Yao Yu's minds jumped, understanding his intention. They already saw that even though Xianxia was playing the fool, he indeed wanted the immortal king dwelling. How about this? I'll settle for the next best thing. Sell me a true immortal dwelling? Of course, this is on the premise that I can still use it if I bring it back to the lower realm, that it won't dry up. Xianxia said it like this. Youngster, you should be a bit more realistic. These things aren't things that can be sold. Every one of them priceless. Do you know just how much vitality needs to be gathered for a single true immortal dwelling? How many stars suitable for living would dry up? The shopkeeper with the walrus beard said. Xianxia was inwardly shocked. A true immortal dwelling actually consumed this much? Wasn't this equivalent to destroying many stars that creatures could reside in? Just an inn was actually this precious. As for the immortal king dwelling, it was even harder for Xianxia to imagine just how it was created. Is there anyone else who wishes to fight against me? Xianxia asked loudly. Below, exiled immortal and Princess Yao Yu couldn't help but sigh. This really was a monster. He stirred up endless commotion in the lower realm, and now he started it all over again in immortal domain. At the same time, their minds jumped. Recently, there was news that a goddess Ao family's young great one had a good opinion of developed hostility towards him. He was previously quite close to Qin Yi. Don't tell me this was because of Huang's appearance? The two looked at each other in dismay, both of them feeling like Huang wasn't someone easy to deal with, that they absolutely cannot stir things up. I will fight you. Sure enough, there was someone else who found him unsightly, wishing to ascend the arena and fight him. Wait, let me rest for a bit. I fought 2 rounds in a row. Even an immortal king would be tired to the point of vomiting blood. Xianxia boasted shamelessly, saying things like this. Many people shot him a look of disdain. Immortal kings will vomit blood? At that level, they could fight for years without rest. There were unrivaled immortal kings who previously fought for over 1,000 years, not collapsing unless they died. Soon afterwards, this battle began. It ended after 1,000 moves, that individual suffering a great defeat, leaving behind a pile of immortal resources before leaving. 3 continuous victories. Who else wants to try? Xianxia stood in the arena, saying this proudly, gathering hatred here. His shamelessly boasting appearance was something many people couldn't bear to see. However, Bai Zhe and Zikuan both believed that what he spoke weren't empty words. He really had the backing to be arrogant. Ao family's 2 great supreme beings also couldn't help but sigh. This youngster was extremely strong, and not arrogant. What he spoke was the truth. White hair, purple hair, cyan hair, it should be your turn now, right? Xianxia pointed at some people. Gathering hatred like this, even if he didn't want opponents, it was impossible. People got on the arena one after another, fighting bloody battles against him. Unfortunately, no one could knock him off the arena. After 6 continuous victories, Xianxia waved his hand. We'll just end things here. I won't fight anymore. No way. Many people shouted. There were true experts who didn't make their moves yet, not fighting. Some cultivators from immortal domains suffered defeats one after another, making them feel like they had no face left. Could it be that they were less than a cultivator from the impoverished lower realm? I don't want to fight anymore, Xianxia replied. Why? Just now, you were still full of fighting spirit, saying you are an emperor. What are you scared now? Someone shouted and asked. What's scared? I just feel inwardly sore that I'm fighting great battles here. But this primal chaos inn is taking away 1/10 of the spoils. What right do they have? Xianxia said. This miser. The people really were convinced now. He was even bickering over this. Which arena wasn't like this? Primal Chaos in shopkeeper immediately became speechless. What was this? This was the first time he met someone who bickered with him like this. So what do you want to do? Someone asked. Let's switch ins. I feel like this place is too dark. Xianxia said seriously. You are the one who is dark. The shopkeeper wanted to berate him, but he swallowed it back down while on the verge of saying this. So many people came because of Huang's arrival, and there were many battles, so this was a huge business. As such, in the end, he put on a fake smile. Since this little brother is dissatisfied, we can make some changes. Take a bit less commission. How much? How about this? We'll reduce it. No, still too much. Then, everyone was stunned, watching as they haggled. Was this still a cultivator? He called himself the extreme Dao expert of the mortal Dao. Why did he end up negotiating business? He really was quite something. Say, are you really going to argue over that bit of commission? It's like this at every arena. Someone warned. Just stay off to the side. If you can't accept it, then just fight. Xianxia waved his hand in annoyance. In the end, Primal Chaos in shopkeeper agreed to cut his commission by half, on the premise that he could win another 6 victories in a row or more. Of course, this was something they agreed on in secret, or else if others knew that this shopkeeper wanted Huang to continuously win, they might just take out their anger on him. That day, Huang's name spread through this region, drawing in large amounts of people, watching him fight at Primal Chaos Inn. Soon afterwards, many people knew about the events in Panking City, that a cultivator named Huang, known to be an expert of extreme Dao, was unstoppable, unmatched in the mortal Dao domain. That day, many people were shaken up, for example great true immortal families, as well as those geniuses from the 9 heavens 10 earths. Huang appeared mysteriously, charging to Panking City, defeating heroic individuals from all different sides. It really left them shocked. Even immortal king families were paying attention. This Huang left them quite amazed. Qingyi learned about it, hearing that Xianxia arrived in immortal domain, moreover already entered Panking City. She was inwardly shaken, starting to hurry towards this king city too. Ao family's young great one Ao Gon came out of seclusion, riding a war chariot, also hurrying to Panking City, wishing to participate in the distinguished meeting. At the same time, Pan family's genius Pan Yi came out of seclusion. When he received the news, he headed towards Primal Chaos Inn. It was still a few days before the Peaches of Immortality distinguished meeting would be held. However now, there was already a huge commotion, well-known figures from all clans arriving. This was especially the case with some well-known experts in the mortal Dao domain, as well as some up-and-coming youngsters, the crowd thick and fast, drawn purely by the accomplishments of one person in the arena. It really is Pan Yi. He actually came out of seclusion, personally arriving. Someone cried out in alarm, seeing this young man. Primal Chaos Inn was full of charm and beauty, divine islands floating, full of giant mountains and towering trees. Divine waterfalls cascaded, immortal energy swirling about this place. Pan Yi's skin was a bronze color, not all that handsome, but there was an intimidating heroic air to him. He was well built, his frame large and thick, had thick brows and big eyes, a pair of eyebrows reaching past his temples. There were many people in the surroundings, the men handsome, the women pretty, skin fine white like jade, carrying an immortal Dao feeling. Meanwhile, his bronze body and sturdy flesh looked completely different, as if a war god was standing tall here. This was a powerful individual. Even though he was far away, Xianxia could still sense that this person was extraordinary. Blood energy surged within his body like a sea, not a single trace leaking out. A dormant true dragon, a lurking beast king. He gave off an incredibly powerful feeling. Pan Yi was also watching Xianxia, sizing him up seriously. I finally encountered a top-level expert. This was Xianxia's evaluation. Even though he stood at the peak of extreme Dao, no opponents under true immortal level, he sensed a bit of danger. This person was extremely strong, far exceeding the understanding of normal people, worthy of being known as one of Immortal Domain's greatest experts in the mortal Dao domain. Xianxia had already heard of Ouching Immortal King's descendant Ao Gon, Pan King's descendant Pan Yi, and others. They were precisely the unrivaled existences at the peak of mortal Tao. These people all had great aspirations, their auras devouring the universe, determined to become immortal kings. Pan came. Could it be that even he wishes to step on the stage? Some people were moved, carrying hopeful looks. Who in this world didn't know Pan? They all wished to see him take action. It was because it had been a long time since he roamed the world. Everyone wanted to see just how powerful he became. In many people's eyes, becoming a true immortal was only a matter of time for him. It was just how he chose to continue. As long as he was willing, entering that domain wasn't an issue at all. He was currently accumulating, establishing his Immortal King Foundation. Only when he established an imperishable Tao foundation in the mortal Tao domain could he advance smoothly in the immortal Tao domain, having a chance of becoming a king figure. You are quite strong, different from how I imagined. Achieving the Tao before 500 years, it has shattered many people's beliefs, breaking the dust-covered glorious record, something that will be remembered for ages to come. Pan spoke in secret, nodding towards Shi Hao. Even in immortal domain, achieving the Tao in 500 years was extremely difficult, all of them happening in extremely ancient, most cruel times with relentless battles, blood and flames filling the skies. It was rumored that several ancient immortal kings rose up precisely from that type of cruel age, but they still weren't the ones who achieved the Tao early. Unfortunately, the ones who achieved the Tao early all died, killed in that bitter great age. The immortal kings rose up through stepping on their corpses. It wasn't that those who achieved the Tao early could definitely laugh last, become unrivaled experts. At the very least, those immortal kings' Tao achieving period wasn't that early. Pan was no less than 5,000 years of age, his cultivation period not that short. He had already been a supreme being for many years, but the exact time was something no one knew. This was a secret. It was precisely like that young great one Aogon, when he achieved the Tao, a mystery. There were some who said he achieved the Tao before 1,000 years, others who said that it was before 2,000 years. Bullying others like this, isn't it completely a one-sided battle? Pan said. He had always been conversing with Shi Hao in secret, outsiders unaware of it. If they knew, they would definitely be terrified. Even the Pan family generation suppressing heaven's pride attached such importance to Huang. Would they still dare step up? At this time, Shi Hao already won 18 rounds in a row, defeating experts from all different sides, gathering a small mountain of immortal resources. There's no way, the 9 heavens 10 earths are too barren. Entering a cultivationless age, spiritual essence sucked dry. My disciples don't have the resources to cultivate, having heaven-warping talent for nothing, still unable to rush into the heavens, transform from fish into dragons. Shi Hao replied. Of course, there was one other point. It was because some cultivators took the initiative to approach him with hostility, so he naturally wouldn't pass up this opportunity to slaughter fat sheeps. The inn's shopkeeper's brows were raised, continuously stroking them, carrying a pleased expression. Shi Hao collected a pile of immortal resources. Primal Chaos and Naturally also had their share of the profits. How about the two of us exchange some pointers? We'll just bet a true immortal dwelling. What do you think? Of course, this is on the premise that it won't dry up even when brought into the lower realm, still can be used. Shi Hao secretly transmitted sound. Pan Yi's long brows jumped. His appearance was extremely heroic. He looked at Shi Hao, revealing a faint smile, saying, I indeed wish to exchange some pointers, but the old monsters back home warned me not to act too rashly, that there was an old friend who had given his greetings. When Shi Hao heard this, he was moved. There was an old friend who spoke with Pan family's old monsters? Who was this? He immediately thought about the restricted region lord, crystal skull, golden arm bone, and the bleeding eyeball he had on him. However, did they have this much prestige? One had to understand that Pan King was an unmatched existence who overlooked immortal domain, looked over past, present, and future, one of the true most powerful creatures. Perhaps the restricted region lord and the others had already greeted Pan family and the others? After all, the old monsters Pan spoke of had unclear backgrounds, not necessarily Pan King himself. It is about time for you to stop as well. Continuously bullying others like this won't do. Pan King City will become chaotic. Pan Yi warned. This was their bottom line. They couldn't always watch him pretend to be a pig while eating tigers. In reality, many people already realized that there was most likely something wrong with this fella, always fighting intensely no matter who it was against. Yet he would instead win in the end. This wasn't normal. All right, I'll carry out the few last ones. Let me collect some more Immortal Dao resources. Shihao said. Pan Yi didn't say anything, just watching him. He had never met such a scoundrel-like supreme being. Who dares fight with me? This will be the last 5 rounds. There won't be any more after this. Mortal Dao Domain, who is unmatched under the sky, wishing for a loss. Shihao shouted. The expressions of the crowd weren't that great. They came from the boundless immortal domain, scattered across different regions, all the very best of various clans. Yet they continuously suffered defeat today. There was actually no one who could win against this fella. There were immediately quite a few people who looked towards Pan Yi. But in the end, he didn't move at all, not showing any intention of taking action. Pan Yi Supreme Being has long reached the point where he doesn't need to prove himself. Being unmatched in the mortal Dao domain, he is acknowledged by the world. It is beneath him to fight. Someone said. Who is the one who dares speak randomly? Oh, Cyan Hair. It's you. Come here and fight. I can subdue you with one hand in under 10 moves. Shihao challenged. That person was naturally provoked. This was too crazy. 10 moves, one-handed? Did he think he was Pan Yi or Ao family's young great one Aogon? However, unfortunately, this cyan-haired youngster was struck until he bled from all 7 apertures on the 9th move. His entire body convulsing. Who knew how many bones broke? He laid flat on the arena, unable to move at all. 4 more, Shihao shouted. Unfortunately, he was stopped before he could continue to the end. Pan family really had a true immortal who appeared. He coldly swept his eyes over everyone, starting to clear this place up. This type of gamble that didn't have any suspense, seriously disrupting the law and order of this region, wasn't something they were willing to see. This was especially when Huang came from the lower realm, so he'll definitely have some conflict with some families. Even Ouching Immortal King's cultivators were dissatisfied with him. If this continued, there would be trouble. I never expected you to have entered Immortal Domain too, actually being able to see you again in this lifetime. Outside the arena, Princess Yao Yu said, looking at him in a daze. His old friends were scattered across the vast Immortal Domain. Now, there were only a few people among them who had just entered Pan King City. Right now, it was only exiled Immortal, Princess Yao Yu and Great Su Tuo who appeared. They were the first ones to arrive. Great Su Tuo sighed with admiration. No matter where Huang went, he wouldn't be a nobody. He had just arrived in Immortal Domain. Yet he already stirred up such a great commotion. There's nothing that can be done. Heaven is jealous of heroic geniuses. Shihao said with a laugh. Did you enter Immortal Domain for Qing Yi? Princess Yao Yu asked. Shihao didn't respond, instead looking at them and saying, You all didn't break into Supreme Being Realm yet? They all laughed bitterly. Even exiled Immortal was left speechless. Entering Supreme Being Realm with just 1,000 years of cultivation. How was it that easy? Only those who experienced it knew just how difficult this path was. Do you think all of us are like you? Princess Yao Yu rolled her eyes in annoyance. Even though the 500-year taboo line had been crossed, this didn't mean that they could achieve the Tao once they passed this line. I have to tell you some bad news. Among all those who achieved the Tao under 1,000 years, not a single one was able to laugh to the end. None of them becoming an immortal king, all of them dead. Great Su Tuo, this honest and sincere person, said. Why is that? The time it takes to achieve the Tao doesn't necessarily decide one's final achievements. Exiled Immortal told him. In the lower realm, I clearly heard that there were unrivaled immortal kings who became supreme beings before 500 years. Shihao frowned. Those are all rumors. Pan King and Ouching Immortal King. Even though it is unknown which eras they came from, they have stated that they both achieved the Tao after 2,000 years. Princess Yao Yu said. This slow? Shihao was shocked. The 3 of them became silent, not wanting to talk to him anymore. Achieving the Tao in 2,000 years, was this still late? Perhaps it was precisely because ouching Immortal King and Pan King were too powerful that the people of the world exaggerated their achievements, saying that they already became supreme beings after cultivating for a few decades. However, the real situation wasn't like this. When old friends reunited, there were already many things to say. Sure Hao also wished to ask them about many things. However, before they had the time to catch up, he was invited away by Pan family's people. That old friend had already given his greetings, so Pan family was responsible and diligent, wishing to ensure his safety. They really were scared that ouching Immortal King family's young Great One would come and look for trouble. Sure Hao was rather unwilling, but in the end, he couldn't go against the will of an Immortal King family, having been invited into a courtyard. This was a rather grand cave dwelling, but compared to the true Pan family ancestral land, it couldn't be compared at all. Not long after Sure Hao left, Qingyi hurried over. After 1,000 years passed, her white clothes were purer than snow, style even greater than the past, carrying an otherworldly immortal Tao feeling. She really was like a fairy. Unfortunately, the primal chaos arena was already cleared up. She came too late, not being able to meet Sure Hao. Hong Long Long. A war chariot moved through the cosmos, appearing at the entrance of the city. Ao family's young Great One Ao Gon arrived, finding Qingyi not long afterwards, staying with her. Several days later, more and more people appeared in Pan King City, true immortals descending from time to time. Then, this heaven and earth began to tremble. A rain of flowers scattered down from the cosmos, a golden crow rising, a true phoenix danced about, golden lotuses taking root in the void. Immortal kings descended. This type of irregular scene happened continuously in these next few days. The dark universe was full of golden lotuses and great Tao sounds, shaking up time. During these days, this region was extremely pure and holy, swirling with primal chaos and a great Tao aura. Peaches of Immortality distinguished meeting happened a day later. Sure Hao was finally invited out, not trapped within the courtyard. He was going to Peaches of Immortality distinguished meeting. Pan King City was massive, built on a primitive ancient continent. It now already floated along the cosmos for who knew how many great eras. It was at the center of this cosmos, surrounded by heavenly stars. Today, in this sea of cosmos, golden lotuses appeared one after another everywhere, filling the cosmos, lighting up the darkness. The endless territories in the heavens all released rumbling noises, great Tao scriptures rising and falling. The Peaches of Immortality distinguished meeting began, located at the heart of the city, also the heart of this starry sea, the place where immortal energy was the richest. It was called a manor, but it was just too vast. Its main entrance seemed like it was forged from archaic immortal mountains, imposing and majestic. Strands of immortal mist were released, coming from undying matter. Sure Hao stood in front of a pair of large gates, becoming speechless. He stared at it continuously, really wanting to just bring it away with him. "Why are you stopping?" Zikuan asked. Bai Zhe frowned. They were responsible for escorting Sure Hao together with Pan family's people, but this fella really was worrisome, always causing all types of trouble. "I am thinking that this Pan King manor is too luxurious. These are basically a pair of imposing archaic immortal mountains. They're towering here just like this, treated like an entrance. They'd be better off being brought back by me and used as a cave dwelling," Sure Hao said. Bai Zhe's face immediately fell. This fella was trying to cause trouble again. He really was scared badly. Was there going to be even more of a disturbance produced? Sure enough, on the side, Pan family's faces darkened, their expressions unkind, carrying doubt. They stared at him with serious expressions. "I'm warning you today, there are true immortals attending the meeting, immortal kings who will descend. This is something that hasn't happened in immortal domain for many years. You better not start up trouble," Bai Zhe warned. He felt like he really shouldn't have guided this disaster into immortal domain. Wasn't this just giving themselves a headache? Fortunately, they were almost at their destination. Soon, it would have nothing to do with them. "Little bro, where was this Pan King Manor mountain moved over from? Are there any left?" Sure Hao asked the people at his side. Little bro? That person rolled his eyes. I've cultivated for 180,000 years. Old sir, I am serious. Where was this mountain dug out from? Sure Hao asked. Hurry and continue forward. Zikuin and Bai Zhe pushed him forward, heading into the mountain gate. The steps were ancient in appearance, releasing hazy chaotic light. While walking on them, one could hear waves of great Tao sounds, making them feel as if they were about to enter a state of Tao comprehension. I sort of don't want to leave anymore, Sure Hao said. He wanted to squat down and dig up the stone tiles. Zikuin coughed, at the same time glaring at him, secretly reminding him that the bricks here had been soaked in the blood of undying kings, that he couldn't act recklessly here. These mountain stones that were used to lay the ground came from a king-level battlefield. Those areas were places where undying kings and immortal kings had fought decisively, flowing with unmatched ancestral blood. These bricks all had spirit, any one of them a treasure that could be refined into weapons. This is simply wasting heavenly treasures, Sure Hao sighed. He had no choice but to sigh inwardly, thinking that this manner was too extraordinary, more astonishing sights appearing with each step. Wherever he went, there were extremely precious materials that released great Tao auras. Wait! Sure Hao suddenly stopped. He stared at a flower bed, his eyes widening. What is it? Bai Zhe and the others really were scared of him starting something. Why do I feel like the stuff planted in the flower bed are all divine medicines? Sure Hao was suspicious. Even though this place wasn't that large, it could still hold a few dozen stalks. Every single one was sparkling and translucent, releasing a rare fragrance that refreshed the mind. Just taking in a single breath would make one feel as if they were ascending to immortality. Correct. They are all divine medicines, Pan family's people said expressionlessly. This is just too extravagant, right? Sure Hao was shocked. He really wanted to say, do you all want to be struck by heavenly lightning? Even this type of divine medicines were actually planted by the mountain gate. What is so special about this? The medicine field in Pan King Manor's depths has more than one stalk of long-life medicine, Zikuin said quietly, at the same time warning him not to speak randomly. Pan family's people were extremely calm, giving him a glance, not saying anything, as if it was beneath them to pay attention to this shock at the divine medicines here. Since you all are going to squander them away like this, then I won't be too polite, Sure Hao said. He rubbed his hands. His movements were extremely fast, Zikuin unable to stop him even if he wanted to. With two bo-bo sounds, he directly picked 2 stalks of divine medicine, pulling them out just like that. The 2 stalks of divine medicines had already developed sentience. Under the nourishment of undying goods, they grew extremely well. They screamed out in alarm. This wasn't the lower realm that experienced a cultivationless age. They would never degenerate here. The eyebrows of Pan family's people stood on end. I apologize, I only wanted to pick 2 flowers. Who would have thought that the roots would also come out? Sure Hao's movements were swift. With 2 pu sounds, he snipped off 2 flowers, and then stored the roots into spatial magical artifacts. What are you doing? Bai Zhe's face turned green, berating with a low voice. Aren't these just flowers to admire? I feel happy when I see them, wish to use them to comprehend the Tao. Look, this is the svelte bearing of supreme being admiring flowers. Sure Hao spoke, as if he was a Buddha clasping a flower while smiling. Bai Zhe and Zikuin, the 2 of them were completely stupefied. Pan King Manor really is great, treating divine medicines as flowers, it's really normal. The 2 of you shouldn't make a fuss about nothing like bumpkins. It really is too embarrassing. Sure Hao criticized them. Bai Zhe, Zikuin. The 2 of them wanted to swear out loud. Who was the one making a fuss about nothing, not understanding tradition? Pan family's people also became a bit stunned. Why was this youngster so weird? They never met such a vicious kid before. In their eyes, this was indeed still a brat, because they had long cultivated for more than 100,000 years. They lived for an extremely long amount of time. The one who was watching over things was not far away. He walked over, his expression calm. "It's fine, esteemed guest, please head inside. But please do not stir up any more trouble." He was extremely calm, not producing a stance like Panking manner was a cut above. However, even though this was advice, there was still a bit of warning intent that this was not to be repeated. Sure how naturally picked up on this, cupping his fists and laughing. For the rest of the journey, Bai Zhe and Zikuan were both alarmed. Even though Sure how didn't move his hands, he still didn't stop his random commentary at all. What? The steels on the side of the road were left behind by without end immortal king? I was about to say, time fragments are dancing about, containing the great Tao of time. By sitting here and cultivating, the benefits are tremendous. Sigh, I previously saw the immortal Bell's ruined immortal body that was left behind after without end died. But it vanished without a trace after so many years. I won't hope for this steel, but that bell, I absolutely must obtain it. Along the way, there were inscribed cliffs and steels. If they weren't left behind by well-known true immortal old ancestors, then they were personally inscribed by immortal kings, truly all priceless. Sure how gnawed his teeth. When could he build a manor like this? Any random rock, a divine object, having extraordinary background. Bai Zhe and Zikuan were trembling with fear. They were both practically sticking to Sure how, watching him, one from the left, one from the right, scared that he might do something, ready to stop him at a moment's notice. Were you two both crabs in your previous lives or something? Why are you always bumping into me? It's not like you guys are cute fairies. Stop touching me all the time. Just stay off to the side. Sure how was annoyed. These two really experienced unspeakable suffering. They cursed inwardly, extremely scared and on edge along the way, fearing that he might commit more crimes. Finally, they followed a cobblestone road, arriving at Immortal Peach Garden. The stones on the ground released immortal energy, the fruit trees on the sides of the road sparkling and resplendent, the fruit fragrance rich. Sure how clearly sensed that they were different, that what they saw along the way were divine objects. Is there a need to be like this? He muttered quietly. Zikuan couldn't help but quietly warn. It is rumored that the entire Panking Manor is a supreme treasure called Universe Mountains and Rivers Imprint, an immortal king weapon. That is why every tree and stalk of grass, every brick and stone is an immortal material. Sure how was stunned, and then he woke up. He surveyed the entire official residence, and sure enough, the scene was extraordinary. This was actually an immortal king's supreme weapon. No wonder there were without end immortal king steels and other things. They were left behind after helping Panking refine a weapon. Immortal Peach Garden was extremely large, guests coming and going, this place full of activity. There weren't any ordinary individuals among those who came and went, all of them powerful individuals. They were either heaven-warping geniuses or rare good saplings. Normal cultivators didn't have the qualifications to participate in this distinguished meeting. Immortal peach trees rested there one after another, some blossoming with pink flowers, fallen flowers scattering and flying around like snowflakes, carrying a rain of light, extremely beautiful. Meanwhile, some of the immortal peach trees had upright and strong trunks, like winding dragons, already bearing fruit. The peaches were bright red, releasing scarlet multicolored light, carrying divine brilliance, their sweet fragrance wafting about. The guests of the distinguished meeting sat on the meadow under the trees, jade tables arranged before them, fine liquor and delicacies already arranged. White mist rose in spirals around this place. This was a true immortal paradise. Sure how was guided to his seat. He sat behind a jade table and then began to examine the surrounding scenery. Are these immortal peaches all immortal medicines? Sure how asked. No, only the mother stalk is. The fruits that are produced are the most precious long-life, undying medicines, able to allow one to ascend to immortality in broad daylight, their value immeasurable. Bai Zhe said in admiration. The other immortal peach trees were all grown from the fruit cores of the mother stalk. Even though they didn't have that level of divine effects, the fruits they produced would also carry strong undying matter, similarly rare great medicines. In the distance, a beautiful pair walked over, entering Immortal Peach Garden. The male was handsome, full of imposing appearance. His presence like that of a dragon, having the aptitude of a cultivation monarch. The woman's white clothes were purer than snow, style exceptional, her figure enchanting as it rocked back and forth. The two slowly walked around this immortal peach garden, looking like Taoist immortal companions. Qing Yi, Shi Hao called out. At this moment, Bai Zhe and Zikuan were both shocked. It was because they saw that Huang's temperament changed, becoming completely different from before. He was no longer smiling mischievously, instead sitting there, exuding a naturally imposing manner, comparable to the young Great One Ao Gon and Pan family's heaven-warping figure Pan Yi, not inferior in any way. The three of them all had that type of unmatched bearing. The ones next to Shi Hao, even though their cultivations were also quite high, couldn't help but shiver, their souls trembling. They rose up, not daring to stay close. Shi Hao! Qing Yi released a light cry, her graceful bearing exceptional. Her beautiful face carried a stirred expression, eyes blurred, carrying a bit of mist. She quickly rushed over. One separation and 1,000 years passed. Back then, for the sake of immortal Tao, she firmly decided to step into immortal domain. She originally thought that she might never see this person again in this life. But who would have thought that 1,000 years later, they still reunited? Shi Hao already got up. Qing Yi arrived, looking at this youngster in a daze. He was still like before, but he seemed even more steady than before, exuding a natural presence, having a type of world-subduing boldness. Bai Zhe and Zikuan inwardly cried out. It was because the current Huang was completely different than the one they saw before. Qing Yi, is this your friend? Please introduce him to me. Ao Gon walked over. As Ao family's young Great One, every movement he made drew attention, all clans' eyes on him. He is Huang, Qing Yi said. Oh? So it is you. You seem quite brave. Really daring to enter immortal domain. Ao Gon's hands were behind his back. On his head a purple gold crown. His appearance was outstanding, his bearing extraordinary, having a type of I am supreme feeling. He was a leading figure among supreme beings. His presence was naturally imposing. Right now he examined Shi Hao. You are also quite brave, Shi Hao said calmly. Then, he pulled Qing Yi over, having her stand at his side. He turned around, and in a calm and unhurried manner, he looked at Ao Gon and said, The All Dao tree was taken by me. Qing Yi is my woman. Can't accept it? Then come and fight. No one expected him to be this direct, intimidating Ao family's young Great One. Shi Hao sensed the other party's hostility. He didn't want to waste any time. If he couldn't accept it, then they would fight. Who was scared of who? Inside Immortal Peach Garden, many people were shocked, cultivators from all clans raising eyebrows, watching this region. Huang confronted Ao family's young Great One. There might be a battle. How many individuals dared face Ao Gon in the mortal Tao domain? During these years, he had remained unstoppable among cultivators under the true immortal level. Invincible, difficult for him to meet his match. Heh, you have quite the boldness. Rather courageous. I've heard what you've had to say. Ao Gon had his hands behind his back, completely calm, a faint smile on his face. When faced with this challenge, he was unperturbed. His armor was a light golden color, as if a war emperor stood there, extremely heroic and valiant. However, you are also a bit too arrogant. What kind of place is this? It is the Pan King Manor. Daring to speak to me like this, do you believe that with just an order, I can make your head tumble? Ao Gon's words were cold, carrying faint killing intent. Do you think this is Ao family's backyard? That by relying on your immortal king ancestor, you can point fingers and order people around, rule all under the sky? Shi Hao opposed with equal harshness. His face was delicate and pretty, but at this moment it became serious. Moreover, there was a great might being exuded, a type of emperor aura spreading. This was the aura of an unrivaled supreme being. You are unbridled, Ao Gon shouted. His figure was tall and sturdy, his face heroic, long hair scattering down. His eyes were deep, extremely heroic, style outstanding. In addition, there was a type of powerful confidence. You are courting death. Sure how also berated at the same time. An indescribable domain formed around the two of them, forming a storm, making the sparkling peach blossoms that scattered down rise up into the air again, filling the skies, the fragrance assailing the nostrils. This looked beautiful, but it was extremely dangerous. It was the release of a type of domain, seriously distorting the void, making this place turn into a stormy region. Any living things that rashly entered might be crushed to powder. Right now, they were in a state of equilibrium. Once it was broken, there would be a huge disaster. The faces of the cultivators in the surroundings all changed, quickly backing up. Many people's attention was drawn here, this place momentarily becoming silent. Bai Zhe and Zi Kuan momentarily didn't dare walk up to give advice, feeling restraining fear towards that Aogon. They originally guided Sure how in precisely through this clan's true immortal's orders. However, later on, Pan family also got involved. Release Qing Yi. Let her come here, Aogon said, his gaze fierce like two immortal swords, releasing streaks of sword radiance, intimidating to the extreme. One could see that there really was sword radiance swirling within his eyes. Who do you think you are? Even someone like you can order me? Sure how looked at him coldly in disdain. Qing Yi's gaze was gentle. She stood at Sure hao's side, currently turning her head to look at him. After 1,000 years, they could still meet again. This made her emotions rise and fall greatly. Then, she looked forward, saying, Aogon's expression was calm. The way he looked at Qing Yi and at Sure hao was completely different, quietly interrupting her. There is no need to explain. Just wait a bit. His eyes became like sword edges again, staring at Sure hao and saying, this is something between me and you. Don't let Qing Yi get involved. What need is there to say so much? If you are unconvinced, then just fight. Sure hao still just had this line. In the surroundings, many people revealed shocked expressions. The first reason was that they were shocked at how unyielding this lower realm Huang was, daring to fight Aogon. The second was the relationship between them. Many cultivators looked towards Qing Yi. It was precisely this woman who moved Ao family young great one's heart. Just what was so extraordinary about her? Many people nodded, feeling like this white-clothed woman was indeed extremely pretty, to the point where they had nothing to say. Her style was exceptional, beautiful, and otherworldly, rarely seen in this world. However, those who truly understood the inner details weren't many, only a small portion of people knowing them. It was rumored that this female cultivator named Qing Yi was extremely special, suspected to be a reincarnated ancient true immortal. Moreover, the shockingly famous Qing Yu. This was extremely shocking. Even now, there was no proof that a person could reincarnate once one was dead. They would be dead. How could one come back to life? However, Fairy Qing Yu was different. Before dying, she left behind a vow, saying that she would return to this secular world, that she would appear again. Qing Yi's appearance made this legend a reality. Behind her was a green moon, releasing that true immortal's aura. Ao family had true immortals who were alive in those times and even met Fairy Qing Yu. They were confident that this green moon was the same as the one from back then. This left Ao family greatly shaken. Could it be that, after the body and spirit disappeared, reincarnation was still possible, that one could still appear again in this world? In the eyes of an immortal king family, Qing Yi's value was too great. In the past, Fairy Qing Yu was one of the very best among true immortals not far from Immortal King Realm. If it really was her reincarnating, then it was simply unimaginable. Some people believed that if she defied the heavens and returned, she will definitely achieve Immortal King status in this world. The greatest value was that others could use this as reference. If they could walk this path of reincarnation, then for the entire cultivation world, for the entire history of cultivation, this was truly shocking. How could normal people draw Aogon's interest? However, Qing Yi was surrounded by a mysterious veil, which was why he was immediately drawn towards her. Aogon was moved, really wishing to personally move this veil aside. Great One, He doesn't have the qualifications to take action against your respected self. Let us. Two people walked out from behind Aogon, one male, one female. The male was heroic and tall, the female beautiful, both of them with exceptional temperaments, his followers. They were both extremely strong. Are fights permitted here? Sure, how asked Pan family's people. We'll treat it as livening things up, demonstrating some divine abilities. Panny walked over, laughing loudly. If it wasn't him, the others from Pan family really didn't dare respond. Wait for me. Sure, how had Qingyi back up. He faced Aogon and the two at his side alone. You three can just come at me together. When these words sounded, everyone became shocked. This Huang really wasn't just a normal level of arrogant, completely facing Aogon, purposely opposing him. In the distant true immortal regions, there were others who heard about the disturbance. They began to ask about what exactly was going on. Unruly person. Accept punishment. The male and female at Aogon's sides shouted out, taking a step forward, both of them wishing to take action first. That's fine, you two can come at me together. Sure, Hao's gaze was penetrating. With a raise of his hands, the sun, moon and stars swirled about his palm and fingers, thunder crashing down streak after streak. He could tell these two were quite strong. Those who could follow at Aogon's sides were naturally outstanding. They were part of the very best among supreme beings, the two experts cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years already. Their cultivation levels were terrifyingly high. Honglong. Sure enough, when the two took action, the great Tao rumbled, terrifying beyond compare. Unfortunately, this was a battle Sure Hao wanted to use to establish his dominance. He wouldn't give them a chance. He concentrated his essence energy with a single move, Tao skill erupting to the extreme. Could be said that his current attack wasn't much different from a great clash of over 1,000 moves. He was going to decide victory and defeat with this single move, deciding life and death. Victory was victory, defeat was defeat. There were no other choices. Dong! The void exploded. Fortunately, this was Pan King Manor, the surface not moving at all. The immortal peach trees were undamaged because this entire manor was a supreme treasure, refined by an immortal king. There was no way it would be damaged. In that instant, lightning surged like a sea, forming stars one after another, deriving a cosmos-starry river. The most terrifying thing was that there was a Kuan Peng that spread its wings in the sea of lightning. A massive willow tree had taken root at the heart of the universe, deriving unmatched methods. Lightning Emperor's inheritance, Kuan Peng's great methods. Also, the divine ability of that realm's guardian spirit. Someone cried out in alarm. There were quite a few people who were moved. Not a single one of these three great inheritances were simple, all of them extremely strong and mysterious. With just one move, three great divine abilities were merged, appearing in a lightning cosmos, pouring outwards. Pooh! The male and female secret methods that were displayed were all scattered. Meanwhile, they themselves even more so trembled fiercely, their entire bodies contorting, all of the body protecting symbols erased. The two of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, directly tumbling backwards. All of the bones in their bodies continuously cracked, almost turning into two blasts of bloody mist. It won't be too good to take lives in the Peaches of Immortality distinguished meeting, so I'll leave you two with your lives. Sure Hao calmly said. This immediately triggered a great wave of alarm. Many people were shocked. This Huang from the lower realm was actually this strong, not even Aogon's followers his match. Prince Ao, thank you for accompanying me along the way. Qingyi's red lips opened. Before waiting for Aogon to speak, she continued, please do not trouble Huang. He is precisely the one I was waiting for. When these words sounded, it immediately made everyone erupt into commotion. This was Ouching Immortal King Clan's young great one, absolutely stunning, able to sweep through all opponents in his path, having the aptitude to be unrivaled in the mortal Dao domain, one of the most dazzling prides of heaven. This woman actually rejected him, choosing Huang from the lower realm. No matter how strong Huang was, there was no way he could compare to Ouching. This clan had true immortals, an unrivaled immortal king, too powerful. If his seniors seriously gave him guidance, he would achieve immortality even faster. This was a seed with the potential to become an immortal king. His entire existence was dazzling, a divine halo around him, drawing the attention of all clans. Many immortal Dao families wanted to be related to him in marriage, yet couldn't. However, this woman actually turned down Aogon just like that. The disturbance here already startled the people higher up, true immortals getting involved. After all, there were even several immortal kings who came, so they couldn't permit trouble to begin. If you are a man, then don't depend on a woman to speak for you. If you can take 3 moves from me, then I admit that you have the qualifications to issue a true challenge against me. Aogon said. He pressed forward step by step, about to personally take action. It was because he knew he didn't have much time left. There would be interference from higher up soon, so he needed to end things quickly. Stop wasting time. I already took action, Xianxia said, giving those 2 on the ground a look. Soon afterwards, the male and female pair were supported by others. Their injuries were too serious, even their souls already cracked. Treating them wasn't going to be easy. 3 moves. Let's see if you can take them, Aogon said coldly. Then he raised a palm. It really is troublesome. What if I accidentally kill you? Xianxia was even more domineering, speaking like this. In the surroundings, everyone was alarmed. These 2 were going to go all out in 3 moves, deciding victory and defeat like that. Kill! Aogon released a shout. The hand that was raised changed unpredictably, his palm releasing chaotic light, just too terrifying, drowning out this place. Xianxia released a light shout, forming a fist imprint, facing him head-on. In that instant, the great Tao rippled between heaven and earth, chaotic radiance and immortal energy completely surrounding the 2 of them. Magical force surged intensely, the void ripped apart by natural laws, just too terrifying. Outsiders couldn't see it clearly, unable to see through it. They were all supreme beings, yet the others trembled. That terrifying aura intimidated one down to their very soul, making them feel like bowing down, impossible to stop. With a pung sound, the ground swayed gently. The 2 separated, chaotic radiance and immortal energy all scattering, revealing their true bodies. Aogon turned around and left, releasing a snort. I'll consider you passing, having the right to challenge me. When everyone heard this, all of them were shocked. Huang was actually that strong. Stop trying to show off. Don't endure it anymore. If you don't release that mouthful of blood, you'll have internal injuries, Xianxia said coldly. Everyone immediately became horrified. Was it true? With a schwa sound, Pan Yi walked up like a ghost, arriving at Aogon's side, striking towards his lower back. What are you doing? Do you want to fight against me too? Aogon shouted, suddenly turning around. I want to see if you do have any extravasated blood. Help you examine your body, Pan Yi said. Aogon was injured. Was this real? Just how terrifying of a matter was this? The people here all didn't really believe it. If Aogon was defeated, then wouldn't that mean that this Huang from the lower realm really had the strength to look down on all under the immortal Dao level? This type of thing really was hard for them to accept. Aogon had world-devouring ambitions, unrivaled in the mortal Dao domain. Coming from an immortal king family, having this type of confidence. However, Huang came from a dilapidated world. The great Dao they're not complete, and it even entered a cultivationless age. If he could become unrivaled even under these conditions, then it really was unimaginable. Pong! Aogon exchanged a palm strike, and then backed up, saying, If you want to face me, I don't mind. Find a suitable place and we can fight to the death. False. Pan Yi only had this word, saying this to Aogon secretly. Then, he gave up, not taking action anymore, letting Aogon face him coldly. Many people released a breath of relief. They really were scared that Aogon was wounded, struck until a mouthful of blood came out. Of course, there were some who felt regret. These people really wanted to clearly see if Aogon was injured. If there really was a mouthful of blood that came out, then that really would be quite the play to watch. Aogon didn't say anything else, turning around and leaving. Huang, I reckon you miscalculated. Just now, I exchanged a palm with him, but it didn't force him into vomiting blood. Pan transmitted sound, a bit dissatisfied. He is forcefully enduring it. If you exchange a few more strikes with him, attacking with full power, I guarantee that he won't be able to hide the truth. Hong! Suddenly, Pan moved, rushing out like a human-formed dragon, too fast, attacking like thunder. You dare! Aogon was startled and furious. He understood Pan Yi's power well, but at the same time didn't expect him to be that domineering, daring to face him to the end. Dong! The heavens fell and earth split. Pan Yi released a heavy move, displaying a great divine ability. Pooh! Blood spilled out from the corners of Aogon's lips, glaring out and saying, "You dare attack me in secret?" Everyone was greatly alarmed. It was because there really was blood in Aogon's mouth. Was he injured by Pan Yi? Ha ha! Pan Yi roared with laughter. I've confirmed that what Huang said wasn't incorrect. You've already been injured, just holding back a mouthful of blood. When everyone heard this, they all revealed expressions of shock. There were some who almost cried out in alarm. This news was just too shocking. Just now, under 3 strikes, Ao family's young great one was injured? You dare attack me from behind. Moreover, humiliate me in this way, Aogon said coldly. When he spoke up to hear, his body shook. The light golden armor behind him broke apart, a fist imprint clearly visible. Pan Yi shook his head. At our cultivation level, who can sneak attack the other? Forget it. Since you want to find a way out of your embarrassing situation, I won't say any more either. He turned around and left, not saying anything. However, this was precisely the reason why Aogon's expression was ashen. He suddenly turned around, looking at Hao and saying, "Soon, I will fight a true battle against you. As for who is weak and who is strong, the results will become apparent." He turned around and left. This place immediately became quiet. This place was completely silent. Everyone was shocked, digesting what they just saw. These weren't ordinary people, all experts. Half of them believed that Aogon lost to Huang, at the very least making him suffer a bit of a loss under 3 strikes. This was truly shocking news. This was Ao family's young great one. Someone unstoppable, sweeping through all opponents, never suffering a defeat. However, today he was actually injured by Huang. Great Su Tuo and Princess Yao, you saw the truth behind this. They couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. This was precisely Huang. In the lower realm, he produced clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with another. Now, after he arrived in Immortal domain, he could still look down on all clans. Today, he even defeated Ao family's young great one. He was formidable after all. There was even less of a need to talk about the others. They came from Immortal domain's various great clans, never believing that the cultivators from that ruined world could challenge them. Now, this Huang's shocking accomplishments were right before their eyes. Of course, there were some who didn't believe Aogon lost, but rather believed this to be the result of Pan Yi's methods. These people carried hostility towards Hao, waiting for the true battle that would happen soon. Immortal Peach Garden was extremely large, and also extremely beautiful. The leaves were sparkling green, peach blossoms pink, scattering about, the bright red fruits overflowing with fruit fragrance. The guests of different regions were different. There was a true Immortal region and a Mortal Dao Cultivators region, so the fruits that were offered were also different. At the highest point, which was also Pan family's Immortal King dwelling, several Immortal Kings personally came. They remained quiet, none of them saying anything. Chaotic energy was hazy in that place, covering their bodies. Meanwhile, on the jade table before them, were true Immortal Peach Tree Immortal Medicines. Long Life Tree, Undying Immortal Peach Immortal Medicine. There was only that single mother tree. The fruits that were produced contained rich Immortal Dao essence. This was especially true when it was personally nurtured by Pan King. It was planted in a place of natural luck, containing great Dao fragments. This type of fruit, with just a single one, as long as a normal person ate it, they could ascend to immortality. Ancestral guardian spirits inheritor? Right at this time, an Immortal King spoke, as if he lived since millions and millions of years ago. His voice lacked the slightest trace of emotion, his entire figure ancient, covered in primal chaos. He was like a stone statue. As he spoke, there really wasn't the slightest ripple, not moving at all. The others were all like this, as if they towered there since endless years ago. They received the worship of the world's people, enjoyed the incense burning of great eras. Your families have searched back then, that ancestral guardian spirit was undergoing rebirth. But I heard you all killed it with lightning, leaving behind karma. Pan King said. His words were resounding. Even though he was also like a fossil, his tone rang like blades, carrying a powerful feeling of strength. In the past, we only wished to bring it into immortal domain. Perhaps there's a misunderstanding. It tore apart the lightning and left, most likely falling into the abandoned land. The abandoned land is precisely that cage, right? Huang was born precisely there. Seems like he was raised by that ancestral guardian spirit. No wonder. Someone nodded. If Sure Hao was here among them, he would definitely be shocked. They were currently discussing Willow Deity's secrets, precisely the reason why he landed in Stone Village back then. The endless lightning and the unmatched laws caused the destruction of Willow Deity's body, only leaving behind a ruined root. This was actually because of some immortal kings. This was precisely the reason why Willow Deity started over from the beginning. Rebirth from a dying state. How could it be that easy? Willow Deity paid a tremendous price, forgetting many things. Bring Huang over. I want to investigate that ancestral guardian spirit's whereabouts. An immortal king spoke. There was an old friend who has spoken, and I have promised to ensure his safety. Pan King said without any expressions. This place became silent. Several great immortal kings all began to think to themselves. They were the highest existences, the rulers of immortal domain, able to instantly guess at some changes in karma. There was a ruined soul who still hadn't scattered. Having you return a favor? Ouching Immortal King asked. I cannot talk about it. Pan King shook his head. Ouching. Since you displayed lightning before, attacking that ancestral guardian spirit, how about your descendant sizes up Huang today? Use him to reveal the one behind him? An Immortal King said coldly. You all are not allowed to act recklessly, Pan King said with a heavy voice. It is merely an exchange of pointers between the younger generation. That person said. This place immediately became silent. No one speaking up anymore. Primal chaos surged, several figures on the praying mat becoming hazy, coexisting with the world, eternally inextinguishable. Not long afterwards, Immortal Peach Garden was shaken. A true immortal appeared, asking about the disturbance from before. When he heard about what happened, what no one expected was that the true immortal ordered people to construct a platform. Stones were piled, divine pillars serving as railings, creating an arena. Since this is a distinguished gathering, you all will be given a chance. This will be a struggle between dragons and tigers of the mortal Tao. Whoever wins will be rewarded with an undying immortal peach medicine. Upon ingestion, it will instantly grant immortality. This was something said by an ancient true immortal, an old ancestor of Pan family, his position second only to Pan King. Everyone became shocked. They were actually bestowing an undying immortal peach medicine? How could they not be shocked? This immortal peach was a bit different from other undying medicines. It was rumored that Pan King might have become an imperishable immortal king precisely because of the immortal peach tree. The true peach tree's fruit contained unmatched great Tao fragments, the value unimaginable. It was to the extent where some people speculated that this was precisely how Pan King achieved the Tao originally. Cultivators at the mortal Tao level were originally arranged to meet in the outer areas of the immortal peach garden, but now they were brought into the forest depths, entering the true immortals region. The arena was massive, resembling a field, releasing immortal energy. This was a stage refined by true immortals, so there was no need to worry about its destruction. Many people couldn't sit still, erupting with noise. Cultivators of the mortal Tao domain rushed over. Quite a few people were eager to give it a try, but then they endured it. It was because Pan Yi and Aogon were here, and there were also other heaven-warping figures present here. Who were their opponents? Aogon appeared, the first one to step on the stage. His hair was thick, extremely heroic, his armor flowing with dazzling splendor, as if he was a king looking down on the people, possessing an intimidating aura. There were strands of primal chaos energy that spilled out from his body. He cultivated an immortal king scripture, his Dao skills long reaching the pinnacle of supreme being realm. Aogon stepped on the stage, making the others' hearts immediately become cold. How were they even supposed to fight? Huang, do you dare fight? Aogon shouted. Family's people revealed startled expressions, especially those who had visited the realm grave, all of them clenching their fists. They really wanted to see Aogon take action, personally subdue Huang. When my older brother takes action, who can face him? Aokuin said. He still didn't know that not long ago, his older brother had fought Huang. A bit behind on the news. It was because some people from this clan had just hurried over. Why would I be scared of you? Shurhao leapt out, rising like a true dragon, entering the stage. In the distance, Shuri, Little Sky King, Lan Xian and the others all came, just in time to see this scene. They were all extremely shocked. This fella, I originally thought that he would just wither away of old age in the lower realm. It seems like no matter what age it is, he wouldn't be satisfied with mediocrity. Little Sky King said quietly. He has just entered immortal domain, yet he already produced such a great disturbance, worthy of being Huang who killed emperor clans in desolate border. Lan Xian said with a sigh, Huang, I will let you witness a true immortal king inheritance. Today, I will subdue you in front of everyone. Aogon said coldly, I will let you witness the inheritance I've created, my own methods and Dao. Shurhao's voice wasn't loud, but it immediately left many people speechless. Aogon stared blankly, and then he sneered. Too egotistical and arrogant. A lower realm cultivator created a method? He dared compare it to an immortal king inheritance? It was nothing more than boasting words, he didn't acknowledge it at all. You've tried to enter Void God realm again and again, plotting against the darkness prison, stopped by me several times. Today, let's settle everything. Shurhao glared at him. Ruining my great plans today? I will not forgive you, Aogon said coldly. He sent out people several times, but in the end, they either returned in low spirits or disappeared without any messages. Shurhao's face was ice cold. He didn't have any good impressions towards this person, deciding to take action severely. Many years ago, my ancestor headed into the ruined world with an immortal king, capturing that ancestral guardian spirit. I reckon he is your master, right? Today, we can have an exchange too. Aogon said secretly. What did you say? Shurhao's eyes immediately widened. This matter was something Aogon had just heard about. Their clan's true immortal personally informed him, telling him that he was only permitted to win. Defeat was not allowed. Shurhao's eyes were fierce. Willow deity's background, the reason why he suffered a great disaster back then. Everything has always been a mystery. Now, he finally learned part of the truth. Huang, today, I will subdue you. Aogon took action. Radiance erupted between his palms and fingers, filling the skies with divine brilliance. Scripture sounds everywhere. He erupted with killing intent, displaying Ao family's Immortal King scripture. Ouching Immortal King. The Chang character represented radiance, vigorous meanings. His scripture was also derived precisely from this, absolutely dazzling radiance lighting up mountains and rivers. Sword wings of radiance. Attach eternally to my body. Aogon roared, his body surging with immortal mist. Every pore on his body released sword energy, turning into feather-like sword wings, and then he rushed murderously at Shurhao. This was too terrifying, his entire body like sword wings of light, unstoppable, even his hair like this. His entire body was filled with exceptional sword radiance, attacking Shurhao murderously. Hong! Shurhao displayed his own method, body as a seed. His sea of reincarnation shone, yin-yang diagram forming in his abdomen, spreading out, surrounding his entire body. Right now, he was impervious to all methods, a divine ring surrounding his body. Kill. He released a light shout, his limbs unfolding, as if they were the four extremes of heaven and earth, making even heaven and earth tremble, dominating the mortal Tao domain. Hong. The two clashed intensely, fighting at close quarters. This time, Aogon learned his lesson, not fighting sure how head-on to the death and clashing recklessly. Previously, he already suffered a great loss. Ouching Immortal King's inheritance paid attention to the myriad of changes, the divine ability unrivaled. He naturally wanted to display its strong points. However, was sure how that easy to deceive? When facing the radiant sword wings, he directly released the grass symbol sword extreme art. The skies filled with sword energy, tearing apart the sword wings. Radiance everlasting, shine gloriously through the universe. Aogon roared out. In that instant, there was only a streak of light left in this world. The unrivaled divine ability passed down by Ouching Immortal King. The darkness was erased, primal chaos torn apart. There was nothing that couldn't be destroyed. The Emperor is unrivaled. At this time, Shurhao didn't display any precious techniques, instead spurring on his own 5 great secret realms, from the Sea of Reincarnation to the Tao Palaces, then to the 4 extremes Dragon Transformation, and finally the Ascension Platform. His entire body's 5 secret realms shone, his entire body becoming resplendent, displaying his greatest profound mysteries. There were immediately many heaven and earth irregular scenes around him. For example, true dragons winding about, immortal phoenixes releasing great cries, golden lotuses covering the earth, immortal kings seated in the 9 great heavens. All of these enveloped him within. These weren't normal irregular scenes, not void images, but instead could truly release heaven-reaching earth-moving might. This battle was extremely intense, but everyone could see Huang's terror. When these irregular scenes appeared, the universe swayed, scripture sounds shaking the world. Hong. When the great battle reached 1,200 moves, Aogon was blasted by Shurhao's irregular scenes until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Then, Shurhao formed a fist imprint, directly smashing it into his chest. Pooh! A bloody hole that went straight through his body appeared. Shurhao's fist passed through, striking through Aogon, bathed in the true blood of an immortal king descendant. He raised Aogon with a single arm, towering at the center of the battlefield, as if an emperor descended upon this earth. A fist smashed through, blood splashing everywhere. A demonic godlike figure stood on the platform alone, black hair scattered about, his gaze like 2 streaks of cold lightning tearing across the void, a single arm raised into the heavens. Aogon lost, thoroughly defeated. His eyes lacked expression, blood dripping from his body, landing on the ground. He found it hard to accept all of this. Right now, his body was smashed through by Shurhao's fist, moreover raised into the air by that arm. He wanted to resist, but he was completely powerless to. It was because his Tao skills were restricted. Magical force dried up, completely scattered by Huang's fist. He was immediately subdued. Forget about retaliating, even his life or death depended on Shurhao's whims. As long as he exerted a bit more force, he would break apart, scattering to pieces in midair. When one reached their level, they all knew just how terrifying of a thing it was once both sides went all out. Now, he didn't have the slightest strength to retaliate. Killing him was just too easy. Below the stage, all cultivators were quiet, dead silent. This result was hard for them to believe. Aogon actually lost, moreover suffering a great defeat. The glorious Ao family's young great one was in the mortal Tao domain for over 1,000 years, looking down on experts of all clans. Yet he was powerfully suppressed today just like this, suffering a crushing defeat. He was known to be unrivaled in the mortal Tao domain, able to sweep through experts from all clans, difficult for him to experience defeat. After all these years, his reputation already shook all sides, all clans knowing of him. Immortal domain's celebrity, one of the most powerful individuals under true immortals, someone who was known to be an insurmountable great mountain in the mortal Tao domain actually fell today. Brother! Okuan screamed out, breaking the silence. This place immediately erupted into noise. The experts from Ao family all had ugly expressions. Aogon was actually defeated. Their clan's undefeated pride of heaven was captured, ready to be killed at a moment's notice. Aogon has heaven-warping aptitude, having the ancient ancestors svelte when he was young. How could he lose? An elder muttered, not daring to believe this. If he lost to Pan Yi or Hun Tian, then it was one thing, but he lost to a lower realm cultivator. The natural laws there weren't complete, great Tao deficient, moreover already entering a cultivationless age. This really was too shocking. Aogon lost. His brilliance has been terminated by someone. The pride of heaven of a generation actually came to a fall like this today. Everyone released light sighs, carrying regret and sorrow. During these years, Aogon was known as one of Immortal Domain's most heroic individuals, yet he actually lost today. It was a pity, lamentable. Many people shook their heads. Who was Huang? Before this, not many people understood his background at all. Now they all began to whisper about, asking about him. Immortal Domain was too large, clans too numerous. Unless one's name truly shocked all clans, it was hard for one's name to be remembered. Sure, Hao was well known in the lower realm, but in Immortal Domain only some powers knew about him. Over 90% of the people were unaware of him because they had never come into contact with him. Not simple. He has previously defeated the other side's experts, killed Emperor clans? Woo! It is equivalent to our side's Immortal King family's disciples. After some people understood what happened, they couldn't help but nod. These were indeed glorious accomplishments. This youngster really is a variable. He is only 1,000-something years of age. It really is inconceivable. He rushed into the heavens all through his own ability, able to kill Immortal King descendants. This was especially when they found out Hao achieved the Tao before 1,000 years. Breaking the taboo of 500 years, the masses were immediately stunned. This type of age, for cultivators who had long lives, it was still rather tender, yet he already achieved the Tao. This was truly a generation-crushing genius. Attained supreme being realm below 500 years of age, this was like a fantasy story. Just how many years has it been since this type of creature appeared? When they thought about it closely, only in the age when the most powerful immortal kings rose up, would there be this type of heaven-warping figure, born into divinity, bravery exceptional, displaying dazzling brilliance when they were at their most vigorous age. These types of creatures, as long as one appeared, they would dazzle an entire age. What was somewhat pitiful, somewhat regretful, was that those unmatched geniuses died an untimely death, actually not a single one reaching the finish line, none of them achieving Immortal King position. The one who rose up in the end was instead Ouching, Hunyuan Immortal King, and the others. It was to the extent where those unmatched geniuses, in the final struggle, died under Ouching, Hunyuan, and Pan King's hands. It was extremely bitter. Ouching, Pan King, and the others, the reason they were so domineering was because they slaughtered out a reputation. They were all immortal kings, also the most powerful sovereigns of the universe. Huang, let go of Aogon. Below, someone shouted, unknown which power they belonged to. Ao family's people immediately couldn't sit still. They could all see that Huang didn't feel any fear, especially when he was in this arena. If they really provoked him, he might just kill Aogon. At that time, it would be too late for regrets. They felt that some people harbored evil intentions, wishing to provoke Huang, and then Aogon would be killed before everyone's faces. Huang, please start off leniently. Let Aogon go. Ao family's people stood up, cupping their hands towards the arena. Hao's expression was cold, his expression like electricity, sweeping through the ground. Then, he let go of Aogon, asking, "Are you convinced?" He actually really wanted to kill Aogon. When he heard that they previously acted against Willow Deity, he naturally immediately treated this family as an enemy. However, this wasn't the lower realm. Ao family had an immortal king. With a single will, 10,000 spirits would perish. Aogon glared at him angrily, not saying a word. Ao family's people became anxious, someone shouting out, "Huang, please do not take action. Aogon has already been defeated. He lost. Aogon, take a step back and see the bigger picture. Don't be stubborn." At the same time, Someone transmitted sound to Ao Gon, fearing that he would challenge Huang in front of everyone again, provoking a disaster of death. Ao Gon's face warped. He had never lost in his life before, never lowered his head. Yet he had to admit defeat in front of everyone. This really was as painful as having a blade twisted in his heart. My skill is not as good as another's, Ao Gon said through clenched teeth. After saying this, his face turned ashen, as if he used up all of his vitality. Sure how, just let him go. Qing stood up, also pleading with everyone. Regardless, during these years, Ao family's heaven-warping genius still took quite good care of her. Even though she knew that it would be hard for Sure How to get along with him, she still couldn't help but plead now. Sure How released Ao Gon, throwing him into the arena. Blood scattered outwards, the entire surface becoming dark red, the blood of a supreme being flowing here. Two experts from Ao family immediately flew up, supporting him. Ao Gon got up with difficulty, pushing them away. He turned around, giving Sure How a deep look. When I achieve immortality, we will definitely fight again. Ao family's people released a breath of relief. As long as Ao Gon didn't lose his fighting spirit, then that was good. With heaven-warping talent, a single setback wasn't much. There were some powers that were quite disappointed. If Huang dared kill Ao Gon, then that would be great, preventing Ao family from having another pseudo-immortal king. Many people felt that Ao Gon might not be able to become an immortal king, but close to that level was still attainable. He would definitely become one of the most powerful true immortals. Opponents who have lost to me will never be viewed as opponents by me anymore. Even if I give you time to catch up, the distance will only grow greater and greater. Sure How calmly said. Everyone was stunned. What kind of arrogance was this? Huang's confidence was too great. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that he could have the accomplishments he had today, aiming for the very top, all other peaks seeming small before himself. Great Su Tuo, Lan Xian, Little Sky King, Princess Yao Yu and the others were all in Immortal Peach Garden. These old friends understood Sure How they could only release a light sigh. In their eyes, Huang might truly have this qualification. Only those who understood him knew that his path had always been glorious. Too strong, actually defeating even Ao family's young great one, moreover this confident. I am now a bit jealous of that girl Qing. A young lady muttered quietly. The other girls' eyes also shone, muttering quietly, starting to discuss among themselves. Everyone was stunned. Their older generation's expressions darkened, some releasing a light snort. Only then were they stopped. Sure How stood on the arena, not saying a word, looking down on the masses. Who dared fight? This was a type of silent intimidation. Ao Gon was defeated, but the true battle still wasn't considered finished. There was an immortal peach tree undying medicine that was enough to move everyone up for grabs, making their eyes burn with desire. Only who dared fight him? Everyone knew themselves that they weren't a match. I'll fight against you. Finally, someone got on the stage, a woman with a slender and sturdy build. Her appearance was quite good, her skin a bit tanned, flowing with sparkling and healthy radiance, something rarely seen in immortal domain. Ordinary female cultivators all had icy jade-like figures, their skins pure white, but she was different, her figure graceful and strong, like a beautiful leopard. Hun Tian also went up, someone said in shock. She was Hun Yuan Immortal King's descendant, someone neck to neck with Pan Yi and Ao Gon, one of the most powerful supreme beings of the present world, her strength terrifying. Hong. There weren't many words exchanged. The battle directly began. The name Hun Tian didn't seem to be much like a girl's, but her personality was also quite forceful, attacking immediately after getting on the stage. Time immemorial great Tao scripture. Someone cried out in alarm. It was just the beginning, yet she already displayed her clan's most powerful Immortal King scripture, facing Sure How, wishing to determine victory and defeat, who was weaker and who was stronger. Time immemorial great Tao scripture rumbled with noise, shaking Sure How until his chi and blood surged. He had never encountered such a brave and fierce woman before, daring to face him like this. Pong! After 1,400 moves, a great dragon surged from Xiao's vertebra, for limbs reaching towards the extremes of the world, forcibly subduing Hun Tian, making blood flow from the corners of her mouth, continuously back up. She was also rather direct, backing off and saying, "I lost." Then, she jumped off, leaving the arena. Everyone was stunned. This time, there was rather less clamoring, everyone deeply shaken. Huang winning over Aogon wasn't a fluke after all. He really was too strong, even defeating Hun Tian. "Are you even a man?" Right at this time Hun Tian spoke, scowling at Pan Yi. Many people immediately revealed strange expressions when they heard this. It was because it was already rumored that Hunyuan Immortal King and Pan King's bloodline intended to be related by marriage. The ones chosen were precisely the two of them. Pan Yi was a bit embarrassed, rubbing his nose. Then, he got on the arena, rushing at Xiao and saying, "Can you let me win a round to pacify the tigress?" "I cannot on these types of matters." Xiao refused. "All right, then please don't be too harsh on me," Pan Yi said. Hong. A great battle erupted. Even though Pan Yi acted a bit weak before the battle, those were merely jokes. When they truly moved, he was incredibly bold and powerful. Pan family's most powerful divine abilities displayed to their fullest. Hong Long Long. Heaven collapsed and earth split, ghosts wept and deities howled. These two's battle was incredibly fierce, attacking until the sun and moon lost their radiance, leaving everyone dazzled. However, when their battle reached 1,400 or so moves, Pan Yi was still defeated. There were golden lotuses all around him, releasing great Tao rumbling noise, trapping him within. Hong. Xiao took steps forward, black hair scattering outwards, expression like thunder, divine bravery unmatched. One hand covered the heavens, descending, suppressing Pan Yi. Blood spilled out from his mouth and nose, unable to move anymore. "Stop, I've lost." Pan Yi was extremely open and honest, immediately admitting defeat. Xiao loosened his hand, letting him go. Now, Immortal Domain's most powerful young experts, 3 of them lost in succession. This place became absolutely silent. A lower realm cultivator actually came out on top. A place that didn't have complete laws, the great Tao deficient, actually produced this type of young individual, his might dominating the mortal Tao domain, unmatched under the sky. Everyone sensed that there might not be anyone who was Huang's match below the true immortal level. "Who dares fight against me?" Xiao asked again. In this massive immortal peach garden, in the whole of the grand immortal king manor, no one replied. No one else dared step out. Huang intimidated everyone, looking down on the mortal Tao domain experts. The so-called extreme Tao was precisely one person towering above all others, suppressing everyone, truly unrivaled at this level. If we were to grant him a title, perhaps we can call him the Emperor of Mortal Tao. An ancient true immortal from Pan family said. This battle came to an end. No one else dared enter the arena. Everyone could see that Huang was unmatched. Even Pan Yi, Hun Tian, and Aogon were defeated. Who dared say they were his match? "The undying medicine Immortal Peach belongs to Huang," someone said, their voice not great, but it rang through this garden. Everyone revealed expressions of jealousy. This was an unmatched immortal medicine, something that one yearned for in their dreams, yet it was obtained by Huang. Everyone became speechless. This was obtained through Huang's great victories. In the depths of the Immortal King dwelling, an old tree laid low like a true dragon. Its bark was cracked apart, spreading like scales, leaves lush, carrying lush intent. There were immortal peaches growing on its branches. This type of fruit was golden yellow in color, full of sweet fragrance. The true immortal peach tree's fruits made the hearts of all in the outside world tremble. A single fruit came off on its own, falling on a white jade plate, flying outwards. Then a true immortal accepted it. His eyes were burning with desire as he stared at this immortal peach, but he didn't dare eat it. Who dared covet an immortal medicine bestowed by Pan King? The true immortal protected the medicine, bringing the golden immortal peach over. This was a fruit produced by the garden's mother tree, the true undying medicine. All eyes began to burn fiercely, but they could only watch. The true immortal descended, handing that jade plate to Xianxia. Many thanks to Senior, Xianxia said. A golden fruit entered his hands. He carefully sealed it into a jade cauldron to prevent the immortal energy from leaking out. This was a true long-life great medicine. Xianxia got off the arena. Everyone couldn't help but step aside for him, no longer daring to look down on him for coming from the lower realm. Now that his battle accomplishments had been revealed, all sides were dazzled. Xianxia returned, sitting with Qingyi below a peach tree, enjoying the delicacies on the jade table. After being parted for 1,000 years, the two of them finally had a chance to sit together again. Soon afterwards, exiled immortal, great Sutua, Princess Yao Yu and others came one after another, chatting with Xianxia about old times, all of them extremely close. Several people asked Xianxia about the 9 heavens 10 earths. When they understood what happened, they were all deeply moved. The cultivationless age was actually that terrifying, many living fossils long passing on. You've dealt with Jin family and Wind clan? These people were shocked. However, when they thought about it, Xianxia had enough strength, indeed able to do it. Now, he was unstoppable even in immortal domain, subduing the experts of all sides, so he was naturally even more domineering in the lower realm. His old friends then dispersed, knowing their propriety, leaving some time for Qingyi, giving the two of them enough time to be together. Have you been well during these past few years? The ruined immortal didn't appear. Qingyi asked, her expression gentle. Everything has been calm and normal. After cultivating for so long all these years, I brought Stone Village's disciples with me and swept through the creatures of darkness. Also killed a ruined immortal. Xianxia replied. What? You've even killed a ruined immortal? Qingyi released a light shout, extremely shocked. At the same time, she felt worried for Xianxia. He clearly experienced too many dangers. Qingyi had many things she wanted to say, wanted to ask. She began to chat with Xianxia with a soft voice. Me and Yun, she have become Dao companions. Suddenly, Xianxia said this, not hiding it, speaking the truth. Qingyi's expression became rigid, her heart even trembling lightly, her expression a bit pale. She bit her bright red lips, mist appearing in her eyes. Why? She was a bit lost, unable to help but say this. Xianxia didn't want to hide anything. He didn't want to deceive her either. Instead, he took the initiative to tell her the truth. Back then, I was crippled by the ruined immortal in the 3,000 provinces, but she still followed me into the lower realm, vowing to take care of my ruined body, always staying there without leaving, guarding Stone Village for many years. I cannot let her down no matter what, Xianxia said. When Qingyi heard this, her face became as pale as snow. Are you blaming me? I'm not. When the ruined immortal forced me into that situation, you weren't in the 3,000 provinces. If you were there, I believe you wouldn't have abandoned me either. Xianxia shook his head. However, in the end, I still entered immortal domain, not following you into the lower realm. Qingyi said, the expression in her eyes a bit lost, carrying regret, disappointment, and frustration. This can't be blamed on you. The 3,000 provinces entered a cultivationless age, the paths of cultivators cut short. If you stayed, it would be like remaining in a prison. Back then, I was antagonized by some powers in immortal domain. I had no choice, or else I would also have entered immortal domain as well. Xianxia said. Even though you were in the lower realm, you still walked ahead of us. Qingyi said with a light sigh, her beautiful eyes swirling with brilliant colors. She felt excited for Xianxia's achievements, but at the same time, she was also a bit lost. Do you want to achieve immortality? Xianxia produced the white jade small cauldron. Inside of it was an immortal peach undying medicine. Handing it forward. No, this is yours. I want you to achieve immortality as early as possible, Qingyi said. Xianxia put away the jade cauldron. He thought to himself silently. Was this his path? To ingest an immortal peach medicine and immediately achieve immortality? If this was the case, then all of his achievements would end here. Without his own insights into achieving immortality, by borrowing external objects and directly breaking through, what could he even obtain from that? Even if he achieved immortality, it would still be merely the weakest true immortal level. Sure Hao wanted the strength of immortal kings, wishing to achieve immortality as early as possible, but all of this was just that contradictory. Right now, Qing Yi was distracted, inwardly alarmed, feeling remorse and disappointment, endless regret and loss. Sure Hao was already with Yun Shi. When she received the news, Qing Yi's expression turned slightly white, her exceptional appearance losing the joy of reunion. Her heart carried a bit of bitterness. How could she not feel anything? After entering Immortal Domain during all these years, she always used the name Qing Yi, not using the name Yuchan. This was already enough to prove many things. However, when she finally waited for Sure Hao's arrival, she instead obtained this type of result. This type of conclusion left her at a loss, full of bitterness. She felt regret. If she didn't leave back then, perhaps it wouldn't be this current scene. However, if they started all over again, she would perhaps still seek immortality, wishing to enter Immortal Domain. During all these years, she had always worked hard, wishing to borrow some great powers to ensure Huang's safety, guide him up from the lower realm. In the end, Sure Hao came, but she also heard heart-shattering news. After finding out that Sure Hao was together with Yun Shi, it was hard for her to get over her inward bitterness. In the depths of Pan King Manor, primal chaos surged. This place was extremely blurry, several immortal kings seated here. They rarely spoke, extremely silent, like sculptures that towered in this world. Finally, someone spoke. "Bring Huang here. I wish to know where that ancestral guardian spirit is." "Dao brother, your thoughts are too deep," Pan King said. "I want to cut down Huang." Right at this time, Ouching Immortal King suddenly spoke. "Why is there a need to bicker with the younger generation?" Pan King advised against this. He didn't believe that Ouching Immortal King was acting for their clan's Aogon. That so-called heaven-warping descendant, in their eyes, wasn't much. If they didn't become an immortal king, they were still ants. After all these years, did the descendants of immortal kings lack individuals with exceptional talent? Some died. Some became true immortals. Meanwhile, the immortal kings had never asked about these matters, the depths of their hearts lacking all fluctuations. They wouldn't take action because of the fall of their descendant. At their level, they already approached an emotionless great Tao state. The reason why Ouching wanted to take action only had one possibility. He sensed something, seeing a corner of the future. Sure enough, another immortal king also spoke. "I also share his intention." The others were silent. Only Pan King advised against it. "I already promised an old friend, ensuring that he won't die. The great Tao is indistinct. Heaven's mysteries chaotic. I cannot see his path and his future, but I feel like it is unfavorable towards me." Ouching Immortal King said. "Just an insect, what need is there to be concerned? The people and things that cannot be seen might not necessarily be related to you." Pan King said. "I would rather kill him wrongly." Ouching Immortal King's voice was cold. There was one thing that he didn't want to say. Since he already offended that ancestral guardian spirit, there was no reason to keep his inheritor alive. It was better to avoid him becoming a future disaster. Immortal kings didn't need reasons for taking lives. He also felt it beneath him to explain. In another ancient cave, Pan King was surrounded by primal chaos, dressed in old-fashioned Taoist robes, indistinct. Meanwhile, in front of him was half a snow-white skull. Pan King's true body was with several other immortal kings, sampling the immortal peach undying medicine. Meanwhile, the Pan King present here was just a will that descended, facing the restricted region lord's body. Even though I wish to protect him, two immortal kings wish to kill him. You need to understand that the wills of immortal kings cannot be gone against. It will be difficult for me to protect him for long. The restricted region lord formed a male body whose complexion was fine like jade. His hands were behind his back. With a light sigh, he said, "Things are now troublesome. You should know that Immortal Domain is full of murderous intentions. A single mistake, and there will be no hope of reprieve." "Why did you insist on bringing him here?" Pan King asked. I am searching for a land, wishing to send him inside. The restricted region lord didn't really hide anything either. For this youngster, you've also gone through quite the trouble, Pan King said. Then he nodded. Right, even in immortal ancient great era, with your friendly relations with that ancestral guardian spirit, you would still look after him. Apart from sheltering him, I will ask you for 3 drops of Immortal King Essence blood. After this, the karma between us will be settled. The restricted region lord said, white clothes purer than snow, style exceptional. Blood can be given, but if it is Immortal King Essence blood, then it concerns too much. Pan King said, it must be Immortal King Essence blood. The white-clothed man said with a sigh, are you looking for that legendary place? There were some who already went, but they should have all failed. Pan King said, that will be something between me and him. The restricted region lord said. He was searching for a place. The restricted region lord turned into a white-clothed man. Right now, his face was without any expression. Pan King's expression was heavy, extremely serious, not saying anything for a long time. One could see just how extraordinary that place was, enough to shock immortals. Otherwise, these two wouldn't have their current expressions. Fine then. After a long time passed, Pan King nodded. Then, a drop of blood flew through the void, landing here. It was too resplendent, even more dazzling than a sun, immortal radiance endless, auspicious multicolored light appearing in millions and millions of strands, enough to light up the mountains and rivers. Fortunately, this was a secret room, the magical force and natural laws hiding it unimaginable. Pan King's original body wasn't here, but he could silently bring over a drop of essence blood, appearing magically. No one was aware of it. The main reason was because this secret room was too extraordinary. Then, the second drop of Immortal King Essence blood trickled down, bright red like a blood diamond, dazzling as it tore through the heavens, incomparable. A divine aura spread, filling this secret room. Soon, a third drop rushed over. This type of thing, any drop would trigger a tremendous commotion in the outside world. This wasn't only Immortal King blood, it was also the Essence blood, carrying the great Tao fragments of the heavens. This type of essence blood was completely invaluable. The white-clothed man's appearance was fine like jade, confident and at ease just like when he was still alive, an exceptionally beautiful man. However, he already died. This was irreversible. He became a half snow-white skull again, using the skull to hold the 3 drops of Immortal King Essence blood. The 2 Immortal Kings have spoken their intentions, their wills difficult to change. Pan King said, this was considered a kind reminder. At their level, he was normally like a statue, seated on a praying mat, not moving at all, oftentimes tens of thousands of years gone past before he would say a word, spending most of his time capturing the great Tao. Times like today where he took the initiative to speak to another, seriously advising, were extremely few. The so-called Immortal King was close to an emotionless great Tao state, erasing all of his many feelings of the living. I brought half an incense stick with me, its name Realm Eradication, the restricted region lord said. This stone room immediately erupted with 2 streaks of lightning, precisely the gaze of Pan King's incarnation. He stared at the half-skull in front of him, already greatly moved. All right, I understand. I will tactfully inform them, Pan King said. In Immortal Peach Garden, Sure House sat with Qing Yi, telling each other everything. After so many years passed, they learned about everything that happened to each other. During this time, some creatures from Immortal Domain continuously came up to get to know Sure How, extremely enthusiastic. In their eyes, someone who could defeat Aogon, Pan Yi and Hun Tian was too shocking. Huang, this name already spread through Pan King Manor. Many of his past deeds were mentioned, triggering waves of astonishment and sighs. This type of fine raw material has to remain in our immortal domain and achieve immortality, or else letting him be buried in the lower realm is just too pitiful, someone said. When Ao family's people heard this, their expressions darkened slightly. Indeed, if he could cultivate to this level even in the lower realm, if he takes up residence in my immortal domain, wouldn't he just rush straight into the heavens? Someone nodded in agreement. Even true immortals were already moved, the expressions with which they looked at sure how complicated. Only those who experienced the transformation from mortal to immortal understood the depths of just how difficult it was. When they saw sure how, they felt like this was a precious raw material. Leaving him behind in the lower realm was too much of a pity. The Peaches of Immortality distinguished meeting lasted several days. Sure how got to know quite a few people. Ao family didn't pay any attention to him, and there were some other powerful great clans who carried malice, but there were many top-level great families who extended an olive branch to him, expressing good intent. In the next few days, Huang's name already spread out, shaking up the starry skies. Everyone in the starry domain Pan King ruled knew of his existence. They all knew that a generation-crushing genius had risen up. By defeating Pan Yi Ao Kuan and the others, he already stabilized his throne of number 1 in the mortal Dao domain. There was already no debate. Huang became famous, hard for others to not know about him even if they didn't want to. After just a single battle, these starry skies were startled. Moreover, news began to spread to the other cosmos and starry heavens ruled by other immortal kings. Ouching left with a cold expression. Taisher Immortal King's face was expressionless. Pan King was informed. This wasn't some good news. It's enough as long as the words have been spoken. Let's just see their ultimate choice. The restricted region lord said. Don't tell me you really want to light that realm eradication? Pan King asked. According to what he understood, that stick of incense had indeed been lost in the lower realm. If it was lit, the karma was too great, who could endure it? It really would shock the heavens and move the earth, eradicate a realm. This stalk of incense carried tremendous karma. Sure how didn't know that a great danger was already approaching him. Immortal domain is incredibly prosperous, undying matter rich, indeed a cultivation dreamland, able to create true immortal Dao experts. Since you came, there is no need to go back. In the future, we just need to think of a way to bring your disciples in. Princess Yao Yu, Tugu Yulong, Qi Hong, Great Su Tua and others all advised. During these days, these old friends gathered often. They wanted sure how to stay behind. Just stay behind. You still want to go back? Qing Yi was also looking at Sure How. Sure How didn't reply. He heard the news the restricted region lord transmitted, currently listening. Not long afterwards, Pan family's people came to receive him, leading the way. I will come back after a short while. Sure How got up. Not long afterwards, he entered the stone room, meeting Pan King. This was the first time he came in contact with an unmatched immortal king under such close distance. However, the first impression he gave Sure How was that of a statue. The immortal king aura restrained. Nothing could be sensed. Moreover, there was mist surrounding him. The restricted region lord was also here, telling Sure How that there was danger. I wish to bring you to a place, but 2 great immortal kings might want your life. When Sure How heard this, he was inwardly shaken. Where? He wanted to know. Pan King's face was expressionless, but he inwardly nodded. This youngster didn't panic when he heard that 2 great immortal kings wanted to kill him at all. He indeed had courage. A heaven-reaching land. A land of natural luck. A land of miracles, the restricted region lord said. According to what he said, that place was too wonderful for words, impossible to speak about in detail, it couldn't be explained clearly. Only by personally experiencing it would he understand. Blood and chaos are about to descend. You don't have enough time. This is the final great gift I can bestow upon you, the restricted region lord said. How can I reach that place alive? Sure How asked. This was the key point. 2 great immortal kings schemed against him. Would he be able to survive? We will do everything we can, the restricted region lord said. There was no time to give Qing Yi and the others his farewells. Sure How moved, quickly departing from Pan King City. He tore through the cosmos, disappearing into the ice-cold starry skies. Humph! However, in a certain starry domain, Ouching released a cold snort. As an unmatched immortal king, his magical force was boundless, overlooking the endless ancient continents. As for just how great his divine abilities were, it was extremely difficult for outsiders to imagine. With a woo sound, a large sleeve moved. He reached out an arm, immediately covering the star domain that was who knew how vast, directly wishing to seize the star domain. In that instant, all spirits trembled in fear. The cultivators of all clans were shaken, inwardly alarmed to the extreme. An immortal king took action. A great hand moved across the boundless great cosmos, grabbing towards a certain land. One could see that in the starry domain, stars turned into powder one after another. When that great hand descended, everything silently turned to cosmos dust. When Ouching Immortal King's hand descended, all life would be eradicated. Pong! Another great hand appeared, releasing gentle radiance, blocking Ouching's hand, moreover allowing this land of death to be full of vitality. Pan King! A cold voice sounded, released by Ouching. Then, a finger tore through the cosmos, pitch black like ink, almost merging into the starry sky heavens. Came silently, heading towards where Xianxia was. Along the way, great stars exploded one after another. As the finger proceeded, the starry heavens were eradicated, turned to nothing, terrifying to the extreme, enough to leave true immortals horrified. This was Taisher Immortal King, also one of Immortal Domain's giants. He also took action, wishing to sever karma, eradicate the inheritors of that ancestral guardian spirit. Pong! Pan King took action again. His palm shone, swirling with life energy, blocking this finger of death, moreover reforging much of the cosmos dust, creating complete great stars. At this time, everyone trembled. In this star domain, all the places of life with true immortals watching over them trembled, scared to the point where they shuddered in fear. This was a battle between immortal kings. A single mistake and all lands would be destroyed, making a star domain wither away, turn into a land of death. There were true immortals who flew up, leaving the stars they guarded, standing in the void. They were alarmed, looking like they were facing a great enemy, fearing that the destructive force would involve them. In the end, the finger and great hand both disappeared, restoring peace to the starry heavens. Xianxia saw everything. That grand will and the incomparable natural laws crushed him until it was hard for him to move. His body almost exploded here. These were the methods of immortal kings? His hands were clenched until his joints turned cold. Just now, he felt like a piece of duckweed in a roaring sea. Even with Pan King's protection, he might still be buried here at any time. I want to achieve immortality, Xianxia said quietly, clenching his fists. Right now, he stood in the starry skies, deeply sensing the terror of immortal kings. They were too high to reach, just any random move could take his life. There was nothing he could do to defy them. In reality, his performance was rather good. If it was anyone else, they would have fallen weak on the ground, their bodies exploding under the pressure. You need to live. Do not let down the opportunity one strived to obtain for you, the restricted region lord said. At this time, he appeared at Xianxia's side. Apart from this, the crystal skull, golden arm bone and bleeding eyeball also appeared at the same time, a bit silent. Huang! At this time, a low voice sounded from the cosmos Ouching ruled. Yet it rippled all the way to this ancient cosmos, entering the great domain ruled by Pan King. Everyone heard this, shivering from their very souls. Ouching Immortal King wishes to kill Huang? Qingyi cried out, her face snow-white, revealing an expression of alarm. She immediately felt incomparably distressed. Exiled Immortal, Shi, Princess Yaoyu, Tugu Yulong and the others' expressions all changed. They knew that Xianxia was in danger. He was most likely going to die in immortal domain. If an immortal king wanted someone dead, who could resist? Right now, everyone knew that Huang was going to be killed. His killing intent really is strong, the restricted region lord said coldly. Under this starry sky, a ripple spread out, releasing a grand noise, berating Huang. This was Ouching's method, trying to kill him again. Kacha! At this time, the restricted region lord turned into a half-snow-white skull, facing it. In the end, a loud and clear sound rang out, an alarming crack appearing on the skull. At the same time, The crystal skull, golden arm bone, and bleeding eyeball also rushed out, helping Sure block the strike. In the end, the three individuals became dim. The crystal skull and golden arm bone both displayed terrifying cracks, while the bleeding eyeball had blood splash out. No! Sure roared out, his eye sockets feeling like they were going to crack apart. Fortunately, the restricted region lord and the three freaks still didn't break into pieces. Even though they all produced terrifying cracks under the Immortal King's roar, they managed to avoid this disaster. Once, twice, but not thrice. You are forcing me, the restricted region lord said coldly. The fallen Immortal King of a generation, while still not scattering. In the depths of an ancient starry sky, Ouching said coldly. The restricted region lord turned into a half-skull. Raging flames were released between his mouth and nose. These were immortal Tao fiery light, immediately engulfing the cosmos, illuminating the starry sea. Realm eradication. At the same time, he shouted these two words.